and welcome to this complete digital marketing course by Intellipaat. Let's start with something interesting. Every single day, billions of people scroll through their phones, search on Google, watch videos, and shop online. But have you ever stopped and thought, why do you see that exact ad at that exact moment? That is digital marketing. In fact, digital marketing today is not just about promoting products. It's about understanding people, what they like, what they search for, what they click on, and even what they ignore. Every action you take online leaves behind data, and marketers use that data to create strategies that feel almost personal. And that's why companies today are investing heavily in digital marketing. Because the right strategy can turn a simple idea into a global brand. And this is exactly what you're going to learn in this course. We are not just going to cover theory. We are going to take you step by step through the real world of digital marketing. You will understand how search engine works and how to rank website using SEOs, how to run high-performing ad campaigns that actually convert and build strong social media strategies that grab attention. And most importantly, you will learn how to think like a digital marketer. Because tools will keep changing, platforms will keep evolving, but the ability to understand your audience and create impactful strategies, that is what truly sets you apart. So without wasting any time, let's get started.
So whenever we discussed about digital marketing, the very first thing that come to the mind is what is digital marketing, right? So see, it is a process of marketing only. Okay, it is something like that we do in order to market our product, in order to market our website, in order to market our services, right? But the process that we do here in terms of the marketing is through digital platforms. So it is something like that is through web. So something like that you can measure with the help of digital or web platforms, right? So it has nothing to do with like let's say you travel by metro, you might have seen a lot of marketing boardings and all, right? Lot of banners are there in the metro. You might have like gone to the malls. In the malls you have seen like a lot of advertisements are there. Those practices are direct marketing, right? They are different approach. They are direct marketing. In case of digital marketing, we try to understand, we try to leverage everything with the help of digital. Okay, so the definition is it is the marketing of products or services using digital technologies, maybe on the internet, through phone, mobile applications, display advertising, or any other digital mediums, right? So you all know about Google Analytics. Okay, so what is Google Analytics? Google Analytics is basically understanding or analyzing the data, right? That we are spending money through digital marketing, and there is an analytics platform that can give us the data about how the performance has been, right? How the improvisations has been, how the data has been. So all those technicalities that we do in terms of understanding a particular process of marketing with the help of digital is what we measure through analytics. Okay, so I'll give you a glimpse of analytics also, but our focus would be mainly around the digital marketing. Okay, so a digital marketing has like SEO, which is search engine. Your video marketing, like you can do some YouTube. You all go through YouTube videos, right? Sometimes what happens when you watch the YouTube, in between there comes an ad, right? You have option to skip also that ad, but that ad is visible for few seconds, right? So what is that? That is again a type of marketing only. But here, the marketing that we're doing is through video, right? So that is YouTube video. Again, it is a part of digital because everything is in the form of internet. Either you watch in the mobile or desktop or laptop, but it is through again with the help of videos, right? So YouTube SEO is search engine optimizations. Okay. So before I go to the other, let me go and cover the technicalities also so that you all are clear or familiar about all the other process. So let's say when I go to google.com, now this is my search engine. Okay. SEO stands for search engine optimization, right? So you might have seen this, this particular presentation wherein it is mentioned as SEO. So SEO is search engine optimization. Now, what is search engine? Search engine is Google search engine. You also have something called Bing search engines, Yahoo search engines, and I know like all of us has to use this so religiously for anything that you want to search, right? So you need like, let's suppose you want to shop like, certain product. You want like, to purchase an AC. What do? You go to Google and look for like, the AC pricing and all. So this is my search engines. You want to book a travel flight. So what do? You go to Google, you search for something called, let's say flight booking. Okay. Now, this is your search engine, Google search engine, and this is your search keyword. Okay. Anything that you search is a keyword. Always remember, anything that you're searching in Google, Bing, or Yahoo, these are the three different search engines, right? So anything that you're searching is basically a search keyword. And corresponding to the search keyword, these are the search results. Because when I'm searching for something called flight booking, I get some relevant results also, right? I have one result called Exigo, then Skyscanner, Make My Trip, Is My Trip. Okay, Go Ibibo, Is My Trip again. So these are my search results. Okay. Now, what is this sponsored means? What do you like? If you heard about this, like search engines, there is a mix of sponsored and without sponsor also. So sponsored are the paid ads. That means like the Skyscanner or Exigo or Make My Trip or Is My Trip, they're paying money to get this particular position. Okay. So these are the paid ads for which we are paying money. So we are paying money to get the visibility here, to get like, the promotions that you see here. Okay. Now, the ones that are without sponsored is, these are organic results. Okay. When you search for this keyword flight booking, I have a mix of sponsored ads, which is paid ads. And then some of the display that you have results you have does not have sponsored mentions. So what are those? These are organic ranking. These are ranking organically. Okay. But why do you think like, Is My Trip, which is already ranking organically? Now, please understand, guys, for organic ranking, you do not have to pay even a single penny. For this particular ranking, you do not have to pay any money to Google. But for this, you have to pay money because these are sponsored or paid. What paid means you're paying money to get these positions. Okay. So when you're paying money to get this particular position, so this is like, something that you pay, you get the visibility. So today, Exigo is paying there in the top. Maybe like, tomorrow, book my, let's say, Go Ibibo. Okay. Go Ibibo pay more than Exigo, so they will come in the top. These are completely based on how you pay money and you get the visibility. It has nothing to do with the ranking. Okay. Organic ranking, it has nothing to do, but this is purely your organic effort. This is optimized. This is organically optimized. This is not optimized like overall. This is search engine. You have optimized the search engine with some good work, with some relevant work, because of which you are able to rank in the top, rank in the first page. So today, this ad is there. Tomorrow, this ad might not be there, but this will always be there in the first page. Okay. You pay the money, you be in the position. You pay the money, you get the visibility. But here, you do not have to pay anything. You get the visibility because you have done all the best thing in the world of search engine. What are those best things? How you get the visibility? We'll discuss about those. Okay. So now, Is My Trip is sponsoring this ad. That means they are paying money to get this position, right? Is My Trip is ranking here also organically. So if they are already getting ranked, Is My Trip and Make My Trip, why do you think like, they have to pay money for sponsored ads as well? Like, to get a visibility. Now, please understand, guys, that why Make My Trip will make the money, because to their point, they are paying money to get the visibility, because right now what is happening, organically Make My Trip is there, but it is below Indigo, Is My Trip, Go Ibibo, right? So to have a visibility, they thought like, we have money, let's pay the money, be in the top. Be in the top in the search results. Because see, Make My Trip has lot of funding. Okay, Is My Trip has lot of funding. So that means they have a budget to do lot of campaigns. So when you have a budget to do lot of campaigns, why not to spend and like, get the visibility? That's one thing. Second is, somebody can take keyword and be in the top and get the domain. If they do not take this sponsoring like, option, then someone can take like, the sponsored ads and be in the top. So organically you are ranking at the below. So is my trip thought like, I'm ranking like, below just because like, someone purchased this ad. So let me, I have budget. So, and of course you have to have a budget, right? So tomorrow Swaraj starts a travel company, but organically he is ranking in the first page. So he do not want to spend unnecessary a paid campaign. So then he will never publish. But if Swaraj has some additional funding and all, so Swaraj thought, okay, let me get the top position because someone is paying money and getting the top, even though I'm doing good in the organic. But how many user, how many people will come here and will go and check organic? No, I do not want to go with sponsored. I will go with organic. It doesn't happen. Whatever comes in the first page is what, catches your eyes. They want to bid. Okay, my question was like, why do they bid? See, this Make My Trip, Amazon, Samsung, they have a lot of budget. Now, what happened if whenever, if I look at Make My Trip, so they have, a lot of offers that come. Let's say this is an offer that they are providing 2000 off code. So that means they are promoting a certain things called cheapest flight first. So what Make My Trip is doing, they are promoting a particular campaign saying cheapest flight, and this is for a very limited period. Do not think they will. Yes, Danny, you're right. So it's not that they will continue to give 2000 off. Maybe for a particular season they are offering 2000 off. Maybe there would be that zero convenience fee. That type of campaign they will start launching from time to time. So what they're doing, if you look at the organic result of Make My Trip, okay, look at this. It's just a simple one: booking flight, cheap flights, air tickets. But here they are promoting a particular offer. Is My Trip, they are promoting a particular offer called use code book flights with zero convenience. Okay, and if you look at Is My Trip, book flights at lowest prices. This is not an offer. This is an offer. So this particular activities are done sponsored only when you have certain offers, or when you have a good budget, or when you want to win the top, because organically you are ranking, but there are a lot of players who have started purchasing and be in the top. Okay, so next is, every time you see an ad, please understand this part also, how the calculation work. Of course I'll give you a back end calculations as well. But how this calculation work actually? Whenever you find a particular ad, the sponsored ad that you see here, these are ad impressions. Okay. So any ad that you see here is ad impressions. The moment you click on the ad is, now I clicked on this ad, guys. When I clicked on this ad, this is ad click. Okay. So ad impression is seeing the ad. How many ad impressions you have for Ixigo? One, right? I am an user. So if you ask me that for me, like how the data will be collected. So there is one impressions for Ixigo, there is one impressions for Skyscanner, there is one impressions for Make My Trip, and one impressions for Is My Trip. All four of them got one each. Why? Because we have viewed the ad. So all four ads we have viewed, right? Whenever we view the ad, that is ad impression. Ad impression means viewing a particular ad. Now, when you click on the ad, that is ad click, right? So I clicked on only Ixigo. I did not click on other ads, but impression will be one each. Like this will have one impression, this will have one impression, this will have one impression, this will have one impression. But when I clicked, only this will have one click. Only this Ixigo will get one click. This Skyscanner, Make My Trip, and Is My Trip will have zero clicks. Will have zero clicks. Okay. So impression once and click one for this. So based on impressions and clicks, we calculate something which is known as CTR. CTR is equal to clicks, or you can say ad clicks, okay, divided by ad impressions into 100. Okay. So now based on this, we calculate CTR, click-through rate. Now what is the click-through rate for Ixigo? 100%. Because clicks is 1, impression is 1 into 100, 1 divided by 1 into 100 is 100%, right? Now what is the click-through rate for Is My Trip? So it is 0, because the calculation is very simple. Clicks is 0 divided by impression 1 into 100. So 0 divided by 1 is equal to 0 into 100 is 0, right? So in this case, see, This will get 100% CTR, this will get 0% CTR, 0% and CTR, 0%. So now, how the budget is calculated, let's assume Ixigo is paying, just an assumption, okay. Let's say Ixigo has gone for this ad with a click of 10 rupees per click, okay. So this is also known as CPC, okay. CPC model. CPC is cost per click. So always remember that your performance of an ad is dependent on cost per click. So the performance of your ad is completely depends on your cost per click element. Okay, how much you are paying for each click, and this will vary, based on industry, based on location, based on what type of keywords you are selecting. So the cost per click, let's assume for this particular keyword, Ixigo is paying. Okay, for this particular keyword, Ixigo is paying 10 rupees for click. Okay, they have 100 as a budget and they are paying 10 as a click. So that means how many clicks can happen? 10 into 10 is 100. So you have kept 100 rupees and 10 is the click. So and this particular ad is supposed to run for 3 days. Now, all your click of 10 has happened in one single day. Okay, so that means all the 10 clicks has happened in one single day. So that means you have already spent 100 rupees, 10 into 10 is 100. So you have to refill that, otherwise some other ad will be in the top. Okay, clear? So this is how your budget and all is calculated. Where exactly this is updated, I'll show you in the keyword planner tool. Okay, so SEO is search engine optimization, SEM is search engine marketing. Now the paid is also known as SEM. If you see somewhere it is mentioned as SEM, do not confuse it with SEO. SEO is organic, search engine optimization, which is organic, and your search engine marketing is the paid. Okay, at the end of the day, you are using search engine. How you optimize the keyword is SEO. How you do the marketing is SEM. Now, see, one thing I started saying that whatever activity you do in digital marketing, you need some help of analytics to provide insights about their performance, right? So, in this case, if you look at this data, there is my trip, right? So, I'm going to click on is my trip. I'm going to click on this sponsored is my trip. Okay, this is my sponsored ad. Now I will click on is my trip organic ad as well. Your focus should be more on organic, because organically if you rank, you do not have to pay anything. That is your hard, whatever you did, actively, in terms of getting the visibility and all, that is more important organically. So you do not have to pay. For paid it is important, but you have to also understand that paid will be there for a very limited time till the time you are paying. Organic is has no impact on whether you are paying or not. Okay, sponsored ads will always be in the top because you are paying money, right? You go to booking.com, you will see hotel listings is there, but whosoever pay the highest amount will be in the top. That's how the industry works. Google has to also earn something, so they will earn from sponsored ads. Okay, which is more important, CTR or CPR, right? So see, CTR already discussed. CTR is so CTR stands for click-through rate. What is CPR? CPR is cost per result, or it is also sometimes known as cost per reach. Okay, that means how many people you are able to reach. Like for that, how much you have paid. In my let's say in this particular context of digital marketing, both are important, very important in your digital marketing approach. But you need to understand that if both of them has a different approach, right? So your CTR is click through rate, people click, and CPR is your click, is your cost that you are paying for getting a particular reach of the audience. Okay, so CTR will always indicate that how well the ad that you created is performing based on people that are seeing your ad, right? CTR always indicates that how well your particular ad is performing when people find your ad. Okay, so CPR and CTR both are important and both have their own requirements, both have their own logic. But at the end of the day, you need both these functions to work. Okay. So see, CTR, click-through rate, I've already told you. CPC is cost per click. Understand one thing, that when I come and click here, this is click-through rate. How many times people are clicking? And it is click-through model, guys. These are click models. You click, you pay money. You have to click, you like the ideal scenario is I would want people to come and click. Okay, because I'm paying money for people to come and click, because if you click, then only you will land to my website, then only you will book. Now, I would never want that, okay, people come and see my ad and go. Because if the people come and just view your ad and go, of course you do not have to pay that CPC, cost per click. But the problem here is your objective or goal is not met. What is your objective? The objective is let people come, click on that ad, come to my website, and then purchase the flight. What Amazon will do, they will ask, like, let people come, click on my ad, okay, then do the shopping. Like there is a MacBook, okay, offer is going on MacBook 5,000. Now Amazon will want to let the people come, click on that MacBook, and then only they will purchase. By just seeing the ad, no one will purchase. So ultimately, CTR and CPC both are important. CTR is like, that okay, 1,000 people seen, 10 people clicked. So what is the click-through rate percentage? Okay, now based on the 10 people who have clicked, how much I'm paying? Like let's say if it is 10 rupees per click, so I'm paying 100 rupees. And as I said, all these are very critical or crucial metrics for your digital marketing processes. But you have to understand that everything has a different way to manage, right? So how people see, how people click, that will always differ, right? And CPC is nothing but the cost you're you are paying for this particular advertisement. Okay, whenever there is a low CPC, what it means? It means that your campaign is cost effective as you are paying less for each click. So ideally what happens, if my cost per click is 1,000 rupees, just understand 1,000 rupees. So that means I have 10 clicks, so 10 into 1,000, 10,000 I paid, and maybe out of that no one purchased. So it is very, very expensive. Okay, but if your cost is only 10 rupees, so 10 people clicking, 100 rupees I've spent. Out of that, if no business come, at least people are coming and browsing my website, right? So this is how your CPC is calculated. I visited this Is My Trip, right? I visited this Is My Trip from a paid campaign. Now, the next question is, do we get any benefit or profit just when someone visits our website through an ad, even though they do not buy anything? Or like, let's assume you came from this particular ad, but you did not book this ticket. Okay, so I come from this particular ad, but I did not buy the ticket. Now, what benefit I can have? The person has just visited their website. I can only say it is an awareness, right? Because like, let's suppose I have a website. I did a promotion, Is My Trip promotion, come to my website, but did not book the tickets. So what will happen? I'll just get an idea that, okay, so there is a user who came from a particular campaign, like let's say how many 20 people are there, so I have an ad, 50 people, like 20, all 20 of you came to my website, but out of which only 2 people booked the tickets. Now 18 people did not book my ticket, but they came to my website. Okay, so here this 18 people, I can say I have a general awareness only. You come from a particular campaign, paid campaign, so that means you are costing. So whenever you are clicking, let's say each of my click is 100 rupees. So 20 of you came to my website. So 20 into 100, 2,000 I've spent. 2,000 rupees I have spent, and out of 2,000 I got business from 2 people, which is only 20,000. So by spending 2,000 I have earned 18,000. But for the other people there is no let's say bookings. So now what happened? Like her question is, for this 18 people, can we say that it was just an awareness? I will not say it is just an awareness. I'll not say it is just an awareness. It has some additional benefit also. What benefit? I'll tell you. Before that, download this extension. Okay, Omnibug Chrome extension. So I click on Omnibug here. So this page will open. It will show remove from Chrome because I've already added. In your case, it will show add to Chrome. You need to click on add to Chrome. Okay, I'll tell you why Omnibug is required. So let's suppose we opened I go to Is My Trip. Okay, so Is My Trip I open. Now when I open, and any website you can open, Is My Trip I've opened. So when I open Dismat review, go to inspect. Okay, just click on inspect, right click and inspect. There you will see the Omnibug Chrome. If you have added, it will show there. Okay, so Omnibug is there. Now load the page. So when you load the page, all the different tags will come one by one. See, URL is there and different tags will come one by one. Okay, so these tags are coming. Now this is Google Analytics tag. Okay, when I click on this tag, because we are looking for Google Analytics, let's say I started saying that, like, your data will go to Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, Mixpanel, whichever analytics tool you are capturing. 90% organizations would prefer to go with Google Analytics because that's a free tool. So if it's a free tool, I do not have to pay single penny, so I'll get this. Okay, so now you can see there is a client ID. Now this client ID is the unique ID for me. If you try to go through your Omnibus, you will see the client ID is there, but it will have a different number. Okay, because why it will have a different number, please understand. In the analytics, because this is Google Analytics, okay, in the analytics, you are not supposed to capture the individual data about the user, which we normally mentioned as PII. Okay, PII stands for personal identifiable information. Any information that can help me understand, okay, this is Ayushi, this is Swaraj, this is Danny, this is Mohit. So if I get that data, then this is against the law. I cannot capture your name, your first name, last name, your email, your phone number, your residential address. I cannot capture that. Okay, so in that case, I'm very much limited to only this ID, which is the unique data about a user. Now, how this ID is created? This ID is created based on from where you are coming, which page you are going, which IP, which server IP you have, which device you are using, which browser you are using, what time you are coming, okay, then which operating system you have. So all these things combined together to create a particular ID. This ID will always remain same. You come after 10 days, it will be same unless you delete your cookies. If you delete your cookies, this ID will change. Otherwise, it will always be same. So we have a very limited constraint. You can say in analytics, we cannot capture the information. If Swaraj Prasad is coming to my website, I cannot capture his name. I can only capture the client ID. Now the question of Ayush should come that, okay, if Swaraj came to my website from a paid campaign, I'll do an activity in paid campaign. Okay, now please understand, I'm doing it practical. So I'll go to Google. Now I select, like, some other, let's say, some other keyword. Okay, this time let me select a keyword called, let's say I'm selecting a mobile phone. Mobile phone, mobile iPhone I want to purchase. So I selected mobile. Now I and this is see, Omnibug is not going to give me any data now because I have not selected any website. Okay, so let me select this Reliance. This is sponsored ad, guys. Sponsored means this is paid ad. So I'm clicking on Reliance. Okay, so when I'm clicking on Reliance Digital, so this particular ad is open. Now, along with this, Google Analytics is also open. So my Google Analytics will have this particular ID. Okay. So now let me just take a screenshot of this so that you'll be able to check it. Okay. So let's assume I'm doing a training right now. Okay. So while doing this training, I noticed that, okay, Reliance is offering some some discount for iPhone user. Okay. So Reliance is giving some discount for iPhone, and it is very interesting. Now, in the middle of the training, I do not want to stop and get my card details and book this particular mobile phone because it is giving me an offer, right? So what I thought, okay, let the training get over. I'll come back again. Okay, I'll come back again. I'll purchase this because this is very good discount. They're giving, let's say, 10,000 discount for iPhone. I find it very helpful. So let's say the training gets over at 11 p.m. I go to sleep. Tomorrow morning I woke up. I will come again to Reliance Digital to purchase this. Okay. Now, like when you purchase there, now let's assume this is my client ID. Okay. So this is my client ID captured. Now look at this. I close this window. This is reliancedigital.in. Let's assume I close this window. Okay. So what is happening? Please understand, guys. I close this window. I come back tomorrow again. Okay, so let me open. Okay, Omnibug will not come now. So just opening one URL so that I can open Omnibug. Okay, now I come back tomorrow. See, this is something I'm showing you how you will be able to understand. Now, no one will do this, right? No one will go to Omnibug to check. You have to purchase, you will directly purchase. This is something as a debugging, a technical person will try to understand whether it is working or not. So now I will go to Reliance Digital. Reliance Digital.in. Okay. So let's suppose tomorrow I come to Reliance Digital.in and I open the website. So now this is this type of activity that I did. This type of activity, this is not paid, right? So now I come from direct. It's not a sponsored ads I'm coming. Reliance Digital.in, I'm coming from direct. So now just click, I'm clicking on Google Analytics. Okay. Okay. Now please understand, when you come from paid campaign, sponsored campaign, you did not purchase anything, but now you come from this, let's say you come from this one and now you purchase the iPhone. So you search for iPhone, you purchase iPhone. So which source will get the credit now? Let me open the Excel also so that I can show you. So ideally, your direct data will get the credit, right? Direct will get the credit because the user is coming directly in the website and purchasing. But since you come from the analytics, from this paid ads earlier, so you get the value with the paid ads. How it work, I'll tell you. Before that, let me help you understand what are the different sources or channels. Okay, what are the different sources or channels from where a traffic can come? So paid is one, search engine. Okay, search engine paid is one of them. Then we have search engine organic. Then you have social organic. Then you have social paid. Then you have direct. Then you have referral. Okay. Then you have affiliate and any other email. Email is a very important digital marketing practice. Okay, direct is not a digital marketing, guys, because digital marketing, like why direct cannot be considered as a digital marketing? Ideally, it should never be considered as a digital marketing. Why? Direct is not part of SEO SEM. Yes, direct means like if Ayush is coming to my website abc.com, she will come directly. Do you think that I'm doing any marketing to Ayushi? I'm not doing any WhatsApp marketing, right? Neither I'm promoting any particular social media ads. What I'm doing is basically I am doing SEO marketing, PPC marketing, social media marketing, all those things. But Ayush is coming through by directly clicking on that particular URL. So it is direct. I have direct is again digital because you are coming from digital platform, but it is not a marketing approach, right? Now I'll go to each of them. Okay, I'll go to each of them discussing about each of this requirement. So if let's say coming to my website, okay, from a particular paid ad. So she came from a particular paid ad to my website. She did not purchase anything, but next day she come back again from that paid ad. It is very similar to what activity I did actually. So here next day she is coming, but she is coming from this. Okay. So she is clicking on the same ad only. If you are clicking on the same ad, will it be considered as a paid or an organic? Paid or direct? It should be considered as a paid only because your URL is of the paid. Now we'll come to mentioning about how we calculate URL and all, and we'll try to identify how a particular URL can be considered as a paid and organic. Okay, just look at this case, you'll be able to understand. I go to google.com and I'm looking for the same keyword. Okay, let me close this for the time being. I'm looking for a keyword called flight booking. Okay, so when I click on flight booking, I have this particular sponsored ads. Okay, so the list of sponsored ads that is given to me is Clear Trips, Skyscanner, Make My Trip, Is My Trip. Okay, so what I will do here, guys, I am going to click on Is My Trip. Okay, now this is a sponsored ad. Please look at this. This is a sponsored ad. So I'm clicking on Is My Trip. Okay, and I'll click on the organic Is My Trip also. Now, one thing you have to always understand, any visitor that comes from this search engine is considered by default, it is considered as search engine organic. Okay, any visitor that come from this particular search engine is considered to be search engine organic. Clear? So in this case, this is my trade. Is it organic? No, it is paid, right? This is my trip is a paid one, but it was considered as an organic. So now, why it is considered as an organic? Because when I clicked on the paid one, look at the paid one page. Okay. And then I clicked on the organic, look at the organic. Even the search results are also showing same. See, same search results, same. Now, where is the difference? Who can tell me, like, where exactly is the difference? This is the paid, activity. This is my organic activity. My question is, look at the the website landing page of organic and look at the landing page of paid. Both are same. Even the search results are same, but there has to be certain difference, because if there is no difference, all your data that you collect, your search engine would be considered as a organic search engine. Even though it is, please understand this part, it's very important actually. Even though it is a paid, okay, especially if this one is a paid activity, it will be grouped under organic only. Okay. So my question is, where is the difference, from where I can understand that whether it is paid or not? So it is the URL where it is mentioned as a difference. Okay. So this URL, UTM parameter. So this parameter, which you see mentioned as a UTM, see here what happened if I delete this UTM data, no? If I delete this URL, you will still be in the same page. But this URL is very much required, because if you do not have this URL, which the UTM parameter, yes, if you do not have this parameter mentioned here, it will be grouped under organic. And no organizations would want to be considered as an organic, because you are paying money for this. So when you are paying money, you would want this data to be grouped as paid, because otherwise the management will say, guys, we have spent $10,000 last 6 months. Where is the data? Where is the performance? No one will be able to give the performance of paid unless you have updated these parameters. Okay. This parameter is known as, this parameters that you see, anything that is mentioned after question mark and the parameter, okay, we mention this as query string parameter. Okay. So anything, you have the question mark, you have all the UTM campaign, source, medium, all those data are there. This is known as query string parameter. So now please understand this part, that this query string parameter is the only identifier that will help you identify that this is paid campaign. See, I am not saying that if you do not update the query string parameter, your paid campaign will not be visible. It will be visible. It will be shown this way only. The only thing is, it will never be considered in the analytics as a paid campaign. It might or might not be considered as a paid, but it will go to organic. Okay, 90% chances it will go as a organic. So why to have those challenges when we can make the modifications at our end only? When we can take care at our end, why to worry whether it is updated properly or not? Okay, so this is why we need to be little aware about those elements. Okay. Now, in the UTM parameters, what exactly is mentioned? UTM tracker. It is called UTM tracker also, and UTM stands for Urchin Tracking Module. Okay, it is known as Urchin Tracking Module. You can search in Google also. So it is UTM parameters full form. It will be known as Urchin Tracking Module. Okay. So there is a process how you update the UTM tracker. So you can take help from this UTM builder, and every digital marketing team works around this. Okay. I'm not saying about IsMyTrip. Like look at the other one. Look at ClearTrip. There is ClearTrip Organic also. Okay, I click on ClearTrip Organic. There will be no query string parameter. See, there is no query string. It is cleartrip.com/flights. Okay, if I mention the query string, whatever I mention you, it will still be open as a this page, but there is no query string on organic. But whenever you click on page, now I'll click on, let's say, I'll click on this ClearTrip page. Huh? So when I click on ClearTrip page, it will have a query string parameter. Look at this UTM source, Google, UTM medium, CPC. Remember we discussed about CPC. CPC is cost per click. Okay. So there is this particular campaign URL builder which you can use to create your own campaign. Okay. So let's suppose you want to generate a campaign and your website is, let's say, Reliance Digital. Okay. So Reliance Digital is your website. I'll copy this URL. I'll come to campaign URL builder. I'll update this URL. Second, it is asking me for campaign ID, which is optional. So let me have a campaign ID if required 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is asking which source. Source is Google, right? If I'm doing a Google campaign, I'll update Google. It is mentioned referrer, example Google. Next, it is asking medium. Okay. So medium, I'll update as CPC, banner or email. This is not an email. This is Google campaign, cost per click. So I'll update CPC. If you update banner, then also it will accept, but your data grouping will be incorrect. To make sure that my data grouping is working accurately, I have a proper set of report. Every information is updated properly. It is better to have a proper medium captured. Okay, so campaign medium is CPC. Campaign name, and name is totally up to you. Let's suppose you want to give the name is let's say iPhone offer. Campaign term, you are offering, let's say 10% discount. Okay, and campaign content is for June 2025 you are launching. Now look at this. Whatever information you update here, okay, corresponding to this, the URL is generated. Now look at this. The URL is generated. What you simply need is to just copy this URL and come back here. Okay, and open this. Now this Reliance Digital in is open with this UTM source, medium, all the different data that you have given. Okay, now my question is, this particular activity that I did here, okay, which source this activity will go? Which source? There are so many sources mentioned here. Which source it will go? Now I will do a little twist to my question. Let's assume I do not belong to RelianceDigital.in, right? I'm just doing a training right now, and because of training, I'm doing experimentations with RelianceDigital.in. I am not owning the digital marketing of RelianceDigital.in. Neither I'm an employee of Reliance Digital. So now tell me which source this particular activity of mine will go. I'm just doing a testing as part of the training, guys. So of course, paid will never be considered here. Why? Because it will be paid activity if I would have come from Google. Did I come from Google? No. This is just an attempt to show you how the URL is created. This URL has to be updated in the Google, and then it will reflect in the search engine. In the search engine, it will reflect, and in the search engine, we'll have this type of page, and you click and it should be sponsored. Now, just because I did an activity, I did a simple activity. So for this activity, Reliance Digital will never consider this to be paid, because though it is a UTM source, Google UTM medium CPC, but did it the referral? Is there any referral? There was no referral, right? What is referral? Referral means there should be some source from where you are coming. The source is zero. I came directly typing this, right? I did directly copied from here and typed this. So it goes under direct. Now this other question, that if I come from this particular let's say flight URL, and I did not book any ticket, I come back tomorrow and I come from this URL and book the ticket, which source it should go? See, ideally this data should go under paid, because your UTM, Google search medium, all those things persist. Your data is tagged with your visitor ID, client ID that I was discussing. This client ID, what happened? When you come with this particular page, the client ID will be updated with your UTM data. This is added, okay? This gets added in the backend. Now, next time if you come direct, if you come referral, if you come whatever it will come, so your page will get some credit. Your page will get some credit, because in the organization standpoint, if you think about how organizations run, so organizations will try to give out of all the different sources that you see, organization will give most of the priority to this one and this one, because you are paying money. You are paying money to get the visibility. So when you are paying money, so for me, this is my most priority. In organic, I'm not paying money. I have a team of 10 people, they're working organically, which is fine. I have a team of 30 people, they're working in email marketing, it's fine. But here, I have a team of 5 people, but I'm paying to Google, I'm paying to Facebook, I'm paying to LinkedIn for the paid campaign. So here, it is very important that this particular campaign will get the value. So if 20 people are there, 2 people purchased it, 18 people did not purchase, but out of 18 people, if 5 people come back tomorrow or day after, okay, maybe in the second visit or the third visit or the fourth visit, but they paid. So paid will get that credit through the UTM data. Whenever you will try to pull the data through UTM Google source and UTM medium as CPC, it will get that data. Okay, if I click the paid ads for like 10 times, Google will be charging. No, Revant. It will not charge. Google will only charge you for only one. Okay, so do we need a query string for search engine paid? We need that. Now, do we need for organic? No. Do we need for social organic? No. Do we need for social paid? Very much necessary, because paid means you need query string. Otherwise, the data will go to social organic. Now, I'll show you with example. Just a second. Let me show you with an example. So let's say I go to LinkedIn. Now, LinkedIn is a paid, right? So I go to LinkedIn. In LinkedIn, see, there is this is promoted. Promoted means sponsored, right? So then this is again promoted. Promoted means what? Promoted means paid. Okay. So this is again promoted. Promoted means paid. So one each impression for 3 paid ads. Did I click on anything? No. And now I will click on this. Okay. This the URL opens. When I click on this, the URL opens. Look at this. It has the query string. Have you seen that? It had a query string when I clicked on that. Right? Secondly, like, let's say I click on download now. I click on download. When you click on this download, the report will open and okay. So, and I can show you the other example also. So this is not promoted. This is promoted. I click on Microsoft 365. Now look at this, the URL open. See, query string is there. Okay. Now the query string is gone, but the query string data is already now gone. So your data is now considered to be query string. And the third one also I will do one activity. This one, I clicked here. Okay. Again, query string is there, right? So what it is doing, when I click on learn more, say learn more is open. Okay. Now look at this. The query string is there. UTM, campaign ID, UTM source is LinkedIn. Okay. And UTM medium is UTM campaign. But they have this query string mentioned. If you delete this query string, that's what I've been saying. If you delete this query string, you will still be, okay, you will still be coming to the same page. You'll be still be coming to the same page, but this data will go to organic. Okay. Now, this is an Atlassian, right? Which is Jira and all, I think. So anyway, I'll go and search for Atlassian. Now this is organic. When I go to Atlassian, I click on, let's say I follow this page now. Okay, I'm going to their LinkedIn page. Now, this post, now this is not promoted. Okay, now this post is like this post that you see here is basically organic. See, this is organic. No query string, nothing is there. Okay, I can show you again this one. You click on this. This is organic. You like see, this is also organic. So now you understand what is an organic. Organic will never have a query string. Even if you are browsing through social media, your page will always have a query string. Okay. So for direct, it is like, do we need a query string for direct? Of course, it is not a digital marketing, but still not required, because direct means I'm directly going and typing for Microsoft 365. Do you think I will use question mark and all of? Why do I need, right? So we do not need that. Now for referral, do we need, guys, referral? Referral means from where the user is coming to your website. Ideally, your data will give you that from, okay, if let's say Swaraj has a website and Tamanna also has a website. So people are coming from Swaraj website to Tamanna's website. Tamanna can find out how many people are coming from Swaraj website. Okay, so you do not need query string, but let's assume that there is a website, okay, and I have advertised my, it is basically advertising, right? I have advertised in 2 places, here and here. So whenever I click on this, I will, like, let's say I click on this, I will always get data that I'm coming from this page. But I have 2 positions, this one and this one. So if you ask me, I'll get the data that my visitors are coming from HubSpot.com. But how do I understand that? Whether it is coming from header or from body or from footer? Okay, maybe the footer also I have. So to understand that, then it is better to have, it is mentioned that CTA homepage header navigation, right? So then it is important. Otherwise, if you do not have, that's fine. But tomorrow Swaraj will say that, okay, Tamanna will say that I'm getting 1,000 visits from Swaraj website. But you have advertised in 3 positions, like in 3 slots in Swaraj website. In the top navigation positions, in the body positions, and in the footer positions also. So people click on any of the navigation positions, you get the data, but you will never be able to say from where it is coming maximum times. That is why it is needed. Okay. Affiliate marketing. Okay. Affiliate marketing is like, let's say, I'll cover a few things around affiliate. So let's say you go to a website called Bajaj FinServ. Not sure whether they're still doing affiliate, but they do a lot of affiliate marketing. So I have seen here also. So affiliate marketing is like, let's say, I think they have removed now. Anyway, affiliate marketing is like, when you come to a website, like let's say Bajaj FinServ is into the financial market, right? So let's suppose Axis Bank is promoting their mutual fund here. So you click on that, you move to Axis Bank. So that will always have a query string, because then Axis Bank will be able to understand that how many people are coming from affiliate marketing page. Okay, from my partnership with Bajaj FinServ. So that is why you need this. And for email, do we need, guys, email? So in email, you would 100% need, because if you do not have your query string updated in email, that data will go as direct, because your analytics will never consider that people coming from email to your website as like, if you do not have a query string, they will never consider that as email, because they do not capture whether it is Gmail, Yahoo Mail, Rediff Mail. Okay, they will consider that as email, because based on your query string. And I can show you. So let's suppose, like, I go to the promotions part. This is HDFC mutual fund. I click on this. Okay. Now look at this. See, UTM source is there, UTM campaign is there. Okay. You go through your own website, own Gmail account or Yahoo or any other account, you will be able to see that in email the query string will always be there. If they have not updated, then that's a big fault they are doing. So there are a lot of data will go mismatched actually. You take another example. Let's say one more example we can check. So ICICI Bank loan against property, I am applying. Okay. So look at this. You're being redirected. Okay, my ICICI Bank is open. That's why. Okay, no problem. I'll go to some other widget. No, I am Calcutta webinar. Okay, let me click on this register now. So this taking me to Zoom docs, not to the I am Calcutta page. That's why. Okay, anything that takes you to the website. So let's say Kotak credit card. Okay. So this is what I'm seeing. Whatever information you pass after the question mark, medium is email. So that data has to be there. Otherwise, it will be grouped under direct. Okay. How affiliate is different from referral marketing. Affiliate marketing, I've already told you, it is more of a partnership marketing. Okay. Now, what it is different, why it is different from referral marketing? So I'll tell you. See, both of this, like, affiliate marketing, referral marketing has the same practice. That is, you are coming from some other website to your website. In referral marketing, you have to go with some partnership that you want to go. There are a lot of affiliate networks actually. Let's say Tamanna has a website, and Swaraj is a website, Mohammed is a website. Okay. Now, Mohammed wants to do a partnership with Swaraj. Like, Tamanna has just updated a link in Swaraj website. So that is referral. Now, Mohammed is done a partnership with Swaraj, and Mohammed is saying that Swaraj is saying that every business that you get from my website, you have to pay. Here, Mohammed will not do directly. Mohammed, let's say I am the affiliate marketer, and I am the agency. Mohammed will come to me and ask that, okay, my website is this one. I want to do affiliate marketing. You tell me where you will advertise. So I'll say, okay, Mohammed, I'll advertise your website in 5 different websites. Okay. Out of those 5 different websites, Swaraj websites is one of them. And I'll give you, like, this many leads. I do not guarantee business. I'll give you a lead. That's what I said. Okay. So here you're taking help of a marketer. But I am the agency who is working in terms of third party, as a third party to, like, connect Mohammed with Swaraj, and I will charge something from the commission on sales. So whatever sales is coming, so my business would be commission. So whatever sales, and you might ask me that how do I know that I'm a third party, right? So Mohammed will have the data and Swaraj will have the data. How will I manage that? I will manage because Mohammed email this affiliate marketing tactics will be run by me. I will use that. Now, Bajaj, when they did the affiliate marketing, Bajaj team was not involved. Third party affiliate team was involved. They were running the ad. So access came to them. They run the ad on access in the Bajaj website, and there they use the query string parameter. So whenever the query string has led to business, say like, see guys, we have given you 10 leads this quarter, and out of those 10 leads, this many business happens, I need this commissions. Okay, the referral has nothing to do. It's just like I'm like using some Google Ads and all to display. And you have a like let's suppose a good understanding like Amazon does that, right? So that type of referral marketing also we can do. So let's go to the presentation now. Actually, I started going to the practical only, but we'll cover few things in the presentation. Then I will show you the keyword planner tool and all. Okay. So in this case, if you look at the different components of digital marketing, we discussed about SEO video. YouTube video is again like, part of your social media marketing, right? YouTube is social media marketing only. Mobile and tab, mobile applications and all, ROI is return on investment because your digital marketing is directly linked with the ROI, how much you are able to generate the revenue. In direct, it is not considered as a like as a digital marketing approach because direct में आपको कुछ करना नहीं है, right? You don't have to do anything in direct. The audience is definitely going to come, but they will come directly either by typing, bookmarking, the SEM, search engine marketing, pay-per-click model, like how you pay for each of the click, content marketing, you do blog marketing, email marketing, social media marketing, like you have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and all. So, what is the objectives of a digital marketing process? Like, why digital marketing is so much required? Because it helps you increase the direct sales. See, ultimately, marketing is always like, to drive a lot of responses, engagement, sales, right? So, at the end of the day, my key requirement would be to increase the direct sales. So I have to increase the sales. I have to increase the like improve the conversion rate. So what is conversion rate? Conversion rate means like let's suppose if there is a website. Okay, so if there is a website called like let's say HubSpot.com. Now when there is a website called HubSpot.com, so here if you come and like you filled up this form. Okay, so here whenever you come to this particular page, this is known as visit. Okay, you all know what is a visit. So I'll tell you why these are important. See, whenever you do digital marketing, you will try to bring the audience that like that not every time people will purchase. Yes, you will increase the visit, but that does not get like give you 100% confidence that like they will purchase. But it will increase the visit. Like you have people click on that particular link, they will land to your website. So when they land to the website is a visit. Okay, visit has some additional data point also. So here if I have to mention something in terms of visits and all, they are known as metrics. Okay, they are known as metrics. Now what is metrics? Metrics are the quantitative parameters. They are numbers. Anything that you present in the form of a number is a metric. Anything that is quantifiable is metric. So let's say I like mentioned visit. So visits, which is also known as sessions, are your metrics because they are the data which is given in the form of a number, right? So you will either say like that you have 10,000 visits, 90,000 visits, 1 lakh visits. So that way now it is the number, right? So it is visit. You will never say visit India. You will say visit is number. And similar to visits, we have another matrix called user. Okay, so users. Then you have something called views. Views are they are also known as page views also. Then you have something called average time spent. Okay. Then you have something called conversions. Conversions or form fills. Okay. So there are like then you have something called bounce rate. So these are then conversion rate. Okay. So these are metrics. These are data that is presented in the form of a numbers. Okay. Now, corresponding to the metrics, there is something called dimensions also. What is the dimensions? Now, metrics is, we mentioned that anything that is presented in the form of a number or quantifiable is metrics, right? So anything that is qualitative, not quantitative, qualitative is dimensions. So dimensions can be something like, let's say, country, or it can be browser, or it can be page, or it can be location, or it can be a device, or it can be a source. Source means these are the sources that I mentioned. So here, whenever you present this data, it is always qualitative, always qualitative, right? If I ask you how many people are coming to your website, you will give me a number, 2000, 3000. But if I ask you from which country you have the maximum traffic, will you say 2000? No, you will say India, Singapore, Dubai, right? So you give me the name of the country. If I ask you from which device you are getting the maximum traffic, you will not say 5000. You will say, yeah, from desktop I have the maximum traffic. From mobile I have the maximum traffic. So these are not numbers, these are qualitative data point. Anything that is qualitative is your dimensions, anything that is quantitative is the metric. Okay, now the next is KPIs. So what is KPI? KPIs are any data point that is presented in the form of percentage or ratios. KPIs is the data that is collected from the metrics only. Anything that is presented in the form of a number is metric. Out of the metric, there will be certain data point that is considered as KPIs, like conversion rate. So conversion rate is always in the form of a percentage. KPIs means anything that you present in the form of a percentage or ratio. Okay, so KPIs stand for key performance indicator. And organizations will not have a goal of 10,000 visits every year. They will have a goal of conversion rate. Now let's suppose if I have a 10,000 visits, okay, and my conversion is 200. So I can say my conversion rate is 200 divided by 10,000, okay, divided by 10,000 into 100. So my conversion rate is 2%. So this is it is showing 200 because I've included 100. No, that's why. Let me remove this 100. So it is 2%. Okay. So this is percentage and this conversion rate is my KPI. Bounce rate of 40% is my KPI. So organizations will always try to go for a goal with the help of a KPI, which is either in the form of a percentage or ratio. So now let's understand about visits, because I know you all know what is visits, right? Okay. So now let's understand about the visits part. I'll explain all the different the metrics, but visits is the first thing, right? So what is visit? Visit means when you come to the website. So in this case, before I go to the visit, the conversion rate, because I opened this. So people visiting here is 100. People filling up the form is 10. So 10 divided by 100 is your conversion rate. Okay. So I'll tell you, let's suppose you come to the website. Okay. I come to a website called salesforce.com. When you come to this website, salesforce.com, this is a visit, right? This is a visit. By general term, this is my visit. Now I close the window. I come back again. I come back again. So this is my second visit. Okay. So now I close the window, come back again, third visit. This is one condition of a visit. But visit has some additional condition also. The other condition is, let's assume you come to the website of salesforce.com. Okay. You come to the website of salesforce.com at 10:10 p.m. You come to this website. Okay. Now you are browsing through this website, let's say you are browsing for 2 minutes or 5 minutes till 10:15 you are browsing, and then you went for your dinner. So at 10:15 you went for the dinner, you had your dinner, you come back again. Now when you come, this page was idle. When you went for a dinner, this page was idle, and this page was idle for 30 minutes or more. So please understand that it is 30 minutes. So if your inactivity, if your inactivity is more than equal to 30 minutes, that means you went for your dinner at 10:15, you come back at 10:45 and then start browsing again. Okay, then automatically a second visit is considered. When you came, please understand, when you come at around, like, let's say when you uh, visited the website at 10:10, it was one visit by default. Okay, and the moment, okay, the moment you went for your dinner at 10:15, you come back again at 10:45, so automatically another visit will start because you were inactive for 30 minutes. If it is inactive for 30 minutes or more, the second visit starts. Okay, it has to be inactive. Now, this is the general definitions about a visit. You can, this is also known as session expiration. Session expiration is a session is expiring after 30 minutes. Okay, so you can change the session expirations in your analytics, but 99.99% organizations goes with this logic because this is the general term. You go and Google it out, you will see it is only 30 minutes. Okay. Now, second condition of visit is, like, let's assume you come to the website, any website. Okay, I'm picking Salesforce now, but any website. You come to the website at, let's say, 11:50 p.m. 11:50 p.m. You come to the website and you were there in the website till 12:05 a.m. So midnight, it was there, you were there at the time of midnight also. So 11:50 to 12:05, how many minutes? 15 minutes you were there. In this 15 minutes, two visits will be considered. Why? Because when you come at 11:50, a visit is considered. The moment there is a 12 p.m., another visit is considered. Okay. So though you are there straight away for 15 minutes, it is two visits which is considered here in this case. Okay, so now let's come the user part. What is user? User is always known as unique visitor. Remember, when I was going through Omnibug, I told you that it is you who will delete the cookies and become a new user. Otherwise, you are always same. And just copy your, like, I copied that in the this snipping tool, and I showed you that when I come to the website, there was a client ID. This client ID, if I come back after 7 days, this client ID will still be same. Why? Because this client ID is the unique ID of mine, which will help identify that no matter how many times I'm coming in a day, no matter how many times I'm logging to the website, I will continue to increase the visits, but my user is always going to be recorded once, and after that it is always going to be 00000 because I am the same user until and unless you delete the cookies. So cookies are deleted because the moment cookies are deleted, all your stored information is deleted. So it happens like, let's say you have your email password, email ID, everything updated. The moment you delete your cookies, clear your cache, so you are considered to be a separate visitor. Right. So in this case, it's same thing only. In the case of user also, your cookies would persist till the time you do not delete. The moment you delete, then this user ID, which I was showing, will change, guys. You can do this and you'll see that user ID is now changed. So cookies can be deleted by the user. It is deleted by the user who is actually accessing the website, or it can be deleted by the organization. That means if you look at, like, this salesforce.com, they can also delete your cookies. So if Aslam is coming to my website, I can delete the cookies of Aslam after certain period, maybe after 1 month, 2 month, 3 month. Why organizations delete the cookies? Because sometimes what happens, look at Amazon. They keep on doing so many campaigns, right? So if the user comes to my website and do not purchase anything, but let's assume they purchased after 3-4 visits, that campaign get the credits. Because what is happening, you are coming from a particular campaign. When you come from a particular campaign, you get the credit, right? You get the credit, the visibility, and automatically what happens, like, that particular value will persist. So I do not want that to happen. Like, let's suppose I created a campaign in the month of January, Republic Day, and you did not purchase in the month of January, but in the month of February, you purchased something, right? So February there was another campaign, March there was another campaign. Look at Amazon, they have so many campaigns like New Year, Valentine, then Holi, then Eid, then like Diwali, Christmas, all those campaigns are there. So for each of the campaign, what they do normally, they will have a different campaign ID, right? So if always I do not delete the cookies, and let's assume the user also do not delete the cookies. So my first campaign, the Republic Day campaign or the New Year campaign, will get all the credit, because the same user who comes from the first campaign can end up purchasing 30 items till December. So my campaign is getting all the credit. At the end of the year, when you will run the report for the best performing campaign, January month is going to be the winner, February will be the second winner, third March will be the third winner, which apparently is not the right way process, because you cannot give the credit just because it was the first campaign. So you have to delete that campaign after certain part. Otherwise, what happened? The same thing that I've shown you here with your particular client ID, the UTM data gets combined, and then the client ID is whatever time it comes, this UTM will get the value. Then client ID with another UTM will get the value. Then client ID with another UTM, but this will always get the best because this is the first one. So I have to cut it somewhere. That's why cookies can be deleted by the organizations. Okay. So this is around the user part. Third is the page view. Page view is very simple, guys. Page view means whenever you come to the website, so this is my first page view. You load the page, second page view. You click on this product page, third page view. Okay, see page view, how it is calculated. Let's do it with the help of Omnibus. Inspect. So let's assume I come to salesforce.com. When I come to salesforce.com, what is happening, guys? Salesforce.com is open, right? So that means one page view for this URL. Wait for a second because Google Analytics will also load. It is still loading. Okay, now, okay, Google Analytics loaded. So one page view will go here. Now, what happened? Now please see, okay, there is only one URL now because one page view, no other URL. I hit the URL again. So again, you will see second page view. This is my second page view. Okay, now I click on start free trial. Okay, so you'll see when I click on start free trial, it will open. Now it opened to another window. So still loading actually. So I click on this learn more. The URL has to also change. Okay, the URL will change now. See, a small business starter, small business. This is the third page view. So this way, your page views are nothing but how many times you have viewed a page. Refreshing a page or hitting a page multiple times, doing back and forth is always considered to be a page view. Clear? Doubts? Any question? Now we'll go to the HubSpot. We'll go to the bounce rate and let me show you through HubSpot. So I come to the website. See, I'll tell you the definition of bounce rate is when your first page is the last page with zero interaction. That is the plain definition. So when your first page is the last page with zero engagement or zero interaction. What does this means? This means that this is my first page, and from here I close this window. This is my last page. Did I click anywhere? No. So there is zero interaction. So this will be a bounce rate. Now this is my first page. Okay. So in the case of bounce rate, it is considered that there will be only one single page view, only one single page view, and that's why it's your first page is the last page. Sometimes what people will say, okay, so that means I go to the demo page. When you go to the demo page, now look at this. Okay, a demo page URL will open, so all the links will come. Then you go to the home page again. So when you go to the home page again will open, and now I close the window. This is not a bounce rate because it should be only one single page. Here, three pages is opened. The other condition is, like, let's say you come to this website. Okay, now you have sometimes what happens, there should be zero interaction. Zero interaction means I click on, let's say I clicked on some CTA. Okay, I clicked on this, and when I clicked on this, like let's say, okay, let's suppose you come to this page. Sometimes what happen, you will click here and there, right? You clicked on learn more, and when you clicked on learn more, say a page will again open, and then you close the window, then two pages has happened. So a lot of the time people also say that is is scroll rate considered to be a bounce rate. Like that means I come to this page, let's say, so this is my first page. Now I scroll down the page. I scroll down the page and then I close this window. So did I click anywhere? No. My first page is the last page. Now will it be considered as a bounce rate? So see, Scroll is being tracked here. So if scroll is being tracked in Google Analytics, that means there is an engagement of scroll. So it will not be a bounce rate. Bounce rate is when you have a first page and the last page without no other activities happening. No activities, no click, no scroll, no search, nothing. Okay. Let's suppose Tamanna launch a campaign tomorrow and all 20 of us are coming. Tamanna will not be able to check any data about those 20 users through Omnibug. That is the truth. Through Omnibug is not meant to give you what consumers are doing. Omnibug is not meant to show you what the people are coming to your website is doing, but Omnibug is given to help you understand that okay, I implemented something, is my tracking working fine? Because if 20 people are coming to your website from a campaign, the data will go to the analytics. Okay, data will go to the analytics that okay, 20 people came and clicked on that particular campaign, landed to my website from that campaign. After landing to my website, what all pages they have seen, which all videos they have clicked, did they downloaded the white paper, did they scroll down the page, did they search for anything? All this data point you can get, all this relevant information you can get, but you will not be able to see that okay, so omnibus will not be able to see that okay, what are these 20 people, 1,000 people that are coming is actually doing. That possibility is not there. There are other tools which can help you here, but omnibus is meant to just help you in debugging that okay, I launched a particular campaign, is my campaign working properly? Are we tracking? Because if it is not working properly, tomorrow for the 20 people, you will have no data. You will be able, so whatever we are doing with Omnibus is just basically understanding the data that is going into my analytics, Google Analytics here in this case. So I can see that scroll is getting triggered, right? So if scroll is getting triggered, it is going to my Google Analytics. I will give you one more example. So let's assume let's pick the Intellipaat website. Okay. Before that, I will delete my Omnibug everything. So Intellipaat.com I come now. So now my page is loaded. Intellipaat. Now look at this. Google Analytics has fired. Okay. So when Google Analytics is fired, now you will be able to understand how many times people are coming. So when I scroll down the page here, so here scroll is getting triggered. So that means the scroll data is going. Okay. So if it is not tracking, so then you'll understand, okay, there is a chat. I click on the chat. Now look at this. This event has started showing. So this means it is showing that how many time your chat is opened. Now I minimize the chat. You will have a data. Okay, you will have a data called how many times your chat or the web widget is minimized. Okay, then I click on request a free demo. So then I get a data that user is engaging because the user is clicking on, it's an user engagement because the user is clicking on this particular overlay which is showing corporate training page. Okay, and there the user is clicking on this. I click on no more, again no more will come. See, I scroll down the page, scroll down, what all things has happened. See, all these things will come. Now let's see another thing. So I mentioned hi. Okay. So when I respond to hi, so there is an event. An event is showing that what is this event? Chat served by operator is there. So there is a chat which is served by the operator. Okay. So then I minimize this. Again, the chat event will come. It is minimized. Web widget minimized. So how many times web widget has been minimized? How many times form has been submitted? Okay, all those things you can check. So I click on submit. Now when I click on submit, did I fill up the form? I did not fill up the form. If you want to see how many times people have not filled up the form and clicked on submit, that data will I be able to? In this case, I will not be able to get. In this case, I will not be able to get because look at this. I'm clicking on submit. Facebook Pixel is firing, but the Google Analytics is not coming. All right. If I update my name as let's say just updated my name and now I'm submitting, still look at this. No, Google Analytics is showing form start. So now I can tell that okay, single line has been for just a user has just passed a single line, other things are not filled. So You will be, Omnibus is basically giving you a form of an authentication to check what line of data it is being passed, what line of informations you have. So if you see that some of your data collections is not coming, that means you will not have the data in the Google Analytics report. Okay, you will not have the data, you will not have that understanding, and you will have zero tracking about that. But if it is coming, then bits, your data will be there. Okay, so in Google Analytics, it considers as an engage. If you stay there, by default, what it considers is 10 seconds. So if the user stay for 10 seconds, it is considered as an engagement. You can change that time, but by default it is 10 seconds. So that means you come and spend 10 seconds in the website, it is considered as an engagement. If it is an engagement, then it is not a bounce rate. It is bounce rate means where there is single page visit, no interactions, and a user has spent 10 seconds there. User has spent less than 10 seconds there. Okay. So I'll tell you one last thing. Let's suppose I go to Google. Huh? Now look at this, how Omnibus is helpful in terms of SEO, SEM and everything. I go to Google. So now I will search for a keyword called Salesforce. Okay, I'm searching for this keyword. This is Google Search Organic SEO. I search for the keyword called Salesforce. Now I click on Salesforce. Where this data should go? This should go as SEO, right? Because I am searching for a keyword, so this data should go as a SEO. So now you'll be able to see that data here. So Google Analytics has fired. Okay, now look at this. So you are coming, this is your IP, this is your ID, unique ID. Okay, then it is showing that, okay, which page you are coming, Salesforce India page. It is also giving you data about the, see, it cannot capture the personal information about the user, but it can capture the organization name. Right now, I am browsing from my, right now I'm actually accessing this website from my home address. So it is capturing the, the IP provider basically. So I'm using the internet of Bharti Airtel. So it is showing that my organization name is Bharti Airtel. Otherwise, if I go to, let's say, tomorrow I go to, Accenture office or a TCS office, it will come as that organization name only. Okay. And you all can do same thing. Go to your office, use your office IP address. Okay. Open the Omnibus and click on salesforce.com. You will be able to see that it will capture the data of your organization name. If that organization name is registered, it will capture the name of the organizations. Okay. Then it is also capturing unauthenticated because I have not logged in now. I have not logged in. So that's why unauthenticated. Okay. Then it is capturing my IP address and all. Okay. So it captured google.com because from where I'm coming from referral, right? Sorry, my referral is Google, right? So it is capturing my referral is Google, and APAC means Asia Pacific because I'm in from India. So it is capturing APAC, Asia Pacific. And now look at this. I'm not a bot because it's not a bot traffic, but it is capturing SEO. So you're coming from SEO, that data is getting captured here as SEO. And like same thing, if you delete this, now next time I'll come, let's say directly. Okay, I'll type salesforce.com. I'm coming directly. Now here it will give you the data of type bookmarked. It will show you type bookmarked. Okay, let it get loaded, and you'll be able to see this data is coming as type bookmarked. Sometimes it takes time to open. Okay, so now it is there, and I'll open this. So everything would remain same here. Bharti Airtel and all same PC I'm using. The only thing that will change here is, see, right now it is not showing google.com. It is showing type bookmarked as the source because I've come by directly typing Salesforce. If you come from paid campaign, it will show paid. Okay, now this is what I wanted to show you, that this data does not give, like if 1,000 people are coming, I'll not be able to vouch what the 1,000 people, but at least I'll be able to know that yes, my analytics is collecting this data, grouping this data properly as part of my set standard. And I don't have to worry about the data collection then. Okay. Now let's go understand about, like, see, we discussed so many things about query string, about different sources, about paid, organic, social, all those. But now let's understand, okay, How to create now? How to create a URL with the query string parameter? First of all, you need to launch a sponsored campaign. Okay. So for sponsored campaign, you have to generate a URL, right? That source is equal to Google, medium is equal to CPC and all. So from where we will be able to create that? URL builder. So we'll be able to create it from URL builder, right? So from URL builder, you created the report, let's suppose. So let me see whether the URL builder is still opened or not. Yes, it is open. So this is the URL I've created for which one? Reliance Digital. Now, this URL has to be updated in Google, right? This URL has to be updated in the in your Google AdWords. Then only people searching for the keyword will be able to see this. Okay, and how to select which keyword and all. So for this, we have to go to the tool. I copied this URL. Okay, I've copied this. Now I'll go to the tool called Keywords Planner tool. This one, Keyword Planner tool. Okay, so this is my Keyword Planner tool. Now, in this case, you have to first sign in. Okay, so I'm clicking on start now, but you have to sign in first because you have to launch your campaign, right, with your Google account. So Google account sign in is required. Now, after that, what you have to do, I'm just going through the process. Huh? Just try to understand, you will be clear about that. So first of all, it is asking me, create your campaign. So I'll click on create. When I click on create campaign, when I click on create and campaign, it will take me to the page of campaign because I'm creating a Google AdWords campaign, the paid campaign. Organically, it is like how you develop content blogs and all you'll be able to see. So this is the goal. Sometimes the goal is to get leads, sometimes the goal is to get only traffic, sometimes the goal is to get sales, awareness, all those different things are there. But it does not, if my goal is to get leads, Google will try to map it accordingly, but this does not guarantee. Okay, so I'll click on continue. Now it is asking, okay, what type of lead campaign you want to do? I want to do a search campaign, Google search campaign. Okay, then it is asking, okay, how do you reach your goal? So I reach my goal by website visits, like people coming and visiting the website, or people submitting the form. So lead form submissions. I want people to visit my website and submit the form. You have to let Google know. They will try to map it. Whenever you launch an Insta or a Facebook campaign, you have to let them know what is the goal. They will try to map it, but that doesn't guarantee that 100% accuracy would be there. Okay. So lead form I've created. Now I'll click on continue. So it is asking me campaign name. So let me give the campaign name as a Reliance campaign. Okay. This is a test campaign. Huh? Now I'll click on continue. So now I'm going to create a start new campaign. Here comes the bidding part. So you have to take a decisions, okay, for bidding. So what do you want to focus on? Conversion, because lead is conversion. And that's what I showed you earlier also. That lead is what? Lead is conversions. 200 people submitting means 200 conversions, right? So conversion goals. Now it is asking set a target cost per action, that how much you want as a target cost. This is optional. I'm not doing anything now. I'll click on next. It is asking me select location, all countries, no India. If you have any preferences, you can go and select from here also. Okay. People preference and all. Languages, English, okay, fine. If you want Hindi, you can use. Then more settings is there. In more settings, you can select when do you want this campaign to start. Say sometimes what happens, let's suppose you are sitting in India, you want to do a campaign for US. Okay, you are sitting in India, you want to do a campaign for US. Now in the when you want to do the campaign for US, do you think you will let's suppose the campaign has to go at around 2 p.m. 2 p.m. US time. So 2 p.m. US time means in India it will be somewhere around 2 a.m. So do you think I will woke up at 2 a.m. to send the campaign, and that time if anything fails? So I can set up the campaign and make sure that I set up the dates also, that okay, this day the campaign should get live. Okay. So otherwise it is fine if you want. Now the final URL. Okay. So I can update this URL, or where will people go when they click your ad, when they see the ad? When they come to your ad, I want them to go to this URL, that is UTM, source, medium term, everything mentioned, guys. If I do not include this, that's what I was saying. If you do not include this, then also it's fine. The problem is the data will be grouped under organic, which I do not want. So I want to make sure that every time people come, you click on this particular ad that has UTM, medium, source and everything. Okay, the moment you select reliancedigital.in, it will give you this data. If you select make my trip, like let's suppose here in this case, I'm selecting like make my trip or is my trip. Okay, now look at this, the content will change accordingly. See, it is generating. See, is my trip is India's leading online. Okay, so accordingly it will do. Now I'll skip this and it is asking me final URL. So I'll put the final URL here. Okay, enter product or services that you want to advertise. You can mention that. Remember, we had that product mentioned like iPhone for Reliance Digital, right? You can select iPhone here. Suggestions of the keywords, which all keyword you want. Like let's say keyword I want is iPhone. Okay. So you can have the list of all the keywords for which you want to generate. Final URL, display, all those things you are done. So now click on next. I think it will not go unless you update everything. Okay. Now what is happening? You have updated the URL. So it is saying that your daily average daily budget will be 2000. That means it is saying that you have to pay 2000 rupees. You will get your weekly cost will be 14 because 780 to 14,000 and your cost per conversions will be 92. Cost per conversion. For every conversion you are paying 92 because you will get weekly 151 conversions. So they are giving you a very high level number that 151 leads you will get because your goal was leads, not visits. So you will get with 14,000 you will get 151 lead, conversions will be 92. Okay. If you think like no 14,000 is too expensive, there is a high budget also. If you select high budget, the conversion will increase to 164. There is a low budget also 1600. So it will have less 136. Okay. Cost for conversions is also higher now. Look at this. Sorry, lower. The cost now 151. Here it will come to 136. So automatically cost per conversions is lower. Or you can set your own budget that yes, I do not have that. My daily average budget, I can only spend up to 500 daily. So if 500 daily, so that means your 3500, 7 into 5, and your weekly conversion will be 77. That means weekly you are spending 3500, getting 77. So cost per conversion, for every conversion you are paying 50 rupees. Okay, then you click on next and then like you have to go select all the different parameters. Okay, campaign search, test, all those things, and it will publish the campaign. You can publish the campaign. It will ask for your card details and all. So then it will publish. Okay. So now I will cover you the SEO part. So always understand that let's suppose you go to a website called indiamart.com. Okay. When you go to the indiamart.com, in SEO, three things are very important. On-page activities, okay, link building and off-page. So what is on-page? On-page means within the page, okay? So whenever we discussed about on-page activity, on-page means within the page. Any activity that you do within your page, within the control of your page. So here in on-page, three things are very important. You come to any website, select Control U. Whenever you select Control U and then select Control F, there is something called keywords. See, keywords is there. Business directory in India, business e-commerce, business listings. Then there is something called descriptions. Okay. There is something called descriptions. IndiaMart.com is India's largest online marketplace that assists manufacturer. This is the descriptions. And third is the title. IndiaMart, Indian manufacturer, suppliers. Title is very simple, guys. Title is like, whenever you hover here, you can see IndiaMart, Indian manufacturer, suppliers, exposures directory. Okay, same thing. See, Indian manufacturer, suppliers, this one. This thing you can see here. See, okay, this is title. Whatever you write, it is reflected here. What is description? So let's say if I select a keyword, so keyword is business directory in India. I've selected this keyword. Huh? So I'll go to Google and I'll search for this keyword. So in Google, whenever I search for business directory in India and you find India Mart, so business directory, this is my title. My keyword is this one and this is my descriptions. Indian business directory, online business. This is my descriptions. Okay. So these three things are very, very important in terms of the SEO activity. So these are the three, activities we do on page. Off page means let's say referral. Remember we discussed about let's say like their link building. Link building means like, when you post your link in some other website, referral one, there is link building activity. Off page is like, let's suppose like, you are like, you have a nursing home. Off page is like, when you are doing something out of your network. So let's say there is a water problem in one of the areas. Okay, water is not coming, the plumbing solutions is not able to help. Now you provide water and plumbing solutions. So you saw that like, in one of the community portal, and you went there and you told them that, okay, do not worry, we have a solutions. We have like, 30 plus employees who can guide you, help you. People see your URL link and all, they come and access that is off page, outside your premises. Okay. So in SEO, we have to do a lot of things, like, you have to look, always try to see this URL, page speed, this one. So this URL, what it does actually, like, let's say if this is your website, you can just copy this, or competitor website also, you can use your competitor URL. Just go and search for this URL. Here you will see that it gives you the data about how you are performing in mobile and desktop both. Mobile and desktop both. If it is not doing much good, you'll get a lot of ideas in terms of diagnostics also. That means, okay, this page is not performing, this particular requirement is not working. Then in that case, you can, like, just check and update, and that way, like, you will be able to, like, rectify the issues if there's anything. Okay, that way also it works. So these are some activities that we do.
All right. So, what we have done, till now is basically the on-page optimization and the other technical SEO aspects, guys, which is probably related to the website within self. Okay. So within the website, whatever that has to be done, we have done all that very perfectly, and whatever is needed. So you learned everything about it, whether it is sitemap, whether it is robots, whether it is search console, whether it is, fixing the on-page issues using Yoast SEO, right? All of that is a part and parcel of the existing process, which is the on-page optimization. Very critically, the essential things that needs to get started. And along with that, we have seen multiple tools, we have seen extensions and all of that. Okay. Now, the second part of it is something where we all have to understand the kind of optimizations that we need to do, which is completely away from the website, which is not within the website, but externally with the website. Okay. This is just like you having your reputation within your own home versus you gaining your reputation outside in the market. Okay, as an individual, as a personal individual, or probably an employee or any of it. So you gaining reputation within your own home, and you trying to get that reputation by yourself with the external world is all of page optimization is all about. That is exactly what the website is also all. Right. So technically, what we have learned with regards to on pages, we have fixed everything with related to titles, descriptions, keywords, internal links, external links, images, length of the content. So we have gone through all of these individual pointers when we have done with the on page optimization. Okay. Now when it comes to off page, basically it is nothing but setting the website, following all the Google rules, but primarily creating a digital reputation for the website. Okay, so that is literally very, very important. So what do you mean by this digital reputation, sir? What are you talking about, sir? What is this digital reputation? Digital reputation is nothing but basically the kind of reviews that you are getting, what kind of recommendations the users are doing for your testimonials using, the blogs or social media posts or affiliates or all of that. Okay, that is what your digital reputation means. Okay, all that 5-star ratings, all that reviews coming from generic audience saying that yes, I like this content, I like what this guy is saying, I like this, I like that, I don't like this, whatever it is, all that is your digital reputation. Okay, but is it limited to only these things? No, absolutely not. Okay, so there are also technical aspects that we have to rely on. Okay, something like the recommendations by third-party websites. So some websites will be recommending us. Some websites will be saying that, hey, I have recently seen this kind of a blog. I have recently seen this, digital product. So I like this very much. It's a definite recommend. If somebody else is recommending our own website and you are recommending somebody else's website, so these recommendations will be literally very valuable for every kind of a business. Okay. So along with that, you have different types of recommendations, not just saying that, okay, this website is good, this product is good, this is okay, this is 4-star rating and all of that. But we also have multiple types of postings. Okay. What is that? The first thing is your guest posting. Okay. So now, what do you mean by guest posting? So guest posting is simple. Guest posting is nothing but, let's imagine that, I have given the same example again here. So let's say that there is a digital marketing agency called as ABC. All right. And then there is a digital marketing training institutes. Okay. So what this digital marketing training institute does is it will write a blog about top 10 best digital marketing agencies in Hyderabad, or it could be Chennai, or it could be Mumbai or Bangalore, wherever it is. Okay. So this is going to write, about the digital marketing agency 1 to 10, right? So this is a recommendation. So digital marketing training is recommending that, okay, you are done with your training right now. So if you are looking for any agency kind of a job, right? If you are okay to go into any kind of agency work, then this is exactly the top 10 places that are really good for you to go out and then explore about digital marketing, right? So here, who is recommending who? The Digital Marketing Training Institute is recommending the agency. Got it? So this simple recommendation is nothing but, what is it, that this is gaining through this, or this is gaining through this, is basically, if the Digital Marketing Training Institute is giving the right options for the learners to proceed further in their roadmap, then obviously that will build reputation for this institute. Got it? At the same time, so for digital marketing agency, how is it building reputation? So digital marketing, this ABC digital marketing agency is being considered as a top 10 by this institute. That means this is also gaining reputation. It's a two-way communication. Okay, so not even a communication, it's a two-way build up, you can call it as. So now this can be happening the other way around also. So the digital marketing agencies also might be recommending certain institutions. Okay, so this is exactly, how certain blogs or companies would definitely do, right? So if you are trying to pursue, let's say, I mean, look at myself only. So, I am a part of many agencies basically. So when somebody reaches out to me and then asks me, sir, can you suggest me any kind of good agency, or, within the agency only, if somebody needs additional training, which agency couldn't provide, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recommend them to certain training institutes, which I'm, associated with, or probably whichever it is good for them, right? So now what am I building with, there? So if I'm doing it personally here, if I'm writing a LinkedIn post, right, suggesting that, okay, hey, these are the 10 institutions that you can rely on. So that's a communication coming from this to this, from this to this. Previously it was this to this, now it is from this to this, right? Now this is one type of posting, guys. This is one kind of a use case where, usually all these times are doing right now. Okay. Now along with this, there is this new model, right? So what is this new model? Where now ChatGPT will suggest, correct? ChatGPT is going to suggest these are the top 10 things. These top 10 institutes can be relied on for advanced digital marketing. Okay. So it could be ChatGPT, or it could be Gemini, or it could be Perplexity, or it could be Anthropic, or it could be anything for that matter, right? So this is the new thing that is happening in town. So as you are already aware of it, right? Everybody who is using ChatGPT right now, so I am 100% sure that I am assuming that at least 80-85% might have reduced your dependency on Google. So previously you were using Google too much, but right now you're not using Google anymore. Maybe you are, doing it through Gemini, or maybe you're doing it through ChatGPT. You're directly asking a question, which you are directly getting an answer to, correct? So technically this has replaced that search utilization, right? So that is exactly where ChatGPT is also coming in, and then it is also acting like a guest, where it is pulling out information with all the other things. But again, the data is the same. So all these previous blogs are its data source. It is not thinking, on its own and then coming up with a solution for it. It is pulling up the data, doing its own research, and then giving you the best answer. Okay. So this is another kind of a thing. Okay. Now ChatGPT is not acting as a guest post, but specifically it is acting as an engine. Okay. So it is acting as a very little engine to answer user questions. Okay. So now, like I was saying, so when ChatGPT is acting as an engine to answer these questions, so where is this information picking up? So this is literally picking up from the data. Okay. So, or maybe you can call it as database. Okay. So what is it database? This is the whole of internet. Simple. So it is pulling up all the information from the internet again. So this should answer certain questions coming in your head. Sir, we have written blogs. Are blogs still relevant? Should I continue doing, the blogs even in the AI age? Should I do it or should I stop doing it? You should do it, because ChatGPT or any of the GPTs right now, with the kind of knowledge or intelligence these guys have, so they can only extract information from the existing sources only. They are still not ready to think for themselves and then give us output. The ChatGPT or any kind of LLM models that we have right now, they are still evolving. They can only rely on the existing data which is already existing in the internet. So they will still go back to, if you ask ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever it is, they'll still go back to these existing databases which are available freely on the internet, and then bring up the best ones according to the algorithmic procedure. Got it, guys? And so that gives a very clear indication that if you have to be on ChatGPT, if you want to be as a source for ChatGPT to pull up this information from the database, you still have to start writing these guest postings or blogs or any of it. Yeah. So any confusion if you have whether, should I do this or should I not do this, you should absolutely do it. Okay. At least for the next, few months, or maybe, I may call it as a year, you should still continue doing your writing things. Okay. So anybody who is into writing, content marketing or content writing, basically, guys, you are still the rock stars. Okay. So these guys are just this is just polishing the content, but you have to be the story creators. For that matter, anybody who is into writing things, keep doing what you are doing. So anybody who has that worry that, sir, nobody is hiring us and all of that, no, you are going to have a very golden future. I'm telling you, you will be given the top-notch positions in the very near future, because you guys, your brain is needed for everybody. All right. So that being said, is everybody clear with this, guys? So with regards to Chat GPT, if your website or if your blog or if your post, whatever you create in your website, if that has to be populated in Chat GPT, okay, basically you have to make sure that you are writing, or you have to continue doing whatever that you are doing in a good way, probably, so you may consider this. See, even myself, I'm a writer. Okay, so I might rely on GPT and all of those things, but technically the brain juice has to come from us only. Okay, so as a writer, even though all of these things are coming up or not, so these things are very mandatory that you have to start writing. Okay, even I write all my LinkedIn posts on my own. I try to bring up that kind of an ideation, whichever is needed, for my content to go active for all my learners and all of that. So that has to come from your brain. So you might depend on these things to polish your content. That is absolutely fine. Like I said, that's exactly what you should understand here. It's not about something else creating some other ideas. Okay, it has to be very genuinely connecting to the humans with all that emotional stuff and all of that. Okay, so make sure that you are understanding this part very clearly. Right. Along with that, so this is one part of your guest posting. Second thing, there is something called as yellow pages. I used to previously call it as, I know now that has changed to a different one. Okay, so what is this yellow pages? Let me give you a little bit of brief storyline behind it. So before the smartphone revolution, okay, so if you go to any streets in any town or any city, basically, whether it is Bangalore or maybe Mumbai for that matter, or it could be any Hyderabad or any of these things. Okay, so if you had to communicate to a person, let's say you are from Hyderabad and you had to communicate to your friend who is working in some stockbroking company in Mumbai. Okay. So if you had to reach out to them, if you had to communicate to them, I'm talking about those days where there are no mobile phones or any, hardcore technology out there. So there is this one thing called as telephone booth. Okay. So if people are Gen Z here, people who are going to Gen Alpha and Gen Z, basically, so reach out to your grandfathers or your fathers. Probably they'll definitely know what these STD booths are. Okay, you used to have a very big boxes at every street corner. So where you have that yellow color board which is very clearly written STD, ISD, PCO. Okay, so this is a place where you literally go there, and then if you want to reach out or if you want to contact anybody, basically, so there used to be a very big book in that telephone booth. Okay, So, that telephone, that book that, we used to call it as telephone directory. Okay. So this telephone directory, it is just like a very big, Oxford kind of a dictionary book where you have contact numbers, address details, fax numbers, area code, everything for every organization that is officially registered in India, across all the states, across all the places, wherever the company is registered. So this book used to give that information with regards to a contact person also who will be ready to pick up your call. Okay, it used to have all the STD numbers, the phone numbers, fax numbers, everything. Okay, back then I think, yeah, email ID was also there if I remember, but yeah, I barely remember those. So this big book, we call it as telephone directory, right? Now, why am I saying all of this is even that exists in SEO as well. Okay. So just like we had that yellow pages with all the information about a business, today in today's world also, in the SEO world also, we have something called as this yellow pages only. Okay. So we call it as a directory. Okay. So this directory, we call it as web directory, or you may call it as domain directories, different names people used to call it as. So these are the directories where you have the list of all the websites across the country, across the globe, whatever websites are created, right? So the domain you purchase, the business that you create, everything, all that details have to be, all that details will be listed there. Okay. All the different types of categories of websites, different industries of websites, different types of websites, everything, all of that will be listed here. So what are the things that are listed here is basically the business name, where is it originated, whether it is from India or from Pakistan or from Afghanistan or from US or UK or Australia, wherever it is, the based on the origin. And it will also have the category that you have to list, putting there. And you will have the products if yours is an e-commerce website. It has a product pricing range, right? And also along with that, the contact details. So this information will be there in that website. Okay, sir, that's fine. But why should I do this? Correct? So yeah, this is absolutely fine, sir. You are also say you gave a very good example. I really like it. So, but what is the purpose of why should I do this? I mean, what is in it for me? Correct? So I'm going to say that. Okay. Google as a search engine, whether it will crawl your website on a daily basis or a timely basis or not, it will crawl these yellow pages every day, every minute for sure. Okay. You understand, guys? I repeat myself. Whether your website is crawled on a daily basis or indexed on a daily basis or not, search engines will definitely go to these yellow pages or these big directories every day, every minute. Constantly they are searching. Okay, so the official window that they say that we'll do it every weekly. Okay, so officially they in Google will say that we do this directory listing every week. But ideally, trust me, I have been with Google. I trained Google employees only. So this is basically where Google will literally go to this minute to minute and then get the list of all the websites that are updated every day, every minute. All right. So now the purpose here is, if Google is going into this big website, okay, and then trying to extract that information of all of these things of a single website every day, wouldn't it be easy for you to get detected by search engines early before they come to your crawling website? Make sense, guys? If you get listed in this, so obviously Google will have, or you will have a better chance of getting in the eyes of search engines faster rather than waiting for it to come to your own home. Got it? I'll give you a very generic example. This is just like an exhibition. Okay. So if your product is new, if you want your product to be listed by the big people, so wouldn't it be easy for you to go into that exhibition, book a stall, make sure that your presence is there so that you will be recognized by all the big people in the industry, rather than you trying to wait to get the sales and everything? It is very beneficial for you to simply go out, present yourself, put your product out there, let everybody know that this is what it is. So automatically all the search engines, all the people who are very big heads, basically, so you will have those people coming to you and then recognizing you. Just like that, this will help you as a website to get listed in the search engines. All right. So this is one part of it. So what are the different types of submissions? So I have told you that, okay, this is, given here. So this is literally, this is what you will do, all of these things and all. But what are the different types that we can register? Is it only the website? Right? Absolutely not. So you have different types of websites here listed. All right. So first is what we call it as directory or a domain listing. So we call it as website directory or a domain listing. Okay. What you do is you go to this website, and we have both free and paid version as well. So where you can literally go to that website, submit all of these details related to your website, and then push it. Okay. So based on its own time and algorithmic process, so that website will push you to the directory. Okay. It will be updated. So this is directory or domain listing number one. Second thing, you can also list down your pages. Okay. Any web page that you have created, whether it is a, probably your about us page, or it could be your product page, or it could be, blog page, any of it. So you can also list these pages as well. All right. And then you have something called as social bookmarking. Social bookmarking is also something where, so if you can think of any LinkedIn, for example, or maybe Instagram. So in Instagram, you will usually see that people will give those links saying that, okay, hey, you can go there. If you want to reach out to me personally on my Facebook, so I want you to follow me on Facebook as well, or you can also reach out to me on LinkedIn as well. That is one type of social bookmarking. Okay. Along with this, the generic way of social bookmarking is basically, for this also you have certain websites where you can go there, submit your social links, Facebook link, Instagram link, LinkedIn link, or Pinterest link. All that links will be submitted under your domain name, so that anybody who searches for this domain, or Google when it crawls, so it will understand that, okay, this is owned by this website. So, this kind of a listing will this is just like, giving every, search engine out. This is again not just for Google, guys. So any search engine which is available out there, for all of that, this is a common place. Okay. They literally come to this place only to understand who is who. Got it? And then local listings. Local listings, we have already seen that, right? This is all within the yellow pages only. You have these types of submissions available. For some websites, or maybe if in yellow pages, it might allow these three, it might not allow these three. It depends, okay, on the website. So most of the cases, for directory listing, you have few websites. For page listing, you have different websites. For social bookmarking, you have different websites. So you can do it all together under one website, or you can also do it in multiple websites. You should be doing in multiple websites, which I'll tell you in the next phase. Okay. And then local listing, we have literally seen when it comes to Google My Business. Google My Business, when it comes to doing all of this submission. Basically, you are putting all the information related to your business. So that is your local listing, which we have already seen with regards to Google My Business. All right. And then classified listing, if there is any kind of event, right? Let's say, for example, there is some kind of a movie release, or you have a event related to any kind of a movie, for example, or maybe you are putting up an exhibit of yourself in the annual fair somewhere. So that is called as an event. You can also list those events. We also call it as classifieds. Okay. So if you have a knowledge of newspaper classified section, what will be there is you will have different kinds of posts there. So maybe somebody is looking for hiring a digital marketer. Somebody is looking for a position that is available as a manager role. So somebody is looking for an advertising specialist. So all of this is a place where you put these ads or the postings in a section called classifieds. Interview, it could be an open position to something. So all of that, I'm talking about digital marketing example here, but when it comes to a business B2B example, so it could be anything. So basically, this is a kind of events that you can literally list down, or you can submit. I was talking about a B2B example. So in the B2B example, basically, it could be something like you're, conducting any kind of a conference or a webinar, for example, right? So you're, trying to put up a webinar on, let's say AI, right? AI intelligence or something, whatever, related to that B2B set, right? So you can put that listing here in the classifieds. All right. So what will this do is, whenever someone searches for AI webinar, or the top webinars that are available for AI right now in Google or any search engine, or maybe the chat GPT as well. So it will pull out this information recently from these websites. Got it? So that is nothing but your classified listings. And then last and final thing is basically blog listing. Okay. So this also can be listed in these websites, right? So when you list these blogs on the, these kind of pages, or these kind of yellow pages or the directories basically. So this will help you populate faster in the search engine rather than you waiting Google to crawl, index, and then rank you. Okay. So this is just giving another push to your blogs that, hey, this is my active blog right now. I'm getting this much following and all of that. And this is an active read right now. I want this to be listed in the search engines faster, right? That is also one way to do it. Okay. Now, the catch here is, again, remember this very, very, very carefully, guys. The catch here is, if you simply create the content from Gemini, ChatGPT, Copilot without any creative juice or without any use, for the reader, basically, even if you list this in your blogs also, this will not be helpful. Again, I repeat, guys. So if you simply go to Gemini or ChatGPT and Copilot and then simply give it an instruction, right? Just by saying that write a blog on so and so, so and so, and then if you simply copy paste in your website and then do that, there are basically this kind of a blogs will never be listed. You can apply for listing, but it will not be listed. Got it? So there has to be uniqueness, there has to be humanized content, there has to be readability also, everything good. Only then those will be listed according to the new AI rules. So what I'm suggesting is you have the ability to list your blogs on the different pages. Okay. But again, the catch here is if you simply depend on Gemini, ChatGPT and Copilot for creating content and then paste it. If you are simply copy pasting what Gemini is giving you or GPT is giving you or Copilot is giving you or whatever it is giving you. So if you simply copy paste this content and then try to create a blog and then publish in your own website and then pick up that content and then post it in blog listing, that is not going to help you. Okay. Your blog will not be listed faster. It will understand because Gemini and Google search engines are now AI integrated. It can detect easily that you have literally used AI. We have seen that last time also. Got it? So now the catch here is you can depend on Gemini, but don't simply copy paste. It has to have human touch. It has to have your own writing in it and it has to have value out of it. Okay. And you have to really, make it literally human. Don't make it AI created, right? So only then your listings might be faster or else your listing will not be done. It will say, okay, listing successful, but your blogs will not be listed. When I say listed, not listed for users, they will not be listed for search engines. Search engines will ignore you simply. So the takeaway here is don't simply rely on ChatGPT or Gemini content. Write a piece of content by your own self. Okay. Write something. If you want, you can polish it. But don't simply ask basically that write a content on digital marketing agency and then whatever Gemini is giving you, just copy pasting it doesn't work. You have to put some human effort into it, like maybe changing the titles, maybe changing a little bit of description, adding few more keywords on your own, or putting some images by your own. Again, not AI images, real images. Okay. So you can use these kind of tactics to make sure that it is human effort is also there, not simply a AI driven content. All right. So I'm also slowly integrating AI part of it also, AI part of SEO as well, guys, so that you guys also have a little bit of understanding there. Okay. So the dynamics are going to change, probably in the next 1 year, but yeah, you should know the fundamentals very strongly. All right. Now, okay. With this, let me give you a little bit of realistic understanding of what are these directories, how should we do this, what are the submissions and all of that. Okay. So I'll show you the kind of websites that you have so that you can literally go ahead and then do this. Okay. It's a simple thing. I see, you are smarter and you will understand this very clearly, but let me show you live how this works. Great. All you have to do is just simple, right? So get the list of directory submissions. Okay. So you have Google only is giving you all the information. So you don't have to, remember any of it. Okay. Whichever is showing on top, that means those are the best ones. Okay. So let's check one of it. So A1 web directory is what Google is suggesting. Along with that, you will have, 350 plus directory submissions list in 2025. So you can check Image Institute, which is also giving 2000 plus. It is giving you 99 plus. You can, you can pick up. You are free to pick up whichever, you think those are good. Okay. Web directory. So let's check this source, WebGenie. So it will give you the list of all these submissions here, okay, where you can go and then check or publish your own website. Okay, you can list all of this website. All right. Yeah. Basically, you will have these directories that are listed basically. So you can check any kind of a directory listing which is available. Okay. So I'll tell you what is the criteria that you should remember when you are checking these directories. Okay. So as you can see, the directory listed here with the, something called as DA. Okay. I'll explain what this DA is basically. Okay. Which we usually call it as domain authority. Okay. So I'll still, you need to remember this DA. I'll explain what this DA thing is, in the very next few minutes. Okay. So make sure that your DA is above 80. Okay. So for any website, the domain authority should be above 80. So here you see 50, 68, 68, 66, 65, 63, 62, all of that. Try to make it above 80. Okay. If that is not possible, if certain websites are not allowing you to, go into that, this thing. So, at least make sure that it is somewhere landing between 60 to 80. Okay. Worst case, 60 to 80. If certain websites are not allowing you. Okay. You have to go to individually to all of these websites, guys, and then do this. Only then your off-page SEO will start boosting. Okay. This is exactly why people hire SEO, because it's a manual process. It'll take a lot of time, lot of effort, basically, for you to do it, and you cannot do it randomly like we want. Okay. So n number of websites, as much as your energy supports you, you have to do those many things. And trust me, we used to do this SEO. I mean, when I say we, my team used to do this technically for almost like 2 years, 3 years continuously, just the submissions. Just the submissions, just to keep up the rankings and the algorithmic changes. 2-3 years we did for one website. So basically, whatever AI is doing right now, it is all, very bad. So it is useless doing that backlinking right now. Anyway, so the point is basically, you have to still do this kind of submissions and all of that, right? So again, purely, like I said, 2 instructions. One instruction is try to keep up the DA of that website, above basically 80. So above 80 basically, right? If that is not accessible, some way or the reason you are not able to, do that, then try to do it anything above 60 to 80, somewhere in between 60 to 80. Okay. So I'll tell you certain challenges also what you will see across. Okay. Let's pick up one website here. So we are not able to see any above 80, but let me check if I can find anything above 80. Okay. So none of these websites are having, no, I'm just seeing the numbers on the right. None of these websites are having anything above these things. Okay. Yeah, you see this. So not good, not good. So this entire website itself is not good. So let's go back. Let's pick up another website. Okay, let's say this one, Future Gen Apps. Let's see if this gives any kind of good directory submission lists. And we'll also do a trial with the AI bots. Okay, let's see what they also will give us. Okay, meanwhile this is loading. Let me open Gemini. Okay, I don't have this patience. Okay, give me the list of top 10 directory submission websites which have DA above 80. Okay. Let's do that. Right. So we have the list of all 10 websites. Okay. Let's pick up one thing called Yelp and let's see how it works. Yelp directory submission. Yes. So domain authority is nothing but basically it's a universal ranking that is given by top class ranking websites, including Google, and suggesting to the world that this is the best website that you can get out there. Okay. That is domain authority. So domain authority is the ranking. Again, I repeat myself. It's a universal ranking given by top class ranking websites, including the search engines like Google. And these are suggesting to the world that this is the best website out there that you can go ahead and then utilize its services. Okay. That is nothing but your DA. So it will be ranked out of 100. It will be ranked from 1 to 100. Okay. Closer to 100 means the authority is stronger. Lesser to 100, I mean, not so closer to website, sorry, not closer to this 100 means that means the domain authority is not so strong. Okay, got it? Right. So you can literally go to any Google search engine and literally ask it only that what is this DA. So this Moz extension will give you the domain authority and the PA. We call it as page authority. Okay. So these two go hand in hand. Domain authority and page authority. Domain authority is the ranking given by websites including Google, based out of their experience or based out of the content or the user experience or everything. All that combined together only you get the DA. Okay. And then comes page authority. So domain authority is literally for all the for the entire website. Page authority is specifically for pages inside a website. Okay. So these two will be ranked out of 100 only. Again. So again, for both of it, closer to 100. I mean, as the number goes closer to 100, that means the authority is stronger. That means this have very good reputation across all the search engines or all the digital platforms, that these guys are really doing good stuff. Okay. Now, so what are the things that are related? What are the things that, will decide these kind of rankings is there are more than 2 lakh plus signals that these top websites will consider improving those rankings. Okay. So when I say ranking, basically the domain authority, not the typical crawling algorithms and all of that. I'm talking about the DA rankings and PA rankings. Okay. You need to gain all of this reputation, years of service, services that you're offering, reviews, the optimizations that your website is giving, the reputation of your website across all the other platforms, everything like this. I'm just giving you 4-5, but there are 2 lakh plus, which are not even known to humans till now. Key, what are the actual DA reasons or DA things that Google will consider or the search engines will consider. Okay. So now for us, for a simple people like SEO guys, how do we get this ranking higher, DA higher? I'll tell you. For now, simply understand the DA and PA understanding. So you understood, right? Both the concepts, domain authority and page authority. It's just a ranking given out of 100 by top institutions, including all the search engines and everything, which will suggest that this website is really good. Okay. So, if you want to simply check the domain of any domain authority of any website, you can use this general, Google search. So technically all the websites, whichever website you want to check whether this has a genuine DA or not. So you can literally use this simple Google search, or you can literally ask Gemini as well. So we have one of this website called Backlinko. So you can go there. Okay. I'm checking Flipkart right now. Okay. Equalita. No accessible URL found. Okay. It is only giving me 3 checks. Let me try for dequalita.in backlinko. Yeah, you see, authority score is 6 since it is a new website. So you have 24 backlinks, 22 referred domains, 2 organic keywords. That is what you have right now. Okay, let me check 4-way travels. I can only check max 3 guys, at least within this website. Let me try doing this with this website, and then I'll also check the other ones. Okay, authority score is 18, little better. So you have 237 backlinks. So you see, the more backlinks and more referent domains, the authority score increases. This is also another one. Check for this thing. Okay. Okay. Joshi Sanskrit classes. Okay. Let me try with this. This is another website called Ahrefs. Let's see how this throws. All right. But you guys got a glimpse, right? How to check the DA of any website. So it could be any website, right? So all you have to do is just go to Google. Okay. Search for this DA PA checker. Okay. I search for DA checker, search for DA PA checker. So you will see, tons and tons of websites. And technically, I also wanted to check the Gemini part of it. If it can, give me this information. Okay. Let me try this. Hey, can you give me the domain authority and page authority of flipkart.com? All right. Let's see if it can pick up. Yeah. So I think it is still not giving up. You see this? According to SEMRush, Flipkart has an authority score of 98 out of 100. This score indicates overall quality and SEO performance of the domain. This is good. But you see this, it cannot directly understand, the domain authority or page authority metrics related to this thing. So Google cannot do this, right? So that is how it is. Can you give me the best DAPA checker available on the web right now? The Hoth. It's been a while since I checked Hoth. Interesting. So I'm using this new browser by Perplexity called Comet. So it's I think that is what is blocking the entire browsing history. So Comet somehow is not letting Google perform at its best. So trust me, this is going to kill Google. I'm telling you. Remember or mark my words. This is going to kill the Chrome entirely. So it's a browser, guys. Basically, if somebody who is thinking that what is this Comet is talking about. So it's a new age AI browser. So that is only given to experts like basically someone like me who is really an influencer or kind of, who has that, digital reputation so good. So it's given to me. So this is an AI browser basically. So probably it might be, launching very soon to everybody. This is not available for everyone, guys. This is exclusively for people who are influencers. Okay. This is a browser, just like in any browser. This is a browser like Chrome. Okay. Google Chrome, or, you remember this Mozilla Firefox, Safari, and, Microsoft Edge and all of right. This is basically a browser which is AI powered. Okay. It's all integrated with AI basically. Okay. So, you can literally use this browser for everything. I mean, you don't have to open your Gmail anymore. All right. So I'll give you a little bit of a glimpse of it. So, this is needed for everybody because you'll not understand later. So this browser will let you, I mean, if you had to open your email, or if you had to check if there are any unread emails from your, business or any of it. So usually Chrome, you have to open your Gmail, log into your inbox and all of that. But this browser will let you, pull up that information for you. It literally throws that information. You can simply ask it, hey, can you tell me what is the recent email that I have received? It will give you the gist of the entire email. And the beauty is you can also respond to it directly, and it will throw the response directly to your Gmail, and it will go there, right? So that is something, which is very, advanced at this point of time. Now, the relevance to, the digital marketing stuff is also so good, because I have tested with the, some parts of SEO here. So that's what I'm, the reason why I'm saying all of this comment reasoning. So when I asked, this browser, giving it a website, suggesting that basically, literally like asking, hey, what can I do with this website to improve my on-page, score? Or maybe I could ask something like, what can I do better to improve my digital reputation? So it will give you all that reasoning with very intense logic that, hey, this is where the problem is. This is where you need to fix immediately. And this should be done, within the next 30 days or something like that. So that's the beauty of this AI browser. So I think probably it will be launched very soon to everybody. It will be open to all, but exclusively right now it is for people like me who are influencers and all of that. All right. But it's a very good browser. It's by Perplexity. If you're wondering, this is by whom? This is, by Perplexity. Okay. So that is what it is happening in this space for Comet. All right. So it is giving these websites, but these are somehow not opening. Okay, all right, guys. So I think we are wasting too much time on DA and PA, but everybody understood, right? What is domain authority, page authority, how to check and all of that, right? So the criteria that I'm talking about with regards to the DA is basically you need to make sure that you have to check, or you have to make sure that the websites where you are submitting the listing basically, so that websites has to have a domain authority of, anything which is more than 80, like I said, right? So now here is a catch. So there is some issue with this thing. Okay, what are those issues? In all of these directory submission websites, okay, in all of these directory submission websites, so there are two aspects here. One is obviously a free one, and then the other one is paid one. Okay, so what is this free and paid one, sir? Here, basically it's simple funda. So if you want your website to be listed faster, okay, on priority, right, then you have to go for a paid version where they'll ask you to pay that website something for this publishing to be done faster. All right. So now, when it comes to the problems and, the paid versions and the free versions of it, this is just like you go to this website and then pay them some money, expecting that your websites will be listed faster. Okay. So this is just like every day, right? So there are trillions and trillions of websites every day being created. The domains purchased, domains created, websites created, and all of that. So when you are also doing this, imagine like your own self. So right now we have close to 65 people here, right? So all these 65 people today you have learned about these directory submissions. So today you go to these websites and then you start directory publishing, right? Your directory submissions for now, for instance. So obviously go, that website where you are submitting your domains. So it will give you a choice. But there are hundreds of websites coming to me right now. So I cannot, do this instantly as you expect. So it will take a little bit of time. You do your submission, but I will start listing it step by step. It might take today or tomorrow, or it might take 1 week, or it might take 10 days also. Okay. So to list it down, so it will take away it will take your input. That's for sure, but it will list it down. To put this listing basically in a website, it will say that, okay, whether you can do it for free, or what you can do is you pay me. I'll try to put it in little bit of advanced one. This is just like going to Tirumala with a special darshan ticket, guys. Understood? You have free darshan and you have paid darshan. Going to any kind of a temple or any kind of a place, so where you have a free darshan and a paid darshan. So free darshan is, what are you, losing their time. So you'll not be given first priority, right? And then you have special darshan, which is, where you will be given a little bit of a priority there. And then you have VIP darshan, basically. That means you are given like full access. Instantly you can go there and then, you'll be given that VIP access, right? Got it? This is also something like that only. So we are trying to submit that listings and all of that. It is the best. Different VIP levels now. So you have different names and all of that. Okay. So this kind of submission is something that you should rely on. Now the question is, sir, should we use that paid one? Is it okay for me to use that paid one? Is it necessary for me to go ahead and then pay it? So will it guarantee guarantee me my ranking? Absolutely not. Don't even think of paying any websites for your listings. Okay. This is the first lesson that you should know when it comes to these links, guys. Okay. So when you are trying to give or submit your domain to these kind of websites, and if you are trying to pay them, don't do it. Standard instruction, I am telling you. If anybody suggests also to invest in publishing this thing into a paid thing, don't ever do this. Got it, guys? Remember it as Bhagavad Gita sloka or the Bible words or Quran words, whatever. Remember this for sure. Never ever pay to anybody for your backlinks. If people understand backlinks, don't pay for backlinks. Don't give any kind of this bribe to any of these websites, assuming that you will be put on top of it. No, that will not happen. This is just a tactic that they are using for their benefit based on your situation, right? Your manager might be telling you, hey, Ritesh, I want you to create 1,000 backlinks in a day, right? So in that pressure, don't go into this kind of submissions. That will kill your website like anything. All right, guys, remember this for sure. Never ever go into this kind of a mode at all. It will kill your website and it is very dangerous also. Okay. So that is the first lesson that you should know when it comes to the SEO part of it. All right. So now, apart from that, so can we, sir, if you are doing it in a free version of it, so will this affect my website? Since you are saying that this will be a slow process, will this affect my website? Of course, it will affect your website. And that is exactly why people have little bit of low patience with regards to SEO. And then they instantly jump into Google ads. Okay. So now, if you remember the initial days when I said, which should be done first, sir? Should I use Google ads or should I do SEO? You have to do both, right? So by the time your ads start performing and then stops performing, you can start your your SEO will start showing up. Got it? So never simply do only Google ads or never simply do only this one. So you have to literally do both of it. All right. So now the submission site is working well. So let me show you how this submissions work. So this is one of the website that I found out, guys. Okay, this is escort link directory. I don't know what it is. I just figured out from the list. Okay, so this also has the adult content also included in this. Okay, so this is one of the example of a bad directory submission. Okay, so this is okay. So from this I picked up, this is coming at a domain authority of 63. Okay, but this is something which is a bad website. This is exactly where you need your human conscious. Okay, so this is something where if you submit into these kind of websites, right? Again, like I said, just believing that okay, this is having a good DA basically. Okay, so this is something where your website will be badly affected. Okay, why? Because it is also having list of all the bad aspects as well. Okay, so though it might be having all the automotive business computers and all of this, it is also having adult content as well. Okay, so steer away from all the adult content websites. Okay, so that means if you are submitting this your website into this website, basically that means in any of those pornographic websites or adult content website or any of these chat or dating websites. So in all of those websites, your website will be listed. Okay, so steer away from all of these things. So that is what I wanted to literally suggest here. Okay, so let's check another website called Blogorama. Okay, so be very careful when you're submitting these things, guys. Okay, So this will kill your website like crazy. You can't even sustain. And meanwhile, while this loads, so the one which people are asking for a paid plan. So this is one of that website which is even for you to just submit your website also, they'll ask you for the payment. Okay, I told you about free versions and a paid version, remember? So this is something which is a paid version. So all those websites which have good DA, probably above 80 or above 65 or 70 sometimes, so related to your website, these will ask you for a pay. Okay, you see 10% off on your website submissions, 10% off on market products, discount on courses submission, featured category, directory listing, all of these extensive features will be given for this $15 per month, this thing. Okay, this is something what we call it as a paid one. All right, so let's check the other website. Okay, this is one website that I found which is opening. Okay, something that is good. Let's see this one. All right, so this is one of the website where you have to submit your website, guys. Okay, when you're trying to submit your website, so first thing is you select the category, which category is this following into. So now you can literally check, whichever category that you think is relevant, you can select that. Okay, so this, since it is a events, so go to step 2. So featured link, is a paid link. So featured here basically is a paid link. And then there is something called as delete link, which is absolutely free. So delete link is once your submission is done, so it will automatically move out of its database. So Google will be able to see it, but from this it will be gone. So for free submissions, it is literally saying that I'll do the submission, but I'll not keep it in my database. Anytime when it is gone out, it will be moved out. Okay. So you select that, you go to step 3 and it will ask you for the details. Okay. So this website is literally saying that once the submission is done, so I'll push it to, the database. So based on the space available, it will be there or it might not be there. Okay. So that is what it is suggesting. So we are not sure. So it is just we are assuming that, okay, it will be there. Okay. So we are not sure. So, but usually for genuine websites, it will be there for most of the time, just like that Yellow Pages thing. So it will be there for 1 year, 2 years, and sometimes more than 3 years also. It will just stay there. They use a different technique for this kind of stuff, this kind of work. Okay. So the first things first. So you see what are the questions that these things are asking. You see URL is being asked, title is being asked, what is the category being asked, description of the website, owner name, owner email, okay, meta keywords and meta description. So you have to give all of that information here and then simply click on continue. This will actually create a submission. Okay, let me do it live for this one. Okay, foldsunfest.com. Let's hope this opens. Yeah, title is required. Also the URL category is forex trading. Get the list and updates of the top D forex traders or forex trade consultants. Okay, owner name I am putting it as Danny. Owner email, meta keywords, forex trading. I'll use this. I'll use the same. I agree. Continue. Okay. So this is as simple as such. So I just submitted this link. You see, link submitted and awaiting approval. So now very important aspect that you should remember here is, so I have randomly picked up some website and then gave a submission, this thing for this website, right? So if this is possible, then I could go to any website and then literally bring that website down, correct? So I don't have access to any website, but I can literally create whatever links I want using these kind of backlinks. So to curb this practice only, what these directory engines have done is they'll give you a verification link for your email. So here, that's why they are asking you for owner email. So they'll do a very good background verification check. So you cannot give your own email and then you can expect this to happen. So they'll do a very thorough check. So don't do this kind of activity as well. This is also, the reason why I'm suggesting is previously we used to do this kind of an activity. What we used to do is we used to bring the competitor rankings by submitting those backlinks. At that point of time, there used to be no checks. So it used to accept every link that we created. Okay. But again, be very careful. You should not let this happen to any of your own websites. Okay. So that is one part of it. Just like this, we have the page submissions also. You can submit, the page submissions in these kind of websites only. Okay. This is another blog submissions list. Okay. So let's say, for example, you are doing these submissions. Okay. First and foremost, you have DA. Okay. Let's pick up one website. Okay. One website where you are doing all the submissions. Okay. You are doing DA, you are doing PA, you are doing social bookmarking, you are doing everything. Okay. All of these things together. So for a DA, you will be doing for one website per 1 day. So this is one. So since it is a domain, it is only one. But when it comes to pages, so for any website, you take a minimum of 100 pages. Okay. So any single day, you cannot do all 100 at once. You can maximum do up to five submissions in one go. Okay. So I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say, for example, today is 2nd August. Okay. On 2nd August, let's say you picked up website A for submission. Okay. And then website B for submission, website C for submission. Okay. You picked up 3 different websites for submissions. So for all 3, you have to do these ones. Okay. So for website A, you should do this. For website B, you should do this. For website 3, you should do this. Okay. This is for day 1. Okay. So along with social, I have also given the other ones, right? Like, along with social, you should do blog submission. Okay. Let's say image submissions. Okay. So these 2 also are included. Okay. On any given day, this is what ideally your day looks like. Okay. So in this, so you are assuming that within that, so and so time you will be done. No. So day 1, you are doing this for one website. Day 2, you are doing it for, this thing. So again, like I said, in pages, you have 100 pages, out of which you can do only 5 submissions in one go for website A. Okay. For website A, you will be doing out of 100, you will be doing 5, which is 5 out of 100. This is for one page. And here also you will be using the same 5. Okay. You'll be using the same 5. So previously we used to even spam this also. Technically we used to submit only 1 or 2 for each website. Now we have up to 5. So you can submit 5 pages here, 5 pages, 5 different pages. Again, you don't have to use the same pages also. 5 different pages for this website and then submit it. 5 different pages here and then submit it. Same thing goes for social, same thing goes for blog, same thing goes for images. This is in one single day. So technically what you have done, in your 100 pages, you have submitted only 5 for 3. So you have close to 900 websites. Now imagine what kind of hard and effort that you can see that. Got it? Technically, it is not possible within 3 months. You assume that, okay, since you have that predefined number of 500 or 600 websites, you are assuming that it can be done. But your pages, if it is only limited to maybe less than 50 or so, then yes, it might be possible. But if you are having like e-commerce website, then it is literally impossible to get that thing done. So this is again this 3 websites per day, and this you have to keep doing every day for the next 6 months, or sometimes it could take 1 year also. Then you will start getting all of that. Okay. So this is the reason why SEO will take a lot of time, because you have limitations. You cannot do this like whatever you want. If you do this excessively, then this is where you will have a problem. If you do randomly whatever you want in your own process, then you will increase the risk of blacklisting. Blacklisting is basically Google will ban you for life. Your website will never be listed. Nobody will be able to see your website. Okay. So that is a part of the blacklisting process. So you should not be risking everything for your website, because all the effort that you are putting is basically something which will help you, right? It should not be literally killing your website. If the website is killed once that is blacklisted, you cannot bring it back. Okay. So that is why you are spending these many hours every weekend, so that you get the right direction. Got it? So now to gain this authority, to gain this reputation, right? So that is exactly what, we have something called as backlinks, right? So backlinks is something where somebody else is referring that, okay, this website is good. You can go ahead. You can check this content. It's absolutely great. That is nothing but your backlink. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So let's start with the introduction of digital marketing, guys. Simple. I'll make it very simple, very easy to understand. Okay, so you don't have to break your head into anything at all. I have a question for you. When do you think marketing started? When actually do you think marketing started? Is it in 1900s? Is it in 1700s? Or is it, in Stone Age? So when was it? Okay, 1900, 1600, 1700. Okay, cool. So basically you have a thought that, okay, it all started long back only. It is not near. It all started very effectively only, right? When did it all started? So I'm going to, give you a very clear understanding of it, right? So to understand when it all started, you need to understand what it is actually, correct? So very clearly now everybody knows that marketing is all about promoting a product or a service, correct? Service to the ones who need it or who want it or who are aspiring for it, correct? So this is pretty much what marketing is all about. Selling is different, guys. Again, marketing is different, selling is different, sales are different. Marketing and sales both are not same. Okay, so both are literally different. So marketing is about promoting something. Selling is something is you are literally pushing a user to buy your product. Okay, so technically marketers are all storytellers, right? Like I am doing right now. Okay, so now when you're thinking of promoting a product or a service, right? So let's start with the fundamentals. So we all think that it happened somewhere at 1600, 1700, 1800, first century BC, whatever it is, right? But technically when it all it all started with the early days in the civilization only. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you. So what do you mean? What do you mean, sir? So what is this early days of civilization? So I'll tell you when the civilization started, right? What were the three goals that people had, guys? What are the only three goals that people had? Food, clothing, and shelter. Correct? Everybody was striving for only this thing, nothing else. So we all have all the comforts right now, and so we are not able to get the differences and all of those things very clearly. But we had three things very clearly out there at that point of time, right? So let's take one example in food category. Okay, so since I'm talking about people were really good at agriculture, I mean they are trying to understand what seed gives you what yield, right? So let's take two cases here. Okay, let me pick up two names here. Maybe I'll pick up Anwar. Okay, and I'll pick up Balamurli Krishna. Okay, so I'm writing Krishna, sorry. Yeah, so let's say that, two people who are really good at agriculture. Okay, let's say Anwar is, Anwar has figured out how to produce paddy. Okay, and then Krishna had that ability to produce wheat. Okay, not wheat. Okay, so don't take me wrong. It's wheat, very clearly wheat. So this is why I use mind maps. Okay, so paddy is something that Anwar is really good at, and Krishna figured out that okay, wheat is also really good. I mean, both these are technically the agricultural scientists at that point of time. Got it? So that is what it is. So you have paddy and then you have wheat. So Anwar on one side. Let's say, for example, Anwar produced initially in the initial days of this thing, Anwar produced like 1 bag of paddy. Okay, so initially 1 bag of paddy, and then same thing happened with Krishna as well. Okay, so it is 1 bag of wheat. All right, now so both of them, it is sufficient at the initial point of time. They were running happy, and over a period of time they were like jobless. They don't know what to do. They are like sitting alone. So then what Anwar did is he scaled the paddy model. So what he did, instead of 1 bag of paddy, so now he understood that how to grow 1 bag of paddy. So he made sure that he's scaling it up. So now within a year he now grew 100 bags of paddy. Okay, the same thing happened with Krishna as well. 100 bags of wheat. All right. So basically now both of them have in excess, correct? So technically they have excess, so they don't know what to do. What will Anwar do with 100 bags of paddy technically when he need is only 1 bag, correct? So they were sitting under a banyan tree very nicely, crossed to opposite to each other, facing different directions. And then they were thinking. They were the best thinkers at that point of time. They were sitting and then they were having a their favorite masala chai. Don't ask me, at that time we don't have masala chai, sir. So what are you talking? Or imagine, that's okay. We are people of imagination, right? So they were having their chai at that point of time, and then they understood that they were thinking, very deeply thinking, that what do I do with these 100 bags? I don't understand, right? So that is exactly where, I mean, both of their thoughts were crossing each other, and then somehow they got into discussion, and then that is exactly where they had a thought that, okay, why don't I share this to this guy? Okay, Anwar thought the same thing, Krishna also thought the same thing, right? So both of them literally thought of the same concept, here and out. Now there are two cases. Anwar and Krishna, both of them, they presented to each other in two ways. Okay, Anwar on one side, he says that, hey Krishna, I see that you don't have paddy. I have something in excess. So I have 100 bags of paddy. I just need 25 bags, and 75 bags I want you to take out, take away. This is one type of presentation. So Anwar literally goes and then says that, hey Krishna, I have 75 bags of paddy useless. I want you to take it. This is one presentation. Listening to this, Krishna literally said that, okay, what do you want me to do with that 75 bags of paddy? What do? I only have left out with 100 bags of wheat. So you are coming again with 75 additional bags of paddy. What do I do now? Right? This is the lesson number one in terms of communication. Communication lesson number one. Okay, for any marketer out there. So you go out there saying that, hey, I have this product with me. I want you to buy. Do you think people will buy from you? Absolutely not. Right? Now, looking at these two, Anwar and Krishna, there came up a new person, right? So there came Ayushi. Ayushi listened to both of their conversation and then said later. So Ayushi went to Krishna saying that, hey Krishna, I see that you have excess bags of wheat. And then she did the same thing with Anwar as well. So, hey Anwar, I also see that you have 75 bags of paddy. So let's do one thing. No? So I'll, start promoting your product. Okay. And then I'll give you something in return. Right. So if you are okay to, share that 75 bags of paddy with me, I'll be somehow, negotiating with Krishna, and then I'll be bringing up 75, bags of wheat with you, or some count of wheat. Right. So that is where now Ayushi stepped in. Right. So the first interaction that Ayushi had with Anwar. Okay. Now look at this conversation. So Ayushi said that, hey, Anwar, I really understand that you really want to shell out your 75 bags of paddy, but do you know that there is another one in the same town who is producing fantastic wheat, which has very high calorific value, which is having a very good glycemic index, and this is going to give you or keep you energized for longer time. So you will be able to produce more bags of paddy, and I'll be able to take care of it by selling it out. Right. So now look at this conversation, how it turned out. Got it? The same thing she, went to Krishna and also communicated the same thing. Hey, Krishna, I see that you have a very fantastic, wheat bags. But let me tell you, there is a person, okay, who is growing amazing paddy out there. So this paddy is I have personally eaten it. I feel very energized, and, my skin started glowing. So I have a very high carbohydrate value. I'm able to work more than before. I used to feel very numb before, but because of this secret ingredient, so I started having more energy right now. Now you understand the difference, guys, between what discussion happened between Anwar and Krishna versus what Ayushi is doing right now. The magic of communication. This is communication. Communication is never about talking in a language. Communication is not about talking in English or Hindi or any local language. It's all about presenting a different perspective and then making someone feel that this is great, right? That is communication. And this exchange of two things. So, Ayushi made these two exchange those resources without even knowing each other. Okay. So the first part, just exchange of resources. Just exchange of resources is what we call it as. Someone already mentioned that. Barter system. Right. So over a period of time, what happened? Right. So everybody started becoming smart. So everybody started copying Ayushi. So just like I'm training you guys, Ayushi also trained everybody. So started people, the aspect of, sharing this mutual exchange of system started. And then over a period of time, it converted into something called as traditional marketing. Okay. So here what happened, the industrial revolution started. So, this 100 bags of paddy now became 1 ton. Okay. 1 ton per farmer. And farmers also grow, right? So farmers grew like crazy. So there were 1 lakh farmers, 20 lakh farmers, 15 lakh farmers across the world. And then automatically this has become now excess, right? So they want a new medium to share that kind of a medium. And that is exactly where traditional marketing started. So they want to reach out to larger audiences. Though they don't want to limit to only their own villages. Now they want to expand to bigger areas, right? That is exactly what traditional marketing came up. So it all started with, agriculture. I mean, it all started with food, clothing, and shelter. Then it came down to different industries. It came down to automobile sector. It came down to heavy machinery. It came down to everything, right? So that is why we call it in the industrial revolution. All right. So now what happened in traditional marketing? The method of promotion has become bigger, right? So where you don't have to go to person and then start dealing with it. So you can now go to a larger set of audience sets, right? So that is where, we started using newspaper as a medium. Okay. We started using newspaper as a medium. All right. Television as a medium to promote. We used radios as a medium to promote. We used a print media as a medium to use. Okay, what all fall in print media? We have all these pamphlets, right? Billboards, hoardings, right? Again, magazines, correct? Yes, banners, all of this. These all started, with regards to the print banner, the kind of this thing, and this happened almost till 2000, year 2000, this year 2000, right? So, and along with that, we had word of mouth. So people started becoming the advertisers, right? So this all happened, with regards to traditional marketing, right? Now, here comes the problem. Now what happened is basically, so, over a period of time, the efficiency levels of these things are very good. So people started, really relying on these traditional marketing systems, and people also really loved it. I mean, the audience were also very active. They were proactive. They, the conversions were happening. When I say conversion, the sales were happening good. Revenue started kicking in very actively. Everything is happened like a, very nice. It's like everybody's happy, right? So the market started booming like crazy. Everything went up. The economic value also started going high. All of this happened, right? Then they obviously, when the market is too good, obviously there'll be some, bad things also happening. So what are certain things that are happening here? Okay. So what are those negative things that were happening? So traditional marketing is being traditionally good, but what are those negative aspects? So let me ask you a question. So I am now putting an ad on newspaper. All right. Do I know how many users have seen it? Correct? No, I don't have any idea. Yes. So I don't know. I don't know whether how many people have actually seen it. I'm assuming. So it all is coming to assumption, right? At the same time, I don't know actually how many people liked it. Correct? If there is anyone coming to my branch for a discussion, I don't know whether he has seen a newspaper ad or a television or a radio or a print media or a word of mouth. Correct? So I don't have any clue. So basically, what am I missing here? Data. Correct? I don't have any data here. I'm just blindly going with, random assumptions. Correct? At the same time, if I had to also understand what the competitors are doing, I used to manually go send people and then figure out what those guys are doing. So if I'm trying to sell Bajaj, for example, so I have to literally ask Hero, I ask my people to go to Hero and then try test their bikes and then come up with a solution. So that is what I used to do, right? And then, that is one of the problem. Okay. And if I had to, let's say I want to target a person from Mumbai and I am here sitting in Hyderabad, I cannot do that. So again, location is a problem. Correct? And if I want to target specific interests of the audience, so I want to only target, let's say, for example, there is Gillette, right? So Gillette is something which I want to sell only for men, obviously. But, if I am putting a very nice billboard over there, right? If I'm putting very nice, billboard out there, very good, big hoarding, right? Showing this is the best that a man can ever get. All the women would be running out to me saying that, how can you say this? This is, the world of women empowerment. You are putting women away and all of that. Correct? So it's useless putting this thing. Again, the same thing. When I'm putting something which is very specific to the, women, obviously, women clothing, for instance, why would I put a women clothing out there in a very big, nice hoarding where men are looking at it? Pointless. Correct? So I am wasting certain amount of energy, time, resources, finances, and all of that, expecting that this is something which might happen in a good way. Okay, expecting, right? So basically, I am 100% not sure what I am doing, but somehow magically it happened because people were really attracted to it, right? Because audience is something, consumer is something where they'll always get attracted to new things, and then they drift themselves to that direction by the product. All right. So now here the kicker is, so along with all of these problems, right, the biggest problem is money. Investment is very high. Just look at the numbers here. In today's world, if I had to do a newspaper ad, so basically for one ad they are going to charge, I mean, if it is a front page, then it is going to charge in lakhs only. But let's take, for example, we have 50,000 charge for this, right? And then for a TV ad these days, for any kind of OTT, they are charging based on the time that your ad is, right, and how many times it is going up. So yeah, if it is a television ad, then basically it might cost you somewhere around 75,000 or something. So 75 plus 50, it's 1,25,000 already. And for a radio, anywhere between 20 to 25,000 if I had to give any ad in Vivid Bharati, right? So 1 or 2.8. So it will cost somewhere around 25,000 for sure. So again, that is 1.5, 1,50,000, and any billboard or hoarding is going to cost me 1.5 lakh, for specific timeline, maybe 15 days or something, right? So that is again costing me another 1.5, which is totaling up to 3 lakhs now. All right. And to handle all these work, I need manpower. So even if I take 10 people, even if for each of them I pay 10,000 also, another 1 lakh. So technically on an average, you take 5 lakhs a month as an expense, marketing expense. Right, guys? So when you look at all of these things, now that is exactly where people like me started thinking digitally. Okay, now we have internet, we have websites, we have certain tools that we can access. Why can't we shift this entire market of traditional thing into something called digital, where we now try to use something called as digital marketing, right? So where we'll be able to do larger reach, okay, better targeting, location specific, interest driven, demographic targeting, one second. Yeah. So demographic value creation. So demographic value creation is basically I'll be able to target according to the age, gender as well. All right. So I think location specific also can be put out here. Yeah. So I'll be able to do this kind of a targeting, and then with least or almost less investment, I can do this, and low resources. I can do it with very few resources, and it's completely online. Now you see, looking at everything, you will have all your things under control. Okay. And the best part is data driven marketing. We'll have data with us. We'll be able to, do the right things in a good way, right? So that is why we have to do digital marketing. Okay. So now within the same thing, previously, now if you take a few examples here. So previously we had, where is this? Yeah. So previously we had newspaper, but right now we have websites, right? So yeah, so we have multiple platforms. So what are those platforms right now? So that is what we are going to discuss. So previously there were newspapers, now we have websites. So previously there were television, now we have YouTube, right? Previously there were radios, now we have podcast, correct? So previously there were, billboards, print media, and all of that. What do we have now is social media, correct? So all of this combined together, we have social media. Now this opens a new bracket altogether. We have, what do we have in social media? We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have X right now, which is previously called as Twitter, right? And then we have LinkedIn. We just saw it. We have Snapchat, right? We have TikTok. Yeah, all these are there. Pinterest, yes. YouTube is not a social media platform, guys. Yeah, Telegram can be called as social media, yes. But YouTube is never social media, guys. Let me, break this myth for you. So it's a myth versus fact. So YouTube is never a social media platform, okay? So YouTube is something, which is a video platform, right? It is not a exchange of, information. So basically, you don't go out there, post whatever you want, right? I mean, when it comes to social media, I mean, you cannot interact with anybody very actively. You cannot go there, message with anyone. You will not get any of those things. Okay. So that is something which is not a social media. Social media purpose is to make sure that you are talking to each other, communicating with each other, and then getting those updates in a live feed. Right. So this is a video engine basically. So, I think, yeah, like it's a video engine basically. So you will have all of these things there, but it is not a very active social media platform. All right. So when somebody says that YouTube is a social media, it is not a social media. It is just information sharing platform and technically video driven. Okay. Yeah. WhatsApp is also not a social media channel, guys. WhatsApp is just a texting service. It's a texting service, guys, basically. Right. So this is, what we have with regards to the WhatsApp. You are just exchanging or communicating with each other there. So it is not the same thing. Yeah, Threads is social media platform. WhatsApp for business is also not social media, sir. So WhatsApp technically, whether it is a business side of it or whether it is a the personal side of it, both of them are not social media. Okay, simple. Quora, yes, Quora is also, you can call it as a social platform only because we can, follow somebody, talk to somebody, have groups, communities, and all of that. Yes, Quora can be added. TikTok is banned in India, guys. That doesn't mean that you should not know about TikTok. TikTok is still active across all the world. I have done with Philips. So I dealt with Amsterdam area. I've been there. So TikTok is very widely used in Amsterdam. And yeah, it is very active there. So you cannot say that I don't know TikTok. It is banned in India. So we are against TikTok. So, okay, please don't have that kind of attitude. We have to be working across all the verticals. All right. Yeah. So now we have social media also along with that. Now, instead of word of mouth, what do we have? Technically, previously word of mouth. Now what do we have? Online reviews. We call it as UGC, user generated content. Okay, so this is exactly what we do on Amazon, Flipkart. We go everywhere, even on Zomato, right? So we put out our beautiful stars, ratings, reviews, and all of that. So that is UGC, correct? Along with that, so we have, just having a website is not enough. So for website to go out and then start performing, right? So across millions and millions and millions of websites, so we have something which we have to also make sure that it is reaching to the audiences in a good way, right? So how do we make sure that my website is reaching to the ones who are, trying to understand a certain concept is what we call it as SEO, technically search engine optimization. Okay, so we are optimizing our website according to the search engines. Media. All right. So we have social media out there. Okay, and then we have something called as influencer marketing. Right, and then we have analytics here, specifically where we'll be dealing with GA4, which will give us all the numbers related to what we can do. And then we have something called as affiliate marketing, right? So affiliate marketing is basically, to just give an intro of it. So some people are really good at marketing and selling, right? While some people are basically, owners of certain business. Okay. So there are three people usually in this kind of a business. Basically, one is someone who is a manufacturer, who is the owner of a product. And then there is the other one who is the buyer. So he is the consumer. There'll be somewhere in between who will take this product out there and then start selling the product to the consumer at a, obviously commission percentage, right? So exactly what here Ayushi did, in the Ayushi example that I have explained before. Right. So that is something, what we call it as. So for this services, basically for whatever sale happened out of that, they'll take a commission. That is what we call it as affiliate, right? And then we have something called as advertising, right? So where we deal with Google ads as a service, and then where we'll be trying to do meta ads, right? And then we have LinkedIn ads. We can use these platforms to promote ourselves, right? So meta ads are nothing but Facebook and Instagram ads. All right. And then there is also advanced levels of these things, which we call it as programmatic, like DV360, SA360 and all, which is, very, very advanced level. All right. So that is what we have with regards to the advertising side of it. Okay. And Google Ads specifically is a tool that we are using, but overall we call it as SEM, which is search engine marketing. Search engine marketing. Okay. For this, we are using Google Ads as a tool. Okay. Now this is, yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, content marketing is also part of it. I'm coming to that, Revant. Yes. So we have content marketing. So it is all about how do we use content, whether it is videos or image content or text content and all of that. So how do we utilize all of these things to make sure that we are getting the right one? All right. And then, yes, we have email marketing as well. So how do we effectively communicate our, services or products to larger database, right? So all of these are the verticals of digital marketing that you will also be learning. So this is what digital marketing is all about. So we are literally using all of these products. Okay. All of these products basically, to promote the products, all of these verticals to promote the products of any business, okay, across all the industries. All right. Now, the biggest disadvantage here is if everybody has access to all of those things, so it becomes little difficult for us to stay out there and then become competitive. So that is one of the disadvantage. So disadvantage technically, if I had to write it in a, yeah. So disadvantage is everyone can do this. Okay. So I'll tell you the disadvantages. I'll also tell you how to beat this also. Right. So I'll also tell you what, this can be, a serious problem and how do you handle this kind of this thing as well. Okay. And then easy access to brands. So this is a very, big disadvantage if you, to a certain extent as well. Right. So easy access to brands. So they think that, okay, I can now do whatever I want. I mean, the consumer can do whatever they want online. Right. They can also cheat you. They can also put some negative things on you. They can literally go out on Twitter and then start writing, whatever they want. Right. So uncontrollable things, certain aspects. Right. That is also one of the disadvantage. And then apart from that, yes, like negative feedback is exposed. Right. So everybody is fearing about that negative reviews. Oh, did I write underscore? Sorry. So everybody fears about that negative because previously if there was a product issue, so this product issue is basically, going to that specific, a branch or something, and then they used to sell that, hey, what kind of, idiotic product you gave me? This is not at all working. I don't want this product. I want a refund. So this was a issue limited to only consumer and the company. But now it is quite out in the open. Right. So people are not doing this in the first place. They are literally going to Twitter and then they are doing everything out there. Got it? So negative reviews is a serious problem, right? Along with that, excess data analysis is a serious problem, right? So what do you mean by excess data analysis? Let's say, for example, you did a survey today. Okay. When you did a survey today with 100 audiences, right? Asking whether the product is good or bad. Okay. Let's say you got the review as good. Okay. You did the same survey for the same audiences, let's say on a different, probably after, 2 months. Okay. This is month of July. So let's say you did it in the September. In the month of September, the same audience will now say bad. This will happen. Trust me, with my experience, I'm telling you, this will happen. The same audience will tell you that, no, product is very bad, right? You will be thinking that, what is the problem with my product? My product, previously they said that everything is right. Why are they now saying this is bad? You will be doing all the analysis. You'll be going into data. You'll be going into landing pages. You'll be trying to understand what did I do wrong? Where did my marketing team went wrong and all of that, right? So you might be in your own thinking, but technically the problem would be something where competitor created the same product. You'll never think about it. So excess data analysis, bigger problem. You will think that the problem is with you. No, the problem is the competitor created something as similar to you only. People just jumped from this to this. And so now they will feel that, okay, this product is really good. Something which happened with Mamaearth and Cetaphil. Yeah, I don't know if you heard these brands or not. There are two baby products called Cetaphil and Mamaearth. So Cetaphil is a US brand. So basically, Cetaphil is very famous for kids, right? So they started coming into Indian market. They started dominating. So suddenly someone, who is really good at these things, they also thought that, okay, why can't we create our own product? So let's go something with Mamaearth and Himalaya, right? You must have heard about it. I mean, all those people who are having kids or at least have their brothers and sisters dealing with kids, you will do that. So this guy created with good scent. Mamaearth, you pick up any Mamaearth product, you will see excess scent. Scent is that smell. Cetaphil will not have any kind of ordering things at all, right? So this guy thought that, okay, why can't I create similar kind of a product and then do this? So everybody started shifting from Cetaphil to Mamaearth just because it's a new thing. Later again they realized and then went back to Cetaphil and other alternatives. But yeah, I mean, people who love Mamaearth, they use it, and people who love Cetaphil, they use it. I'm not talking about the consumer choices. I'm talking about the marketing shift that has happened. Cetaphil did nothing wrong. They were really good with their own products. But when the competitor comes with a new product, this is what happens. In Johnson and Johnson, you talk about any B2C product. This is the same case. If you take, for example, I'll tell you, website right now. So now this is getting extinct very soon. When I say very soon, probably in the next 5 years. Can you think why? Why do you think websites will get extinct? Okay, let me tell you. So for the past probably 6 months or 1 years, okay, exactly, AI. So everybody knows that AI is coming, but why people get to this point is basically because people are now accustomed to using Gemini. They are accustomed to using ChatGPT for asking questions, right? So Google till now, it used to give up all those answers with a list saying that, boss, whatever question that you asked on Google search, I'm going to give you the list of all of these things which are the best according to me, according to my algorithm, right? But right now, what Gemini and ChatGPT are doing is you just go out there, ask a question, they are giving you right straight answers without even making your mind cluttered, right? So that is not a problem of digital marketer, it's the problem of the concept itself. Okay, so some things will eventually get extinct, right? They might transform, but these concepts will be pushed back to those shelves. Got it? Just like we had barter system transform into traditional transforming into digital now transforming into AI marketing. This will also eventually keep on going it. So one of the biggest disadvantage there is that only. That's why it is not just the digital marketers edge, but also for these ones. Let's bring up very fundamental question here. What's the difference between someone who is learning with this Intellipaat course versus someone who is learning from YouTube? Is it the digital marketer problem or is it the digital marketing concept problem? Both are same languages, both are same concepts. Why is it different? Strategy is the difference. So strategy is not with digital marketer, it is with the concept or this way or that way. It's all the strategy. So why is Hemant successful? Why is he able to withstand this 15 years of career while everybody is quitting digital marketing profession within 1 year? If the job market was bad, why is Hemant still doing it? If the job market is very good, why is Hemant doing a training basically? So you'll have multiple theories coming up from each question basically. So fundamentally what you should be thinking is the certain disadvantages of digital marketing as a whole is something where it will have side effects. So instead of saying disadvantages, maybe we can call it as side effects. All right, so that is something we need to work out in a different plethora altogether. So for every digital marketing concept, there is something which is always leaving something in behind that people are still exploring. That is what we always do. So we create a website, we think that conversions will automatically happen, but it will not. So we think that, okay, digital marketing will take care of everything, but maybe we need traditional marketing help also. So it's always that marketing mix, we always call it as. All right, so These are few things to name, guys. And then, also apart from that, one of the other disadvantages that I personally felt is something where even though if we have all of this access as well, right? So one of the biggest problem that disadvantage that I personally faced, even with all the other things, is the consumer behavior. Okay. So consumer behavior is never constant from Monday to Sunday. It's never the same. No matter how many tools you use, no matter how much data analysis that you do, this is never constant. Right. And we on the other side, if you are trying to gauge why this is happening, then I think, after doing all the understanding and all the theorization, I finally figured out that people are crazy. That's what. That's the only answer that I could come up with. So people are never constant. They are never, in the same thing. So people are crazy. So people don't know what they want and what they want to do at any point of time, and we will not be able to, take them in the right direction. That do this, don't do this, do this, and all, because people won't listen to us. So that's a simple thing. So now, when we understood that this is how, consumers are doing, from Monday to Sunday, this is how they are, getting in that direction. What we are trying to do is, at least based on their actions, we are trying to break down certain things. Okay. So based on their engagement levels. Okay. So basically, when you're trying to do that, engaging with your content, probably like maybe they might be hitting likes, or they might be hitting those shares, or they might be putting something, or they might be watching something on Netflix over a period of time, like they are watching too much of action movies. So based on that, I can take certain decisions. So that is what I can fine tune and then turn that disadvantage into an advantage. Right. So consumer behavior is always an disadvantage, not just for digital marketing, but for other types of marketing as well. So that is something which the world is always trying to, cap into. But finally, I mean, yeah, that includes myself. So I have used marketing analytics to a very extreme levels, and then I figured out that, okay, there is no point of doing this analysis only when the consumer itself is not, consumer themselves, they are not, constantly making certain useful decisions. So now, let's not think of why my brand is going down. Let's think of what can we do to make sure that we are, taking my taking my business go forward. So that's the only thing that we have to worry about. So there is nothing called as good product or a bad product, good business or a bad business. Whatever business it is, our job is to make sure that it is making good. It is getting good only. That is the fundamental job of any marketing, person, whether it is digital or traditional. We don't have choices to make. I mean, we should not be making choices. The choice is never, okay, I'll stay with the good product, I'll not choose bad product. No, your choice, you don't have a choice at all. As a marketer, you have to make sure that you are taking the business or the product, whatever that you are responsible for, forward. That's it. Whether it is good, bad, ugly, you have to make it a brand. Right? Think of all the brands. Every brand, it all follows only on this segment. There is nothing called good product or a bad product. You have to make it a good product when it is a bad product. It's all the story that you build, right? The same example that I told you before. Anwar, Krishna, and Ayushi. It's the presentation. So let's start with understanding of this introduction to SEO, guys. So what technically is SEO? Okay. So let's say, for example, okay, so let's take a user journey. All right. So how will this user move from one aspect to the other, or what do they do usually? All right. So if you take user journey, for instance, and then, let's say if this user is trying to buy a smartphone. Okay. So let's try to understand what this guy does usually, in a cycle. Okay. So what are the steps that, this guy will usually go through? All right. So first and foremost, what this guy does, when they are thinking of buying a smartphone itself, first and foremost, they go to Google, correct? They go to Google, they do a little bit of Google search. Okay. So what do they usually search? So if they are already decided that, okay, I want to buy iPhone. Okay. iPhone, what is the latest model? iPhone 16. So iPhone 16. So if they want to buy an iPhone 16, basically they just simply go and then search for iPhone 16, right? Or, if they are not, good fans of iPhone 16, then possibly they'll search for something like best smartphone under maybe 25,000 or something. Okay, I'm just putting the number, right? So when they do that, what usually I'm talking about very fundamental first thing that they do. So when they do these things, so obviously they'll have a list of things, right? So you have top list. In the top list, first you will see the second result, okay, and you will see the third result, right? Something like this. When they see, these things, then basically, they'll go to this thing, and if they are not happy with any of the three websites which are showing that, then probably they'll change the query. This is what usually people do. So what is Google doing here? Google is giving basically the list of all those websites which Google thinks that this can be of help to someone who is searching. Correct? So it is showing the list of all those websites where Google will think or assume that, okay, since a user is asking me a question, so let me answer this basically. Okay, let me answer by giving them, list of options. What are all the options that are available? Right. So that is what it is. So you'll have all of these things, and you will have, this kind of a specific aspects there. Right. So it will be now, since we have millions and millions of these things, right? So when I say these things, the websites, when you have millions and millions of websites out there, why is Google picking up only these websites like Big C or Sangeeta or Universal Mobiles or Sell Things and all of that? So obviously there is certain kind of a process, right? So what is that process? So that is what we are here to learn, right? So obviously Google is projecting certain websites specifically, okay, to users who search for something related to the business product, right? So Google is obviously projecting that, right? So what is that projection? List of websites in an order, right? So let's look at it live. Okay, let's go to Google and then let's try to do this activity live. So now I am here in Google and I am trying to search for something. Best smart. Okay, you see all those examples that it is giving. So I am directly going with this. So when I am searching for this best smartphone under 25,000, I am getting list of options. Yeah, you see this one. Best mobile phones under 30,000 in India. Best mobile phones under 25,000. And then you have list of videos. And then you have Flipkart. And then you have best smartphones, I mean, from Gadget 360. And then you have the FAQs. And then you have the list of products. Okay. And then brand picks. Look at Bajaj Finserv, Amazon, list of all the products way down till here. Okay. So when I search for Google, when I did something, so Google is giving me this information, this entire information right here. Okay, it is giving me an option to boss according to my understanding and my knowledge. So these are the best things according to your search. Okay, and no, now you pick up whichever you like. So now I'll go to this one and then check if things are working out well or not. If they are okay for me, then I'll be able to get some information what I'm looking for. If they are not okay, I'll come back. I'll go to this BWOM gadgets. If these are not okay, I'll go back to videos or I'll check back Flipkart and all of this. All right. So this is usually how it happens. Now, within this only, there are a lot of technical things that you should know. Okay. First things first, like I said before, why is Google putting these 91 mobiles on top? Why is Google putting BWOM gadgets now on top? Why not, this Supreme Mobiles on top? Why is Supreme Mobiles on the 10th position?
Similarly, why is this happening? Why is this Quora in 5th page? Now we are in the 5th page of Google, correct? And then you have all these YouTube videos. This is in 5th page. Now, if it is in 2nd page, there is something else. Again, 91 mobiles in 2nd page. Smart Pricks, Digit.in, Reddit, Zoom, Techclusive, all of this. So why is that happening? Basically is, again, like I said, Google is encouraging those people who are following certain rules and regulations, right? What are those rules and regulations, right? So how is Google coming up with this 91 mobiles? Is that 91 mobiles paying Google something to get here? We don't know. Is that 91 mobiles doing something with content? We don't know. So, there could be different reasons or different kind of approaches. But specifically, why is this happening is Google, these websites which are related to 91mobiles.com, they are very good in terms of presenting. They understood that basically there are a lot of these, these are the kind of searches that audiences are doing. Based on these searches only, I should be able to, project certain good things here. Okay. So that is what Google understood. This website called 91 Mobiles understood very clearly. At the same time, they also understood for the fact that, okay, if we had to come up in the first place, then we have to follow certain rules and regulations that we need to address. So what are those rules and regulations? What is these rules and regulations that you are talking about? That is exactly what optimizing is. Okay. How do I optimize this 91mobiles.com? If I am the owner of 91 mobiles, how do I optimize my 91mobiles.com to be on top of the search engine result when someone searches for best smartphone? Right? That exactly is SEO. Okay. So I'm talking about one search, one result. Okay. Like this, there are n number of searches, n number of results that we need to be thinking about. So the process of optimizing my website according to search, whatever the user is doing, following the rules and regulations of Google to be on top of it is what SEO is. Simple. Okay, search engine optimization. There are n number of definitions suggesting what SEO is, but this is the easiest way for you to remember. The most easiest way for you to remember also. So make sure that you're getting this understanding right. Okay. So there is nothing for you to get confused also. This is the most easiest way for you to remember, right? Whatever you do, if you have to optimize your website according to Google rules and regulations, following what a user is also searching is simply that you need to know. Cool. So that is what it is. So now what is the objective of Google, objective of any website? What is the objective of, 91 mobiles here? To be on top of search engine. Now the question is, why should you be on top of search engine? You can be in any of the 5th page or 6th page or 7th page, or it could be in the 10th, page as well, right? Why you should always be on top? That's a question to ask. To get more visitors, to bring traffic to the website, consumer behavior, okay? People mostly don't go to other pages because people see more and likely to click only organic traffic, people who already know a little bit of SEO. Simple. Why should we be on SERP in the first pages? Why should we aim for first position? Okay. This is where I always call people to think of the first principles methodology. Okay. You know what is first principles? Basically, you ask certain question again and again and again. You go deeper into the question. Ultimately, where you will end up to one single question where you don't have further questions. That is the core question, we call it as. That is called first principles. Okay. So the first principles is basically, if you are not on top, you'll not get any benefit. Simple. Okay. So why you will not get any benefit is, think about yourself. Okay. Always I say this. The first principles in marketing is common sense. Okay. And second principle that you should also understand is, with regards to related to this common sense is, you should always put yourself in both the shoes. Okay. What is shoe number one? You think like a customer. You act like a customer. You always think like a customer. Okay. And what is shoe number 2? Once you understand what customer thinking, now you start acting like a marketer. Yes, seller or a marketer or whatever. All right. So you have to act in both ways. Then only you will be able to market your product right. All right. So the question that I am asking here basically that you need to ask is, if you are a consumer right now, if you are going to online right now, what is your tendency? Do you click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 links altogether, 10 websites altogether? No. You only look for 1, 2, 3, 4, or if you are more patient, you will have 5. So, I mean, anybody. So technically, people will not have that kind of a patience to, go to that extent and then get everything done, right? So you will maximum have that patience till five users, right? And if you are very particular about some information where you are searching very aggressively, then you might go to maybe 6 or 7. But beyond that, you will not go it. But this is very rare cases. But generic cases here is basically it's only the top 3 or top 5. Correct? So for that reason, you have to be on top. Number 1. Now that you understood this, okay, first principle, shoe number 1 is covered. Now as a marketer, what you should do? Simple. You have to make sure that you are now impressing, or you are trying this optimization part of it to get to that top level. All right. That is exactly where we do the SEO part of it. All right. So now, next question is, why should we do it only for Google? Biggest question. Why should we do it only for Google? We have Yahoo, we have Bing, we have all of that. Why are we doing it only for Google? Why are we doing only for search engine optimization basically? So, because people trust Google, Google is fast. Okay, it is fast. People trust it. People had that habit now. It's a habit for everybody. If you want a question, then people almost till now, before ChatGPT I'm talking about, people still go to Google for asking questions. Okay, it's a answer engine. It is a big brother. Correct? People literally go to Google and then literally search anything also. So this is that answer engine which is giving all that solutions faster with the trustworthy information. And people also now formed a habit of asking this question to Google. Okay. So even grandparents are also now suggesting us, why are you asking everybody? Just go Google. No, you will get all the information. Correct? You must have heard this from your, boomers also. Right? So this is a kind of what we have for Google, right? Now, now, what is happening with this answer engines over a period of time is, these answer engines also, adapt to new technologies. They also try to give the best for users, right? So, and it is the biggest one, obviously. Bigger, better, and very engaging also, right? So now this answer engine is giving all these, information. Now, basically, the website owners, whoever is owning these websites, okay, they have 2 choices, right? So it is literally two choices. One is to climb up the ladder of search engine by impressing customers over a period of time. Okay. So one option is, okay, I don't care about this SEO and all of that, which most of the website owners do. They don't have an understanding of SEO. They don't, relate to SEO at all. They think that, okay, let me build up my consumer base, and then eventually automatically everything will come to me. That is one type. Okay. So that is climbing up the ladder, one step at a time. You start a business, you have a website, you will have, blogs written over a period of time. And then you are slowly getting that customers over a period of time. And the other way around is follow Google guidelines related to SEO and impress Google to get to the top of SERP, which is search engine results page. Okay, so the one which we have seen before, we call it as SERP.
So SERP is nothing but basically, where we have listed, where we have seen that list of all those URLs, videos, and all of that, right? That is what we call it as SERP. Okay. So this is second option. So people who don't want to get into SEO, they'll use this methodology. Okay. So the play here is basically they think that over a period of time, if I can get the customers, ranking faster. Okay. If I can get the customer ranking, then automatically SEO will boost up is what they think. Okay. The website owners. The other option is to follow Google guidelines related to SEO and then impress Google. Okay. So these are the two things that you can do. Now, this, if you follow, if you are trying to, basically follow certain, if you are trying to build up this customer base over a period of time, right? So obviously that is going to take time. And here the problem is you not growing is not a problem. Okay. You growing slowly is not a problem. But if there is any competitor, right, who is doing similar services and is also doing SEO, then obviously chances of getting this, digital business becomes faster. Okay. So basically what is going to happen is, the competitor is going to outrun you within no time because they are following Google guidelines and this is faster methodology to get there. So this is exactly what everybody is failing. So people might have greatest websites. People might have very good response, physically. But if they are not digitally available, this is what they'll be missing out. This is exactly the FOMO. Okay. You must have seen, if you can now think of anybody inside your own family or your friends, if they are into business, now this is the first window opportunity for you to get started as a digital marketer. What you can do? Okay, boss, you have a website. Are you doing SEO for that? They'll say that, ye kya hai, bhai? What is SEO? I never heard about it. What the hell is this SEO? Right? Now you start saying that, okay, SEO is this kind of a process. So I am now learning this SEO, from, expert from Intellipaat. So let me tell you how this works, and let me, if there is an opportunity, let me work out, this SEO for you. Probably this will help you get that traffic, get that visibility on search engines and everything. Okay. Now, all those people who are thinking that, okay, how do I get a job in digital marketing? Your first window opportunity is now open, guys. All those people who are thinking that how can I earn a job? How can I get an opportunity with digital marketing? This is the first window. SEO, very readily out there. Got it? Right. So the first opportunity is now out in the open. Now we'll go into each and every aspect very detailedly so that you can start making money right there only as a freelance also. Okay. Now, now the competitor will, is doing this kind of a process. Obviously, the ranking also gets faster, right? So that is very clearly done. Okay. Now, along with this, right? So Google is also giving another opportunity, right? I think, here we discuss something about search engine marketing. Google is also giving, another option to those people who, don't have time. They think that, okay, boss, this is going to take a little bit of time. I think, I don't have that much patience. I want the business to be up and running faster, right? So there are certain businesses which say that I don't have time and I want this results faster. Okay. So now when you talk about fast, okay, when you're talking about speed, basically, so how long SEO is going to happen? So SEO timeline is starting. Okay, one second. Starting a minimum of 3 months to 6 months to get started. Okay, when I say started, to list on the search engines, not on top of search engine results page, to list on the Google search. It could be on second page or it could be on the third page. So to get to second and third pages, it will take a minimum of 3 to 6 months. To get to the top of, search engines, it might take years altogether. It might be 1 year, it might be 2 years, it might be 3 years. Sometimes, for certain businesses, it will take 5 years also, right? So now, as you can see, it is very clearly time taking, right? So that is exactly where some people will say that I don't have time for this. I want results faster. For them, Google is saying that, okay, boss, for you, I have very clearly something called as Google Ads, okay, where
you spend money, and then I'll list the results on top of it. Okay. So how does this work? Let me again show you live. Let's say I'm searching for digital marketing course. Okay. Now I have the AI showing up. Google Gemini is giving me very clear results directly here only, suggesting that who are the best providers and all of that. Okay. So there are also a list of, academies here. All right. And then now you see there is something called as sponsored. So you see this sponsored here, and then you're also seeing this sponsored, right? So these are something which are given by Google Ads. Google Ads is giving us this opportunity for all these ISB, XLR, upgrade, and is that something on Vibrook Advertising Academy. So Google is giving these options to these people, saying that, okay, boss, since you don't have that patience, so why don't you invest? So this is where these guys will invest, and then they put money through Google Ads to get these results here. Okay. So all the other ones where you are able to get this to a certain extent apart from these things are the SEO results. All right. So that is very clearly defined. So anybody who is investing in ads, okay, so anybody who is investing in ads, so these guys will be able to come up on top. Now the follow-up question to that is, sir, if Google Ads is giving these options in the top, okay, so will these sponsored ads will be on in the first results, or the organic, or these SEO results will be on top? Which ones will be given first priority? Again, common sense. These guys are paying Google, and this SEO these ones is absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything. Okay, obviously Google will list the one who is paying them only, advertising, people who are giving them the ads, right? So ISB and these ones will be pushed to the top, even above the SEO. Even if Udemy is on top of everything also, it will still push the ads only for the first instance. Okay, this is mandatory. If there are no ads at all, nobody is doing ads, you saw that, no? That 91 mobiles example. So there were no ads only, basically, right? So literally no ads, and all those no ads, I mean, people who doesn't have any ads, 91 mobiles will be on top. This must have happened with you also. You must have searched exactly these things, right? So digital marketing course online, then exactly you must have seen Intellipaat ads, and you must have clicked on it. And if you click on it, then basically you will go to the same landing page. Okay, but you never know whether that is a sponsored ad or a this one. Got it? So that is how you will get that, right? Now you see there are two kinds of results, right? You are seeing the sponsored results, and you are also seeing the regular results, right? So these ones is what we call it as paid result. Remember this word, guys. So search engine paid result. This is what paid results looks like. And this is what we call it as organic results, right? So anywhere you are seeing this sponsored, that means it's a very clear indication that this is a paid service. Somebody is paying for it, right? Who is that somebody? Obviously someone from Upgrade, right? If XLR is getting this sponsored on top, that means XLR is paying money to Google to be listed here. All right. So why are we, why are they, listed here? So is it constant every time? No, it is not constant. For every search, this will change. Now, if I hit research, I mean, if I hit search again, so these positions will be changing. You see, now we have ISB, XLR, upgrade, and something here, right? So if I now hit search again, so it's going to go. Yeah, you see now only two results are showing up, ISB and XLR. Now you got it, guys. So this will be changing for every search. It is never constant. So this is what you should know with regards to what SEO is all about. All right. So we have paid results, and we have sponsored results, and we have the organic results. So you should remember that organic results very clearly. Okay. Now we'll be working not on these things. We'll be working on organic results only. What we should be doing with these organic results. Okay, I'm going to give you that new rules also anyway that I have uncovered and then tested myself. So I wanted to give you that as well. So I'll tell you what are the things that we need to very clearly know about, right?
And then, we are going to discuss about backlinks. All right, great. So let's get started with the backlinks. So what are these backlinks, right? So everybody talks about backlinks. So when you listen to this off-page optimization, or basically when you listen to this, SEO for that matter. So the moment somebody talks about SEO, they talk about, okay, how many backlinks do you have? How many links do you have? What are, what kind of external links that you are using? What kind of backlink sources you depend on? So all of this is what you usually hear, right? Even in interviews also, they'll ask you, how do you do backlinks? Right? Can you tell me something about this black hat? Can you tell me something about what are the good techniques that you can use? So all of this is pretty old school, guys. Okay. But still it is valid even today in the AI generation as well. Okay. So don't take this very lightly. Don't think that backlinks are not going to work and all of that. No, it will work. Okay. So only dynamism that we are changing is we are not limiting only to Google right now. We are expanding our horizon to bigger scope. That's what we are doing. Okay. Now, what are these backlinks? Simple. So let's take two case scenarios here. There are two websites. Okay. Website A and website B. Okay. If website A is suggesting website B, so technically, like when a user is reading any kind of a blog on this website, right? So, you must have observed, if you are reading any kind of a blog on any website, in between that content, you will see blue color text, correct? In some websites, it is yellow text or it is orange text. So you will see blue color text highlighted in between the content. So you will see all the introduction, table of contents and everything. In between that, you will see a blue color text coming, right? And if you hover to that and if you click on it, it will be taking you to some other website. So that link, what does that indicate? Literally means, okay, now you're reading this content, boss. This is very good. But if you want to know what is this technical term, let's say, for example, I'm writing a blog. Okay. Hemant writes a blog about, 10 technical terminologies that every SEO expert will remember. Okay. Let's say I'm writing this 10 technical things. Okay. Let's say I'm talking about no follow. Okay. I'm talking about do follow. I'm talking about, let's say, reciprocal links. Okay, I'm talking about, let's say, audit, backlinks. Okay, so I'm writing this kind of 10 technical, terminologies that everybody will remember. So when I'm writing about, let's say, for example, a definition of, a no follow. Okay, so in this definition, I'm going to write something. And then if you need any further detail, basically, okay, if you want to see how to set up no follow, okay, then I'm going to give a link to this, okay, for this text. So it will look something like this. So this link will now take me to, okay, if a click happens, so this will now take me to, let's say, Anwar's website. Okay, so in that Anwar's website, what has Anwar done? Anwar has very nicely written how to do no follow in any website. So you see what is happening here. So I am writing this blog, for myself in my own website, but I am also encouraging Anwar's website or Anwar's content in my website. Got it? So indirectly, what I am doing in a human language, I am recommending that, okay, if you need further information about no follow, do visit Anwar's website. Okay. So that is simply a linking. So what I am doing is I am linking Anwar's website with my content and then giving value to Anwar, right? So basically now if Anwar, so Hemant sir has done very good value to me. So previously I was only getting 50 users to this blog. Now because Hemant sir has given this link to my website, now I am getting very good traffic of, let's say, 500 users or 1000 users per month, right? So with that, loyalty basically. So Anwar, what he's going to do is for his next website, for his next article, let's say, for example, he's writing about best digital marketing trainers. Okay, let's say he's writing something about it. Now in this, he's now going to redirect to Hemant website. Got it? So this is a backlink. So whatever link that Hemant is giving to Anwar, so since he is benefiting out of this, since he is getting that users from my website to Anwar's website, so taking that into consideration, Anwar is going to write something about it and then link back to my website. So that is why the term we call it as backlink. So you are getting link forward and then you are bringing it back. I mean, you are somehow getting it back because of Anwar's loyalty here, because they got the benefit. Now he is sending some of the benefit to me directly, right? Simple. Now I am recommending website A to website B. Website B has now taken the benefit that website A is suggesting. All right. So why, how is it, benefiting? So I am giving that link to website B. I am saying to all the readers who read my blog, I am saying that, okay, you need further information about something. So here is a very fantastic, link where you can explore more about this one of the terminology. So that is where it will take to Anwar's website. Now Anwar got the benefit. So previously he was getting 50 traffic. Now he is getting 500 users. Got it? So with that benefit, now Anwar is very happy. So he felt that, okay, Hemant sir has done very good benefit to me. Let me also do something back for him. So now he will write another article, or maybe he might have already written something. What he'll do is he will now, just like I put this link about no follow in my blog, he will put my name here, basically. Right? So this is coming back. So whatever I sent to Anwar, so it is coming back to me. Got it? So that exactly is nothing but your backlink. So for now, simply understand that you are giving a link to some other website and that website is giving link back to you. So that's a backlink. Okay. So don't take no follow as, the major criteria here. No follow is nothing. It's just an example. Now, so like I said, having more links, having more of these backlinks, what does that mean? Literally, like I said before, 1, 10, 15, 20, 30, 100, 1000, 10,000 backlinks coming to you. What does that literally mean? That literally means that your reputation online digitally is building. Correct? So that means you are having a very strong backlink profile. That means lot of websites, lot of bloggers, lot of content creators are, sending their users to your website. That means your website is now very trustworthy. So you are building a lot of trust signals. So that means you have a very good customer satisfaction. That is what literally a strong backlink profile means. That is the whole purpose of building this entire backlinks. So our objective should be to get more of this. Everybody thinks that I have created blogs, I have written everything, I have done my on page, and then they'll sit and relax. So that will literally make you invisible in the search engines. Nobody will be able to detect you. Okay. So very rarely your, reputation builds. So it is almost as, invisible as like any other. Okay. So for that, you need to gain that reputation for your website or a blog or any, digital. So here in this specific case, we are talking about the websites only. All right. So for that to happen, for that to build, for that, backlinking to be built, you need to be very proactively reaching out to people to recommend your website. Okay. That is exactly what we need to build here. So that literally means a strong backlink profile. Now, how do we do that? How do we not do that also? We'll be, taking a look at. All right. Very specifically, how do you get these strong backlink profiles? How do you get this customer satisfaction? How do you build this kind of a network? So I have already suggested you this kind of listing. This is one type of, recommendations coming from these websites. So if you are submitting to these kind of different websites, that means they are building your value over a period of time. Along with that, the fastest method of building a very good, strong backlinks. Okay, I'm going to tell you, this is going to be a gold mine for everybody. Okay, fastest way to build strong first and foremost, UGC. Okay, so UGC is nothing but user generated content. Okay, user generated content, typically reviews. Okay, let me write it in detail. So typically reviews, testimonials, okay, and then we have blogs detailing about their experiences. Okay, and then we have people recommending to their this thing. We call it as referrals. Okay, so people are referring to somebody. Yes, case studies. So case studies also fall under this kind of this thing only. But yeah, you can separately write it. I mean, nobody is writing case studies very specifically. Okay, case studies, and then yeah. So typically the first and foremost UGC level. Okay, so if someone or anybody who is taking the benefit of it, if I am getting all of these reviews and testimonials and blogs detailing and any of it, so this is going to be a fastest way to get those strong backlinks. Okay, again, so remember that this UGC, most of the UGC is directly in, it has to be very public. It cannot be secret. Let's say, for example, I am getting a message on my website chat. Okay, so you have a live chat in the website, right? So in the live chat, if somebody is saying, if Ritesh is coming to my website and saying that, sir, I have recently attended your session, it is really good. So that is not considered as a review. It has to be publicly visible. All of these things have to be publicly visible. Please do not forget that. Okay. Okay. So publicly visible content, it has to be very, very, very clearly publicly visible. Only then it will be able to pick it up, or else it will not be visible. I mean, search engines will not be any, will not get any value out of it. Okay. So make sure that you are doing that. All right. Second, along with this, the second way of building strong backlinks is referrals by the industry experts. Okay. Or you may call it as digital industry experts. All right. So if somebody else is recommending, this product or this service or this blog, basically that is literally called as a referral. Okay, so here in this case, again the same example that I told you before. Okay, let's say for example Ritesh is a let's say ad specialist. Okay, or let's say Google ad specialist. Okay, and then there is Hemant, okay, who is a digital marketing expert. All right. So now Hemant is writing a research paper. Okay. Again, this is publicly visible, where he is mentioning about top maybe 10 specialists that you can rely for any that you can rely if you are a startup. Okay. So in this, if I'm going to recommend, basically, if I'm going to recommend, here, Ritesh here, then that is going to create a very good value. And a strong backlink. Okay, as simple as such. No, this is completely, let me do it bigger. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so this is going to be, these kind of referrals. So if Ritesh is getting, these kind of referrals like from Hemant, from, maybe Swaraj, from Sunila, from everybody, whoever is it, if he is getting 10 different kind of referrals coming, so that will be instant creation. So it will become very viral faster. So, getting those kind of value creation is also very, very important. Right. So this is the second and most fastest way to, build strong backlinks. Again, this has to happen in the website, guys, not on LinkedIn. If I do it on LinkedIn, it is not going to create any value. This research paper has to be published in Hemant's website officially, publicly. Again, everything that I do has to be in the public way only. Okay. Got it? So that is really, really critical, really, really important. So if it is hidden, if it is asking me to give any kind of login credentials, it's not going to work. Okay, clear? Right. And then media coverage. Specifically, I'm talking about digital media coverage. So digital media coverage is, now you talk about all the socials. Okay, socials or news channels. Okay, or it could be these what do you call that? Bloggers. Okay, so these bloggers, basically it is kind of signals that it is suggesting. So socials is basically, now I'm talking about that LinkedIn posting. Okay, so it could be Facebook mentions or Instagram mentions, Facebook postings or Instagram mentions. Okay, so all of this is that digital media coverage. And here somebody writing about best out there. Okay, you see these Times of India digital awards and all of that, right? Those are nothing but your digital media coverage only. Okay, and then bloggers, so something like I have done here only. Okay, so I am not an I'm a blogger here. I am a digital marketing expert offering my services, but there are content marketing bloggers who constantly write content. Okay, specifically they write only blogs. So the bloggers also mentioning this thing, that media coverage will also be really helpful. Okay, so digital media coverage. Apart from that, so these three are the major content driven places where you can literally get that value out of backlinks, and it will be very fastest way to build those backlinks. Okay, because if you closely observe, guys, if you closely look at this entire charts, so everything is directly connected with your consumers digitally. Got it? So everything that you create is digitally connected to all the different types of users. So you talk about socials; these are very much active. So in this, you might also call YouTube channels who are doing that. Referrals by industry experts, by bloggers, UGC, people who are really interested or really impressed with your kind of a content. So digital media coverage. So all of this is going to directly impact your good strong backlink profile. Okay, apart from this, there are also other ways to do it, like writing these Quora postings, like you're doing it here in socials. So writing Reddit, or mentioning something on Reddit threads, so mentioning something on the comment section of some other website. So all of that also is a way of doing it only, but this is a direct hit on your reputation. It will give you very good reputation out there, and the search engines have this habit of picking up faster. So this is what ideally you should be doing. All of this ideally is what you should be doing. But technically, if you just rely on this, you're the employment person, whoever is giving you employment, they'll not stay for you to do all of these genuine things. They'll ask you to push it faster. I want this to be done faster. I want traffic faster. I want everything faster. I want backlinks to be done faster. So that is exactly where you do the outreach. Okay, outreach is basically you are trying to connect with the best out there digitally and asking them to give you backlinks. Okay, so that is what most of the digital marketers or SEO people do. Okay, you are trying to connect with all these people every day. You are trying to do the outreach. You are trying to connect with different people, and then you are trying to ask them, saying that, hey, I have written a very fantastic blog post on this. So if you can help me out, reach out to your network, then that will literally help you in a good way. Okay, so so that is technically what you should be doing. So technically what you are doing, so you are trying to reach out to some other websites in the same domain or a similar category. Okay, you reach to a website A in the same industry. Okay, and then yes, it could be referrals, UGC, everything will be a part of it. So you're trying to reach to a website A within the same industry, and then you are asking for help. Okay, you're asking for a recommendation. You're asking them to, let's do this. All right. So for that, probably, this is exactly where you have the paid systems, where you have mutual benefit. Okay. So, all right. So what is this mutual benefit? Paid is what everybody understands. So I'm paying for this. And then what is this mutual benefit? Let's say, the same example, Intellipaat example versus the digital marketing agency, right? So if agency recommends this training institution, though I am going to build this value for all the training systems, and then you can hire anybody from our program. Okay, for absolutely this thing. So I'll be sending you very good people to your agency. That's a mutual benefit. So agency is sending for training, and then after the training is done, it is sending back to the Intellipaat is sending back to the agency. So that's a mutual benefit where money is not involved. So it could be something as such. right? So like this, you are trying to reach to different types of industries, not just website A once, you are trying to do website B, website C, D, all of it. Okay, so this is the outreach that you will actively do. Okay, how do you do it? Simple. Emails, LinkedIn's, DMs, everything. Okay. Yes. So all of that thing you constantly hear, right? In the digital space, like, okay, even, talk about the Book My Show. I mean, it is not a good backlink example, but talk about Book My Show movie reviews. First day, you will see everybody hitting that 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. But technically, that is not the case. So same thing happens in the backlinks also. So people pay for it, right? So some people who are good with money, they'll pay for it. Some people who are not good with money, they try to get these referrals, mutual benefit. They try to offer something as a value. Okay. Right. So this kind of outreach programs is, one of the, fastest and quickest way that you can do. But again, responses will be delayed only. You cannot expect instant responses. So every day there'll be hundreds of emails with outreach program. Hundreds of emails you should be sending to different users out there, right? So technically you'll be sending to influencers. Okay, you'll be reaching out to influencers, you'll be reaching out for partnerships. Okay, so if there is any monetization, so you see all of these YouTube people suggesting that, hey, why don't you check this website? So it has very fantastic and all of that, along with their subscription and all of that. This is also a program. Okay, so that is one part of it. All right. So these are the fastest and most effective ways right now in 2025 for you to build a very good backlink profile, guys. Okay. So now that we have seen the positive side of it, let's also look at the negative side of it. Okay. Negative side is basically people are using that kind of, faster things to get that kind of, backlinks. So every day, basically that, you are doing it randomly and continuously you are doing it, and that you are trying to use certain methodologies. Okay, so that is what we have here called as spam score. If we are doing any of such kind of an activity which is triggering search engines or any of the engines out there, that this guy is following a negative methodology to build the backlinks, so that is nothing but your spam score. So Google will increase your spam score, saying that this website is following all the negative methodologies to build backlinks. Okay, so that will be in percentages. Basically, it will go from 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%. It keeps on increasing if you keep doing it. Okay, so that's how it is. So what does this literally mean is using all those non-approved methods by search engines. Search engines have literally listed saying that don't do this. If you do this, I'm going to put you in the blacklist. Okay, so that is what we call it as blacklisting. Is basically, so this website is following all non-approved methods. Okay, so this is what we call it as black hat SEO. Okay, so it's just a terminology. Don't ask me why is it black hat. So black hat is nothing but basically, it's a negative side of it. Simple. Okay, so when you use these non-approved methods, so you are increasing the list of blacklisting by improving your spam score. Okay, by increase the spam score. So what are those methods? Usually what people do is, this is the list that I am showcasing here. Okay, so first and foremost is the keyword stuffing, right? So every now and then, basically people stuff. I mean, we have done that keyword planner example, right? We have pulled out the keywords and then we wrote beautiful blogs out of it. So when you are trying to use more keywords instead of recommendation, basically, so that means it's a bad activity. Google will take it very seriously. Okay, so try to, yes, so that is also one of it. So try to keep the keywords as less than 5 per page. Okay, so remember I told you about the percentages. So based on the kind of blog or the page that you're writing, use that 50%, 30%, 20% markup language, the percentage of it. If I think, somewhere before somebody was asking, sir, I was restricted to use only 5 per page. How do you want me to split it? So I told you about 50%, right? So 3 will be on brand keywords, 1 will be on something, and 1 will be on something. Try to keep the keywords as less than 5 per page. Don't go beyond that. Okay, so it is not recommended, but the maximum that you can use is 7 to 8 per page. Okay, maximum that you can use is 7 to 8. 7 to 8 keywords. That could be anything. Okay, so 7 to 8 keywords could be anything. It could be brand keywords, it could be short tail keywords, primary keywords, secondary, whatever you want to do it, you can do it, but it has to be within this range. Don't go beyond this number. All right. And then I told you about these submissions. Remember, where is this? Yeah. These submissions, page listings, social bookmarkings, and all of that. Never go beyond this number. Okay. The number is 250. If you are doing it in a day, then your spam score will increase like crazy. Okay. So maximum 25 links per day. So 25 links is all combined together. You can do only 25 links per day, whether it is directory submissions, social bookmarking, or page submissions, whatever it is. 25 per day for a website or per a web page is acceptable. Don't go beyond that. If you are going beyond that, you are increasing your spam score. Okay. And then ghost keywords. This is very, very critical. So people used to do before, but nobody is doing this anyway. But again, the intelligence of the search engines are also got little better. Okay. Yeah. So ghost keywords are nothing but basically where you are trying to make the website stronger, okay, and then you are trying to increase the reputation faster, right? So, but you are hiding it. So if you are writing something like this in your website, okay, and this is readable, right? You can see it. But somehow if I write in this kind of a format, it is not visible to humans, but the search engines will see that digital marketing is repeated. And so it will think that this is very, very important. I repeat myself. If this is the kind of text that you see, okay, for any kind of a website, you will see usually in that black and white kind of a font and all of that, right? So if that is the case, basically, let me show you with an example. So this is technically a web page. Okay, so it is talking about homemade DIY hair treatments for strong healthy looks and all of that. Okay, so here you are seeing this content, right? Looking for treatments for dry hair and all of that. When struggling with dryness and all of this, you are seeing this kind of a content, correct? So in this content, so this is very clearly visible to me as human, correct? But technically for search engines, for any kind of a search engines or anything, so it will read something like this. This is how it reads, the HTML version of it. It tries to read it faster. Okay, so this is for humans. This is for humans, and this is for engines, for search engines. Okay, so here technically what people used to do before, ghost, posting, ghost kind of writing, is here in this section. You see this here. Technically, the background is white and the text is in. The font is in black color. Correct? Makes sense, guys? The color of text is in black in the white background, right? What happens if I write this text? Okay, this entire text in white font. Technically, I cannot see it. Yes, as a user, I cannot see it. But does that mean it is not there? It is there. So people used to do this kind of ghost, writing. I used to call it as ghost keywords. So just to highlight that one keyword out of 7 to 8 keywords, they used to write it multiple times like a normal text only. So search engines used to feel that, okay, in the search engines, it will be very clearly visible because it doesn't have any, vision issues. So here they used to see that multiple keywords, search engines used to be fooled. So it will think that, okay, this is really important. And so automatically it will start improving its ranking. Got it, guys? Simple technique. So people used to use this before. Somehow some of the companies are still doing it, but this is a very bad technique. So if I write this content which is not visible to humans, but the search engines, it is visible for the search engines, then that is what we call it as ghost writing, ghost keywords, ghost keyword stuffing. The text which is visible to humans, it is hidden for the humans, but it is visible for the search engines. So search engines will be under a assumption that, okay, this might be something important, and so it is repeating every time. It will give priority. Okay, and again, Right now, Google has its own ways of not doing it. Okay, clear guys? That is nothing but your ghost keywords insertion. All right. Now coming to, yeah, you see this part of it. Egg yolk is another wonderful dry hair remedy and all of that. Here you see there is this, I told you about blue color text. So these guys used red color text basically, but it is pretty much the same. You see this 2 and 3 numbers. These are nothing but the links that it is taking me to some other website. If I click on it, this is originally stylegrace.com, correct? So if I click on it, it will take me to a different website. Okay, let me show you where this website it is taking to. It is taking to pmcncbi.nlm.nih. Okay, it is talking about natural products. They have many uses and purpose. It is taking to some research paper. Okay, now this is linking. Got it? So this is what I was talking about when I talked about that backlinks. So if this is given, where is this? Yeah, if this is done, and then if it is taking my user to that PMC or whatever website, that is nothing but your linking. If PMC does it again back to this website, then that is what we call it as a backlink. Okay, you see again this NCBI. This is taking to again the same NCBI website. This is also taking to NCBI website. So all of these links are taking to that different that website. So why are they using this website? Basically is that website must be a very strong resource. Simple. Okay, I covered now the live version of the linkings as well. So yeah, that is what I am saying with regards to ghost keywords. Okay, and then there is also misleading CTAs. Misleading CTAs, this everybody are familiar with, right? So you must have seen when you are trying to download an MP3 file or something, when you click on that download button, when you click on that link from Google, if you are opening that website, you will see lot of download now buttons in green color flashing here and there. Everybody must have experienced this. You actually don't know where the download button is, where actually the download button is, and you end up clicking on some other download now buttons. Correct? So that is misleading. So never use these misleading CTS. So this might give you good clicks and all of that, but technically, I mean, you must have also seen certain websites. You click on one link, it will open another window. There it will open another window. It will show that your yeah. So it'll show you an error saying that your Android application is full of virus. Download this application. You will see all of these misleading things. So that is a black hat SEO. Never do this. Okay. Never suggest that click on this link to get a free Audi R8. You will not get it. But technically, people do this kind of cheap things. Don't do that. Okay. And then there is something called as cloaking. Cloaking is nothing but repetition. Okay, you have the same content, but you are using different titles and then posting in your own website. You are writing the same content, you are publishing the same content, but you are writing two different titles and then you are misleading the users. That is called cloaking. Google will never accept it. Got it, guys? So the content is same. The blog content is the same. You are just simply copying and then creating a new title for it and then you are trying to cloak it. Literally duplication. Don't do it. That's also a bad practice. Never do this kind of an activity. People do this. Right? All right. So what happens, why people do this, sir, is basically you see with these two content, you will have close to that 16 keywords instead of 8 keywords getting ranked. So that is also a bad practice. Don't do this. And then very importantly, buying and selling backlinks. Paying $1 and then getting 10,000 backlinks. Very bad. And then you are trying to sell backlinks to somebody else. Very bad. Okay. So that is very, very, very bad practice. Don't do it. And then copy content or auto-generated content. So AI content, literally. Or you are trying to copy from somebody else's website and then simply pasting it in your own website. That's bad. Engines will detect it very clearly. All that will be detected and you will be thrown out of your ranking systems entirely. Okay. So these are the most highly used black hat SEO methods that people will rely on. Okay. So completely avoid doing it. If somebody else is doing, that means your website will be under risk. Right. So I have seen lot of experts facing the same issue, that some young professional did all of this keyword stuffing, bringing all the backlinks and all of that just because they have targets, and then the website will be affected. Don't do it. All right. I am now going to tell you the types of backlinks. Okay, so we have seen the good methods of backlinks and we have seen the bad methods of backlinks, but there are different types of backlinks as well. Okay, that is exactly what I was talking about, no follow, do follow, and reciprocals. Okay, I'll be explaining what of these types of backlinks now. Okay, so let me explain the type of backlinks. Okay, I'll explain it here only. Okay, the types of backlinks, or you can call it as types of links. Okay, we have something called as no follow links, we have something called as do follow links, and then we have something called as reciprocal links. So what is this no follow links, what is this do follow, what is reciprocal links? Okay, now that we have seen the types of different methods of linkings and all of that, okay, so I'll give you now cases. Okay, so the case is basically, let's say Hemant. Okay, so there are two websites. Let's say, okay, let's take a simplistic example. There is a website called ABC and then there is a website called as DEF. Okay, so DEF is approaching ABC to generate a link for DEF. Okay, so DEF is a website. Okay, these two are both the websites I'm talking about. Okay, again, you'll be confused. Hold on. Let me. Okay, so we have website ABC and we have website DEF. All right, so we have website DEF which is approaching ABC saying that, hey, I want you to generate a link for me. Okay, in whatever way, right? So this could be paid, this could be something else or something else. Okay, let's take, if website DEF has paid, let's say $1 for link. Okay, so paid ABC $1 for link. Okay, now what website ABC does is basically, if ABC thinks that the DEF website is really genuine and promotes good content or products or services, then it is sending an instruction to search engines that this website, this DEF, is a trusted source and I recommend it. Okay, and I recommend it. Okay, that means I completely believe this website DEF, which is doing a very good job, and whatever that these guys are selling online, digitally, whatever it is, I am definitely recommending it. So that is nothing but do follow. It's an instruction given to search engines saying that I completely believe this website. This is totally genuine. I have done my research. I have done reviewing everything. So whatever, this website is selling, not just related to this link that you are generating, whatever that is available on the website, I find it very genuine. So go ahead. I am, strongly recommending this website. That is your do follow. All right. So now, if the same case, okay, here it is the same case. Website ABC is recommending, DEF is approaching ABC, but here it is now sending instruction to search engines that I am not sure what is happening in this website. Okay, that I am not sure with this website, and so I don't recommend officially from my end. Okay, but I'm ready to give you the link. Got it? So I still take it, but I'm not recommending search engines that, okay, I don't care. Whatever that happens within that website, I am not responsible for it. If anybody is going, okay, let's say, for example, Gaurav came to this ABC website. I'm saying that, okay, click on this link, you will go to that website, you'll get a resource. So whatever Gaurav does now on this DEF website, maybe if he is purchasing something, ABC is not responsible for it. Okay, previously ABC will be responsible, but now ABC is not responsible for it. It is purely dependent on Gaurav and DEF only. Just because I am, suggesting this on my website does not mean that I am responsible for any action that Gaurav takes on DEF website. That is no follow. same activity. Both of them are links only. But in one case, I am definitely recommending. In second case, I am not sure. I don't know what happens on this website anytime later. And so what I'm doing is I'm not recommending. I'm letting search engines know that I don't take any responsibility for whatever that is happening. Now I am going to show you the live example of how this works. Okay. How this no follow and do follow works, right? Most of the cases it is no follow only. Very few cases it is do follow. Okay, I'll show you what these no follow and do follow things are, how they will be looking like. Okay, so so you see this website is now recommending, okay, this Dubai ready for surprise. Okay, so something related to an ad. Okay, it's an ad. Technically it's an ad, correct? So if you check this ad, so basically this is irrelevant to this website. So it is not relevant to this healthy looks or hairstyles or any of it. It's entirely different. Okay. Now, if I go to inspect element and then check the source, okay, here you should see somewhere called as no follow or do follow. Okay. Let me search for it. This is disturbing my view. Yeah. Where did the ad go? This is the ad. So here in the ads, you will see that follow or no follow. The ad is not loaded here. Technically, I'm not able to showcase. Yeah, now I'm seeing the ads. So any of these ads, it's taking a lot of time to load. So this ad will be a no follow. All right, we better take a page source only. Yeah, you see this NCBI thing that you are seeing here in the code. So it says do follow. Do follow literally means I take full responsibility. This is okay for me to trust it. So here in this backlink, that is an ad. So here, so we have seen previously the links that, this website is recommending, right? So for this recommendation, it is suggesting do follow. That means it strongly believes that this website NCBI is okay. I am going to recommend this to all my users and creating that kind of do follow responses. All right. So this is do follow. Similarly, you will have no follow also, where most of the cases for ads, okay, for external, ads or any of it, it will suggest a no follow. Okay, you see this Facebook thin hair thick, basic the Facebook link that it is saying. So I recommend this thin hair thick, but I'm not sure whether this is going to be very genuine or not. Okay, so that is your no follow. So similarly, there are other no follows also. You see again Instagram for Krista Amiri Salon. So this is a no follow. Okay, so this is another one, kristak.com, no follow. They are recommending it, but they are officially suggesting to search engines that I don't take responsibility if anything happens to user who is clicking and going there. Okay, and then look at this Screencraft, Vedix. These are no follows. Now everybody understood what is this do follow and no follows. The concept is clear. I'll now tell you how to do this no follows and do follows. So usually for do follow, if you are not putting anything called do follow, then by default it means it's a do follow. Okay, so if you are trying to put no follow for no, and this is just like robots, if you remember. So in robots, I told you allow and disallow, remember? So allowing is basically I'm letting search engines come to my website, and disallowing is basically I'm saying that don't go to this website. So it is easy for me to put no follows or do follows, whichever is very convenient for me. I'll do that only. Okay, rest all automatically that will be a do follow or a no follow. Okay, now I'm going to tell you how do you do that. All right, I am here in this website. So now I am going to show you how to add this do follow or no follow links, guys. Okay, so whatever that you do, this is WordPress basically. So in the WordPress, whatever content that you write, whatever blogs that you write, okay, let's say I'm writing a topic on AI marketing. Is it real or a theory? Okay, so I'm going to write some content. Let's say this is a sample post. Okay, I'm writing something just for instance. Okay, for example, if I want to give link to it, so you're going to select this text sample, whatever text that you want to select it, and then you will see this link button. Okay, so let's say I want to give some website link, let's say Wikipedia. Okay, I am going to paste that wikipedia.com as a link and then simply enter. So this is what I was talking about, that blue colored text, simple link. By default, like I said, everything will be a do follow link only. Okay, so I repeat myself, simple, whatever that you want to select. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. So whatever you want to link, basically, you can select the text and then you will see this link option. Click on this and then whichever you want to give it as an example. Okay, so maybe if I want to give style craze, so you can give that style craze as an example and then select it. So by default, it will be a do follow link. By default, it is a do follow link if you don't do anything. Okay, any link that you give, it's a do follow. If you want to do it as a no follow link, for example, okay, then what you do is, for this, you will still give the link, but when you give the link, you will select this advanced option. Okay, in the advanced option, you will see something called as no follow. You see this? I hope you guys can see this, guys. So by default, it will be like this. Okay, so the moment you select it, click on this pencil icon. In the advanced section, you will see something called as no follow. Okay, the moment you select it, you are giving it as an instruction to search engine saying that this is a no follow link. Okay, so similarly, we have the next one, which I am yet to discuss, which is a sponsored link. If it is an ad, you see here in this case example, this is an ad. So this is a sponsored link, we call it as. This is also by default will be a no follow. Okay, so technically we call it as a sponsored link, but it is a no follow. So if it is a bad website, I mean, if people are giving bad reviews for that website, it will impact your website also because you are selected do follow. Okay, since you selected do follow, you are also recommending it, right? So technically you should not recommend. So that's why, it will be impacting you as well. So search engines will think that, this guy has recommended a bad website. Let me bring his ranking down. That's how it will impact. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right, simple. I'm going to repeat it again. Let me do this. So, okay, I'll do it from the dashboard. It'll be much more easier. Okay, so this is your dashboard, right? So your WordPress dashboard, this is how pretty much it looks like. So you are going here and then you're trying to create, a post or a page, whatever. Okay, so I am now creating a post. So you simply add a post and you will be taken to this kind of a place where you are editing the content. Okay, so here you will write whatever content that you want to write, you will write it here. And then let's say, for example, this is the text. This is sample text for no follow and do follow. Okay, if I write this again, it will be a confusion. Text for digital marketing session. Okay, let's say I wrote this. For digital marketing, I am going to give a link. Okay, so the first thing is you have to give a link. Before it is do follow or no follow, you have to give a link, right? So that is the first step. So in that, you will click on this link and then wherever you want this user to go, you will give that source. So Wikipedia or Style Craze or maybe some other website. So we have different websites as well. So we have Total Supply only, other vertical. So I am going to give that link. Okay, so here I am giving that link. So this by default will become your do follow. Okay, if you are not doing anything, if you are simply giving a link to an external website, so that will be your link. Okay, but that will be your do follow. Okay, I selected the text and then by default you will see this link there. Okay, so there you will present whatever that you want to do. Okay, right. So now I have given this link. With this link, now if you want to do as no follow, if you want to select this as no follow, what you have to do is you will have to click on this pencil icon. Okay, simply click on this text first. Okay, simply click on this text and then you will see this pencil icon. Okay, click on this pencil icon and you will see three options. Okay, open a new tab, search engines, mark as no follow or mark as sponsored. Okay, sponsored is usually given for the ads, right? So what is the difference between no follow and sponsored? Basically, sponsored is given specifically for the ads, but here in the no follow, this is not an ad, right? It is just a simple text. So, if it is an ad, something like this, okay, here you will give it as a sponsored text. Got it, guys? So here, the text that I'm using right now, it's not a sponsored one. It's a simple link, right? So that I'll select it as a no follow. But if it is a sponsored, if it is an paid ad, so somebody, this website, basically King AI, is paying to this Style Craze for putting this ad, King AI. Okay. So for that positioning, these guys are paying it. Even for this one, I don't know what is the source. This is some other website. So this is also paying for Style Craze. So this is a sponsored ad. Okay. And it will be a sponsored link only. Clear. So that's a difference. So here in this case, if I want to present it as no follow, simply select it and then save it. Okay. Once you publish it, by default, the search engines will understand that this is a no follow link. Okay. For user, it will still be normal link only. User will not understand, right? So they'll not know what is do follow, no follow and all of that. They don't care. So they only look at this link and then they'll simply click on it and they'll go to totalsupply.in. So that is your second case of this thing. Okay. And then there is something called as reciprocal links, guys. Okay. These also fall in the same category, but the only difference is I am suggesting total supply. Total supply is suggesting back to me. Okay. That is reciprocal. Okay. So it's a two-way, thing happening. So reciprocal links are nothing but I am doing it in a two-way. I am doing a link for them. They are also doing a link. So technically a backlink only. Okay. So that is what we call it as reciprocal links. We don't have to do anything, any activity for that. It's a simple thing. So, I mean, Google or the search engines will understand that both of them are exchanging links. All right. So in some of the websites, most of the cases, you will see that these links are being exchanged in multiple places. Okay. You see here, for example, this is reviewed by Tiffany Young. So Style Craze is recommending Tiffany Young, and Tiffany Young also is recommending Style Craze in her own blogs. Okay. For example, is this guy? Okay. So this is her profile. So she reviewed all of these posts basically. Okay. And if I go to her individual profile, which I see I might get some information. If I get that, yeah, maybe in her website. Okay. Yeah. Thin hair, thick. Let's see if she has written any kind of content related to Style Craze or not. Okay. Let's check it in view source. Oh, this doesn't have right click also. Very nice. She has fantastically managed. Okay, if she is also recommending Style Craze in her website or a blog, basically, then that is, something we call it as a reciprocal links. Okay. Right. Let's check the other this thing. Okay, she doesn't have a website, and she is a writer. Edited. She doesn't have a this thing. Okay, let's check the other one. So the one that you saw right now, that's also an ad, guys. Overview. So this is all direct links. Link Springer online. So this, we have already seen this. All right, but I'm not able to find the, the reciprocal links directly here, but yeah, you understood the concept, right? If it is a simple exchange of both the things. So I'm having a deal with the other website, and that website is also sending back the links to me. Okay, that's a simple reciprocal link. So sponsored links are the spaces that you have in this space, right? So this is what we call it as sponsored links. Okay, so if you click on this or check this these are run by ads. So this is done by Google, but this space is decided by us. So I am letting, I mean, when I say us, the StyleCraze website, StyleCraze is officially saying that, okay, this is the space for advertisement, you can do it. But this space will have a by default, no follow or something, which will not let the ad run. Okay, let's see if they have embedded this or they must have hidden it. Let's see. Yeah, they have not embedded here, but they might have done it in their code, hard code, basically. So this is one of the Amazon's web page. Basically, it's my own book that is published in Amazon. Okay, so let's say, for example, I wanted to understand what Amazon is doing and what the specific page is, having, how many links are there and everything. Okay, I want to know complete naked view or naked detail about this page. Okay, so you will get this information basically from a tool called as SEMRush, SEMRush. Okay, so it will give you a complete profile, complete detail about any page on the website, any domain on the any domain on the internet. You can literally get access to any of it. Okay, it will give you the complete naked information, both technical, non-technical, generic, all the information that you want. You will get it through this tool called as SEMRush. Okay, so this SEMRush is basically a paid tool which will cost you close to $120 a month. Okay, if you want to subscribe to, right? So no, this is technically a audit tool only that we have seen, before, like SEO Optimer and all of that, but it will give you much more in-depth details about that audit information. Okay, so that's the beauty of this website. All right, now within this website right now, since we are on a free trial basis, so I'm not able to go into the subdomain of this link that I have seen. Okay, so this is a subdomain. Subdomain is basically a page inside Amazon. So it is giving me what is happening with Amazon right now as a entire website. Okay, so this is how it will look like, and this is everybody can log into this. You can also check it. You can use your Gmail to instantly get access. Okay, so you see the authority score which we discussed, the domain authority is 100 out of 100. That means this is amazing. This is great, really great. All right, and then there is something called as search traffic. How many users are coming to this website? That is the value. And this is generated in this is the data till August 2nd. Okay, I presume this is last this is generated on August 2nd. Okay, and this is a desktop version, right? And then 572 lakh traffic coming to this Amazon.com website, out of which how much is the paid traffic? 29 million, close to 30 million. Okay, so 30 lakh users are coming basically to this website, and I believe this is on a monthly basis. I believe so for the whole month of June, this is the traffic. All right, and then 6.4 billion backlinks are there. So 4.3 million domains are referring to Amazon website. Okay, so 6.4 billion backlinks. Billions are technically more than, like, I mean, you understand the numbers. And then the traffic percentage across this domain of e-commerce, the highest traffic coming to this website is 30%. 30% is the traffic share coming to this website. All right. So if you go little down, and then you will get much more detailed information for the last 2 years. Okay. How much is the organic traffic? How much is the paid traffic? Organic is your search engine, I mean your SEO traffic. All right. So worldwide, what is the traffic share? Out of 100%, 77% is coming from US. Okay, from India it is 2%, from Philippines it is 1%, and others it is 19%. Okay, and you can also check the paid numbers here. So paid traffic is 59% coming from US. I think this is Argentina or Armenia, I don't know. 3.4%. Less than 0.1% is from India, from ads. Okay, so now checking the organic traffic for the last 2 years. So in the on August 6 or 4 or 5, 2023, it was again 66, what is that, million or 660 million? It is 660 million. on 23. And did that increase right now? No, it has not increased. It has in fact fallen down. Okay. So it is close to 565 million right now. So that means probably a 10% or 20% is down compared to 2023 traffic. Okay. So this is 2-year traffic. Same goes with your paid one. It has come down 31. It was 56 something. Now it is 31. All right. And then the kind of keywords which are ranking on top. These are the positions. Top 3 positions are occupied. So these are the top 3 positions. Okay. Close to 12 million positions are basically, you have this at the top, 3 positions, and 4 to 10 are more, and all the features are, these are the positions, 4 to 10 position, 11 to 20, 21 to 50, 21 to 100. Okay. And for which keywords it is ranking? For Amazon, it is ranking on first. Amazon Prime, it is ranking first. Amazon Prime Video, it is ranking first. Amazon.com, it is ranking first. For Prime Video, it is also ranking first. And the volume of traffic. Okay. And then it is also suggesting the keyword opportunities, which is, what SEMrush thinks that, okay, you can use this as a potential. And then keywords by intent. So we discussed about informational, navigational, commercial, and transactionals the other day, right? So informational keywords are 46%. Transactional keywords are 27%. Commercial keywords are 20%. Navigational keywords are 6.2%. Okay, so this is the breakup. So, and the features. So these are the different sources, basically. Featured snippets, site links, images, image packs, group images, basically. Video plays, questions, basically. And this is things to know. These are the features. These are technically the richest snippets, you can call it as. Branded versus non-branded traffic. Non-branded is 94 million. So what is this branded versus non-branded? Branded is people are searching for Amazon. Non-branded is people searching for iPhone, but ending up in Amazon for purchase or maybe research. Okay. Maybe people are searching for, interior decorative tools. You will see Amazon on top. People click on Amazon. That is your non-branded. Okay. And the competitors, Walmart, eBay, Reddit, Pinterest, YouTube, their competition level, their keywords. The positioning, okay, you see Amazon is positioned here, while this is positioned here, YouTube. Okay, so this is another information. So you can, you will get very nice detailed visual detail that you can literally use it. Okay, so advertising again. So it will give you the competitors who are in the advertising space. And then you can also get some sample ads that these guys are running. So all the ads that you're seeing in search results are basically these ones. Okay. And then the list of backlinks. So somebody asked me, sir, can I know what backlinks the competitors are using basically? Correct. So what are the competitors using as backlink sources? Can I know that? So this is one of the way that you can know the backlink sources. You see this bestreviews.com. What are the backlink sources for competitor websites? So this is where you get that. And then you're also seeing the types of backlinks. You see text backlinks, image backlinks, forms, frames. Okay. And then you see the follow and no follow links as well. How many are follow? 3.3 billion. No follow links are 2.85 billion. So it is mix of both. Right. So this is just the overview of the domain, guys. Okay. You can check the keyword gaps. You can check the backlink gaps. You can check, the analytics of it. Okay. Let's see keywords. I don't know if it shows up or not, but let's see. Yeah. Okay, I have to add this. Let me check if I can do this or not. Let me add Flipkart, or maybe I can use, okay, it is not giving me this thing. Let me add Flipkart. Or maybe I'll use Walmart. Because Walmart is the biggest competitor, right? So I'll use that only. Okay, this is the root domain. Let me compare this. Let's see if it works. Yep, it is giving that detail. You see, now I am comparing this with that. So Amazon, for this one versus Walmart. Okay, so these are the keywords, and you can literally get, the comparison here. Okay, so this is the search volume that you are getting, and then this is the keyword difficulty. 100 is basically very high. CPCs are 0.19, so technically this is what these guys are paying. And then this is, what is this? Competitive density. Okay, this is not of much importance. Results. So you can check all of these things, and all the other details are hidden because it's a free version right now. Okay. And then, yeah, you can also check the keyword magic tool or research. So this is similar to your this thing. Okay. So this is also something where you can literally get that scope of keyword research, just like our Google Keyword Planner tool. Okay. So what sources are giving this links basically is what the entire stuff is. Yeah. Since we have understood the fundamentals absolutely right, now it's time that we discuss about the AI part of it. What is the dynamics that are changing? Okay. SEO till now is basically, we have discussed about search engine optimization, but now SEO going forward, I'm talking this, remember this very, very, very clearly. Okay. This discussion is going to be very important for you. Okay. All those people who want to, settle yourself in your SEO career as well, this will be a very clear understanding of how it works. Whatever that you have learned, whatever that I have taught, it is related to search engine optimization. Okay. So where we have focused everything related to improve our website according to search engines, according to users, according to customers and everything. Correct. So this fundamentals, no matter whether what kind of AI comes in, which kind of AI takes over, still these fundamentals are going to stay for the next few years. So your question of, sir, SEO is going to be dead. I am seeing a lot of news online that SEO is dead. No more SEO is valid. No, that's absolutely false. Remember my words, mark my words, SEO is going to still sustain for the next few years. Okay, this is point number 1 that you have to remember. So don't think that I have wasted my weeks of time learning this, SEO, which I don't know whether this will exist or not. For the next few years, at least for the next few years, I am telling you, the fundamentals of SEO, whatever that you have learned, will not change. Okay, this is point number 1. Second point, the point number 2 is, sir, the concepts that we have learned. So everybody is talking about this AI part, right? So how is it gonna be? How is it gonna shift from the regular SEO to something else? That is what I'll tell you right now. The point number 2 that you have to remember is, SEO is not purely now will be focusing only on Google. Okay. SEO will not be purely focused on just improving your rankings in the search engines. Got it? It will be a focus which will be a bigger shift, where you will be now focused on improving your rankings, not just in search engines, technically not at all in search engines. You will be focused on improving your rankings in all the AI engines, which is the generative engines, the chat engines, the bot engines, every engines that are available out there. So for all of that, you will be working towards your SEO will be not search engine optimization. Your SEO will be search everywhere optimization. So that is going to, do this, right? So you have to understand the second most important aspect. SEO is not only for search engines. It is going to transform itself into something called as generative engines, AI engines, chat engines, all the engines. Okay. When I mention these engines, it could be ChatGPT, it could be Anthropic, it could be Perplexity, it could be, Gemini, Copilot, you name it. So now, sir, you are talking about search everywhere optimization. What is this search everywhere optimization? It is not limited to only Google. Now, everybody will, the AI engines that I'm talking about, they are going to check or scrutinize your content, your product, your service, whatever it is, everywhere. When I say everywhere, AI bots are, they'll be going to your LinkedIn, They'll be going to your Reddit. They'll be going to Quora. They'll be going to websites. They'll be going to referring sites. They'll be going to referrals. They'll be checking your backlinks. Everything will be done. So technically, you have to be everywhere. Okay. So this is point number 3. So the methodology of your ranking on Google search engines is not valid anymore. It is going to be chat engines or these GPT engines picking up your validation. So it is no more quantity. It is quality of the work that you should be doing. Again, the fundamentals will remain the same. You should do all the backlinks. You should do blog posts. You should do everything. But you should not be only limiting to doing all the search engine processes, search engine guidelines. Those will not be only source for you. You should be doing for all the other engines as well. Now, how do you do that? Simply, like I said, get more recommendations, get more trust signals coming from different sources across all the verticals. Okay. So don't focus on dumping your website with all that blogs. Start creating one value content which is truly valuable. That will automatically build a reputation for you because people will start sharing that content across multiple places. Great. So that is point number 3. Now the question comes, sir, just SEO for search engines only took us 6 weeks of time to learn everything. Now you are saying that we have to be everywhere. Sir, it will kill my time. I'll become very old. I cannot do all of this single alone, right? So that's a question coming to your head automatically, correct? How, save us? What can we do about it? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay. You don't have to be everywhere as a website or a business or a content. Okay. You just have to work according to those platforms, right? So whatever methodologies that you applied for search engines right now in the last 6 weeks, you cannot apply the same logic for all the other platforms. Okay. I'll give you an example. Till now, what has been happening is, let's say, for example, Kirti wrote a very nice, beautiful blog. Okay. Till now, what people used to do is, Kirti finished writing a blog. She published the blog. She took that link and then dropped it in LinkedIn. And she took that LinkedIn post and then dropped it in her WhatsApp status. And from WhatsApp status, she started sending that to Instagram. She created a very nice reel on Instagram with the same content. And again, she put it on YouTube also. This is technically what everybody is doing right now. One piece of content, you are dumping everywhere. Most of the content that you see online, everybody is doing this. The content is only one piece, but you are distributing in different channels with the same kind of a format. Correct? So that is not going to work anymore. That will not help because generative engines will be very, not looking at this kind of a content, which is just copy paste everywhere. Okay. So if you have written, now I'll come to the same example. If Kirti has written a blog on something, so the blog content will be in a textual format in the website. Now, now she has to write a different format for LinkedIn. The description has to be a little different. The content piece will be the same, but the description should be little different. The format of the LinkedIn post should be different. If she is posting on Instagram, so it should resonate with that Instagram rules and guidelines. Got it? So if you are posting on Facebook or maybe YouTube, it should resonate with the rules and regulations of those YouTube channel or the LinkedIn algorithm, right? So you cannot simply copy paste the content from ChatGPT or any of it and then dump it here. You should follow that guidelines of the social platforms or the engines and then start dumping there. Okay. So that's how you are gonna win the AI engines capacity. Don't simply copy paste your blog onto different platforms. Don't simply share onto different platforms. Write your own content. Okay. So let's say, for example, I'll give you an example. I'm writing a blog about top 10 algorithm changes in SEO 2025. Okay. So this is a content. I wrote it as a blog in my website. So now if I had to do the same thing on LinkedIn, I cannot simply copy paste the same title and any of it. Okay. What I'm going to do is, did you know the most trending 10 changes in the SEO algorithm in 2025? I'm going to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just the pointers. I'm not going to expand it. Okay. And then I'm going to create very nice carousel saying that, algorithm change number 1, algorithm change number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the 10 as a image content, which is easy for the consumers, and the LinkedIn algorithm will love that kind of a content. Okay. And then I'm going to give the link. If you want to read the entire content, here is a link for my blog. Go check it. This is for LinkedIn. Okay. If the same thing I had to do it on Instagram, I cannot do this carousels and then put it there. Nobody will read it. I'm going to create very nice, beautiful reel out of it. Okay. I'm going to create a very nice reel, showcasing all the 10 pointers or maybe 5-6 pointers. Got it? So this will be the LinkedIn, this will be the Instagram style. If I'm doing it in YouTube, then I'm going to create a very nice projection of all the, algorithmic changes. What are the changes visually that is impacting, which is creating very good virality for YouTube. I'm going to do it there. Okay. In all of these places, the content piece is the same, but the style and format is different according to the platforms. Simple, guys. So you have a blog. Okay. So in a blog, you have very clear, detailed content written. You all did blogs, right? Using Yoast SEO, you have seen all the on-page optimization and all of that. You have a very proper structure, right? You have a title, you have table of contents, and then you have all the detailed explanation, and then you have images embedded into it. That's a blog. So if you want to do this, or if you want to promote this blog, what you are doing, you are using social channels. You are taking this link and then pasting it in your LinkedIn. You're pasting it in Facebook, you're pasting it in Instagram stories or different places. Yes. What I'm suggesting here is don't just simply paste that links into different platforms, because it is not going to work anymore. Okay. Because you are assuming that it is just a piece of content I'm pasting. That's why you'll not get likes, you'll not get comments, you'll not get anything. Okay. You have to convert that blog into something which is related to the LinkedIn audience. LinkedIn audience has a different style of reading. They don't read your blogs. They don't read lengthy content. Correct? They want carousels. They want, in short, they want to understand in a burst that, okay, एक झटके में उसको समझ में आनी चाहिए कि क्या बोल रहे हैं ये लोग. Right? So you don't have to make it so detailed like I'm explaining right now. You have to use a carousel format where, let's say you put up top 5 things about something. That top 5 things, you can put a very nice carousel. Carousel is nothing but, that slides you keep swiping and then those keep on coming. No, that is what we call it as a carousel. Okay. So you put this 5 things in a very nice image format. Okay. So this is with regards to LinkedIn. You cannot use the blog style onto LinkedIn. LinkedIn has a different algorithm altogether. You are thinking that blog and LinkedIn both work in the same way. No. Website works in a different way. LinkedIn works in a different way. Instagram has its own style. YouTube has its own style. Twitter has its own style. Right? So you have to follow the guidelines of these algorithmic procedures. What it is encouraging more on LinkedIn, you have to do that only. Okay. So LinkedIn will push your content more. That's a simple understanding. So that is what I was intending. So here also I'll tell you, see, I'll give you a very simple, example here. Somewhere I posted this, where is this? Posted something on Digital Talk group only about something. Let me open that. That way you'll understand what I'm talking about. So this one is what I'm talking about. I have spent $12,000, testing on SEO tools. These are the top 10 SEO tools that are available for you to check out. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about as a carousel. So now you see, for any user out there on LinkedIn, it is very easy for them to understand what is a tool. Even for you also, you see this, go to this post and then you see, just keep sliding. You will see what are the tools available. SEO Meta is one tool. Key search is another tool. So you see $17 per month Ahrefs alternative. And then you have something called as WordLift. You have something called as Screaming Frog, which we discussed. You have something called Hunter.io, backlink email finders. So this is Surfer SEO. So this is the type of content that I'm, asking you to, do this going forward. This is for LinkedIn, right? This is literally for LinkedIn. So for Instagram, it will be a different format. For YouTube, it will be a different format. The content is the same. What is the content talking about? The SEO tools that are needed for the AI revolution right now. Okay. So that is what I'm talking about.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Okay, so we are going to discuss about the WordPress creation. So whenever we say, the idea is WordPress is why do we need WordPress, right? We need WordPress to create our website. To create our website is fine, but you need a domain and a hosting server to make it live, right? So after we design the website, we will need a domain and a hosting server that can launch that website. So from the website standpoint, you will need a web browser. So browser like Chrome and all, wherein you will type the domain, right? You will type the domain at the shivam.com, samir.com, right? shahid.com. So these are domains. Now, when you search for that domain, the hosted web server, because basically what happened, your domain has to be hosted somewhere. If it is not hosted, you will not be able to see. Of course, you can purchase a domain, but that domain single-handedly will not give you the website unless it is hosted in some server, right? So how to do those, we'll understand, we'll go through them. But before that, let's understand what is a content management system. Because WordPress is a CMS, right? So it's a content management system. We have a lot of content management systems Adobe, Experience Manager is there, AEM. Then you have Drupal, you have Joomla, you have Shopify, you have Wix. So many different platforms are there, right? So what the main purpose of content management system is to help you create the website, design the website, modify the website, add the pages, manage everything like images, videos, any digital assets, all those things you can manage, and you can technically handle those as well, right? So you'll be able to handle, you'll be able to go through them, and you'll be better understand about the applications or the okay. So the purpose of content management system is to create. Now, what is create? Create means you are going to create the pages, right? We have to create multiple pages because your website might have 30 different pages. So you have to create all the pages. Then once you create the pages, you have to manage the pages also, right? You have to manage them because some pages would need some level of design changes. Some pages would need some level of content changes. So all those design, all those content, all those management, you have to make sure that you're able to do so that it looks as part of your let's say whatever you are visioning from the website or the business, you are able to create in a similar format. That is the managed part, right? Then measure. What is measure? Measure is you created the website, you have 30 pages. Now you need to see how each of the pages is performing, right? So you would need some level of data insights that can help you understand that okay, the pages that I'm designing, whether it is performing good, bad, how many people are coming, whether they are able to navigate properly, whether they are spending time, whether they are scrolling around the pages. So in terms of measurement, it becomes very important because you will be able to handle a lot of things there. You'll be able to handle a lot of complexity in terms of your website. That is why you need the measure, right? So create, manage, measure, then deliver. You have to deliver also, deliver certain message, deliver certain content. You have to keep on developing a lot of things, right? So developing new pages, developing new asset, developing a form, developing a video, optimize it. What is optimize? Optimize means, let's suppose your website is showing that people are not engaging with your website. People are not engaging with the content, right? People are coming and leaving your pages. There is a high bounce rate. Okay, people are not filling up the form. It's an e-commerce website, but people are not adding a product to the cart. So that means these are some of the challenges. Every website has to have some goal, right? Without goal, you will not create a website. Today, when we will try to create a website, each of you will have certain ideas in your mind that, okay, I will create a website around a blog. Someone will create a website, thinking in mind that, okay, I have to start a new, let's say, e-commerce website, right? Someone will start let's say, will think about I want to start a particular product. So at the end of the day, each of us have a certain goal. If it is a B2B product-based website, what will be the goal? What do you think? Salesforce, the goal of Salesforce would be, or the goal of Google would be. Let me understand that. Anyone, you can try it. So we are going to, what I'm going to do now, actually, we will go with some theoretical terms, okay? Then what is a practical activity that we will do? So in the theory, let's understand what is the purpose of creating a website? What is the goal of a website? Okay. What is the goal of a website, guys? Or rather let's say for e-commerce website, what is the goal? See, of course, it is important to establish online presence and build trust among target audience, because if you do not build the trust, how will you be able to manage, let's say, the business, right? As a goal, your main goal would be to get lot of, if it is an e-commerce website, to get lot of business. And how do you get business? By increasing add to cart and add to purchase, right? So that will be my ultimate goal. Bringing traffic is my goal. Of course, if you bring 100, so you can expect business out of 100, maybe 10, 5, whatever the number is. If you bring 1,000, then you can expect out of 1,000. So traffic is of course important. But finally, our goal will come, let's see, if I'm bringing 10,000, out of 10,000 traffic, only one is purchasing my product. And rather, the other person is bringing 100, and out of 100 traffic, 50 are purchasing. So which is doing better? The other person, right? So I have to understand that my requirement is, of course, we need to have an online presence, we need to bring traffic, all those things are required. But finally, it comes to the goal, because our website will only sustain if I am able to meet the goal of conversion, if I am able to meet the goal of purchases. Okay, and for that we need to monetize, we need to measure. We need to measure, we need to understand that what are the things that is working for us, what are the things that is not working. The things that are not working, let's say there is a form, people are not seeing that form because the form is at the bottom of the page. Okay, so let's assume there is a form, but the form is, let's assume is in the bottom of the page. It's taking time to load actually. So let's assume the form is here. Okay, so but people are scrolling till this part. If people are scrolling till this part, how can I be able to get form fields? So I need to optimize the journey. I need to optimize, okay, let's bring the form at the top. Let's have certain call to action that people will click and come to the bottom of the page. Right. So these are the process of optimizing. Optimizing is nothing but how you deliver certain performances with the help of some changes that is going to give you the results. Okay. And then extend. Extend is, once you optimize it, once you find that, okay, my my changes are working good, I'm able to get now good conversions. Tomorrow, whenever you launch a new page or new design, new content, you should be able to extend that, right? Extend the some of the best practices to the other pages also. So these are the core components of our content management system. That is, CMS has to contain these things. If one of them, now when you get to see the measure means the data, the insights you can get with the help of Google Analytics or some analytics tool. Even WordPress has its own analytics also, right? Maybe at some point of time you would be reluctant to use a lot of other additional data points also, because WordPress has have a very minimal insights, the data insights that you'll get. So you need some level of other inputs or other processes to be included. But yes, you can be rest assured that you are getting at least some data which will give you enough understanding that how many people are filling up the form, what is the bounce rate, what is how many people are coming, what is the engagement rate, all those data points. Okay. If I go to the features of a content management system, it is very easy to use. See, ideally, why people are nowadays ready to understand WordPress or any other CMS tool, because whenever we talk about WordPress, I'll pick WordPress because we are doing WordPress session here. So whenever we think about WordPress, the best part of WordPress is you can manage the WordPress account creations on your own, right? If I talk about 10 years back, there were a lot of dependency on the website developer. A website which you can develop within 2 days, the developer used to get those done in let's say almost a month. And then they used to charge heavily also. So ideally what happened, you'll be able to see that designing the website won't cost much. It is only the domain and the hosting that you have to pay, right? So to let's say to go for the purchase of domain and hosting, you have to spend huge amount. It's a very minimal amount that you can spend, and you will be able to control everything in terms of domain and hosting, right? So but what the developer used to do earlier, they used to charge heavily specific to the website creations and all. And you remember when they used to charge something around let's say 50,000, 70,000, 1 lakh rupee for the hosting and the domain of your website. And that was super challenging because you have no control. Tomorrow you want to add a new page, you have let's say 10 product. So the developer has given you 10 products. So you want to add one new product. After 2 months, the developer will say, okay, we can get it done. They will charge you extra. So even though it is just a replications of one existing page, they will charge extra for that additional effort. So this type of things are nowadays not required because you yourself can handle WordPress. Even if you want to develop your WordPress account or WordPress website with the help of a developer, they will develop one time and then you can manage it. That's the best part, right? So second is easy installations and upgrades. So installations means in a WordPress account, there is something called plugins. Okay. So what is plugin? Plugin is some additional, let's say, I will show you so that you can understand also. So plugins are additional, let's say I'll open WordPress.org, okay, and this everything that you see here, we will be creating that, okay, we'll be creating those. So now look at this. There is a section called plugins, okay. These plugins are extensions, and you can see here also, but I feel it is costly, little costly. Few features you will get free, but again there are a lot of paid also. See, plugins are some extensions that you can use in WordPress. Why WordPress is very popular nowadays? Because it has lots and lots of plugins. It's a lot of plugins. You can just go and keep on searching the plugins. Okay. So what this plugin does, it is let's say, I think everyone knows what is SEO. So SEO means your search engine optimization. Whenever you create your website, the very first thing you will think to go around is SEO. So how can you develop the SEO? With the help of certain content keywords and all, right? So with the help of plugin, you can manage those. Now for SEO, what it helps WordPress, you can manage the content of the website, and you can see what type of let's say keyword, which type of let's say options you can have around the the keyword opportunity, or around the SEO opportunity, and you can just integrate, just do a plugin and play with that particular plugins, right? Similarly, let's suppose you have a website in English, okay? Tomorrow you want to go to Germany, and you want to have German website, Spanish website, France website, or let's say Mandarin and all the other different localized different language website. So you can directly go to your plugin section, okay, and you can search for let's say language translator. Language translator, you can get the Google Translator installed. It will hardly take maybe 1 to 2 seconds. You will get the plugin, you will get add the extension, and you can have the language translation done within a minute. Similarly, tomorrow you need a chatbot, tomorrow you need a form integration. So all those things are managed with the help of plugin. Even Google Analytics also. Google Analytics also you can have with the help of a plugin. The only thing you need to remember that whenever you select a plugin, make sure that the plugin that you are selecting, it is a free plugin, because if you go with the paid, you have to unnecessarily pay some money. Second is, always look for like the ratings of the plugin. Okay, so ratings, like whenever you go to the plugin site, you will see the ratings also. Ratings will give you an understanding whether like the plugin is good or not. Okay, if out of 5 it is getting 4.5, 4 and all, so that means like you can rely on the plugin. Secondly, always look like because see, if I go and search for SEO plugins, I can get 3, 4, 10 different SEO plugins. Now how do I know like which plugin to go for, right? So then I will see how many ratings it is and how many people has downloaded. That is also important. Like let's suppose one of the plugin is there which is free, but only 3 people have downloaded. The other plugin is there which is also free, but that plugin is downloaded by 1 million. So that is more reliable, because if maximum people are using, then that means it is reliable. Okay, only those things we need to understand, and you will be able to explore the plugin part. So easy installations and upgrades. So WordPress will take care of like all the upgrades, like let's say Android, iOS upgrades that happens. Similarly in WordPress also the upgrades happen from time to time with the new changes and all. Okay, it's a great for blog, CMS, and commerce. What is commerce? Have you heard about Shopify website? So Shopify is one of like the very like let's say sought after like the e-commerce portal. Okay, so they are like well known for e-commerce website. Now WordPress you are using, you can use it for e-commerce, you can use for blog, you can use for like product based also, but Shopify is mainly for like e-commerce. So now the question is, I want to create an e-commerce website. Shall I go for Shopify or go for WordPress? If you want to go for WordPress, in plugin, you will see a plugin called WooCommerce. Okay, WooCommerce, WOOCOMMERCE. Okay, right, Arya. So I'm just typing it out, WooCommerce. Now, WooCommerce you can use for your this commerce experience. Commerce is business transactions, right? So what Shopify is basically well known for, because like they can have the payment gateway, all the integrations are done properly, and Shopify also charges based on each transactions. Okay, so if you do not want to go for Shopify, like let's say I feel that like if you want to explore WooCommerce, it has a lot of like different features, and they are upgrading like to new changes also. So try using WooCommerce. For blogs and like your product based organization, there is no question, you can definitely go for WordPress. Okay, and wonderful plugins we have known, we have seen, like I've just shown you like how the plugins would look like. So there are like a huge list of plugins available. You go for language, you go for chat, you go for like forms, you go for like some additional like let's say tools. All those you just need to go and search in the plugin, and you'll be able to manage those as well. Okay, free open source, because like it's very easy to download and start building, which you will do in the localhost environment today, and countless themes and frameworks. It has so many themes. Okay, so some of the common features of CMS include user management. Now user management is very important. Why? Because see, whenever you are managing your account, you need to make sure like that what type of access you want to give to the user, right? The idea is there is a website, there is organizations. So there are like 30 people working in the website development. Not every user would require like the admin access. Admin access means someone who can control, manage, delete, edit, every permissions is there. So you might give the admin access to 1 or 2 people, and then you can give the user access, like someone can be an editor, someone can be a like I can show you here also. Someone can be, see there is in users. Okay, so once you come to the users, so only one user is added. So if I add another user, so it is asking, do you want to give the administrator, editor, author, or contributor? Editor would be able to only edit, author would be able to like write something, contributor would be write and assigning and all those. Okay, but it is administrator who manages everything. So you need to see that what type of, and only administrator can see this interface. So let's suppose like if you think that I want to like manage my website, and I have the user access, like the basic access, then you will not be able to do that. Okay, So that access, you have to have the full admin access, then only you'll be able to give someone admin access or some other access. Okay. Templates and themes we discussed. There are plenty of templates. A lot of themes are there. So whatever business you select, whatever portfolio you select, you have that template, and it is so easy to manage. It is so easy to handle, and it is very easy to design and create your own website. Security is something which is very helpful here, because see, whenever you create a website, there is a fear in your mind that someone can copy it, right? There can be an issue with the website backups and all. So might be you created a very fancy website by putting 1 month 2 month of effort, and after that there is a issue with the security. Those things are taken care of. The WordPress will make sure that it takes care of all the security concerns, so that you do not have to worry about data loss, data protections, all those things. Okay. Content creation and editing. So editing, content creations and editing means let's say it is more around what you see is what you get, like how you want to design, how you are able to see, how you are able to envision. You will be able to create your website in that format only. Okay. So very easy interface, it's easy to handle, it's easy to manage, and it is easy to modify the content and design the content. And you can make necessary changes from time to time also. Okay, then there is an SEO tools to optimize the website for search engines, built-in SEO tools or extensions. So why SEO tools is important? See, you will be creating multiple content, right? You will be developing a lot of contents. The content that you will be developing, the content that you will be creating, content has to be SEO friendly, right? So if you know that what is a business, it is very simple. That whenever a user goes to Google and search for a product, let's suppose you are into apparel business, so the user is searching for apparel. So they should be view your website, right? And how quickly you can get that visibility is with the help of SEO tools. So there are a lot of plugins. We'll discuss around that, how you can manage the SEO performance. Then comes the publishing. With the CMS, users can schedule or instantly publish content, manage draft and control publishing rights. So you can publish your content from time to time. You can manage your draft. So if you need some content that let's say I want to manage the draft of some of the content, you can manage them also. You can easily manage, you can easily take a hold, and you can schedule it also. Like let's suppose you are creating a landing page, and that landing page is for US region. So that particular page has to be let's say that particular page has to go live around let's say somewhere around 11 a.m. US time. Okay, so 11 a.m. US time, you don't have to just assuming that it's 11 p.m. IST, then you do not have to wake up at 11 p.m. just to float that particular landing page. So what you can do, you can schedule that. Okay, so you create a landing page, you can schedule that page, and that page would be live, let's say be present at that point of time to make the page live, so that it goes and people can see that. And you can just schedule at that same point of time, it will be live in that particular region also. Then content storage, because now hosting is what is the role of a hosting? Hosting is basically, domain is a URL, right? Domain is the URL. Hosting is the storage where that data is stored, right? So CMS stores your content in a database. You will be creating a database today, PHP. So you will be creating a database, and that database will be storing all your data. Okay, so all your data, it should be retrievable, it should be editable at any point of time is our requirement. So we have to do that part. Content storage is something which it manages, right? So then plugins and extensions. Plugins and extensions are required in order to manage your additional extensions that you want to, which we have discussed already, like that suppose your language translations, your form translations, all those things you will be able to manage with the help of plugins and extensions, right? Now, this is how your content management system works. So we will be creating a hosted applications. So we'll be creating a local host environment, okay? So we'll not create a live hosted applications. We'll create a local host, and in that local host, we will develop the entire website. because I'm not asking you all to go and purchase a domain or hosting. So what I'm saying is you can purchase a particular hosting applications uh, like uh, at a later stage. Today we'll try to develop a similar website which will be very similar to how it you want it to be in the live only. So that way we will create a local host environment, and we will do all the level of modifications, all the level of let's say changes, all the level of editings and all. And after that, once you feel confident, then you can purchase a particular URL, okay, a domain. So then once you purchase the domain, then your visitor would come, because in your local host environment your visitor cannot come because it is your environment, right? It is your environment, that is your PC. So here are some of the let's say CMS environment that you see. WordPress is of course there, and WordPress contributes today. If you look at the volume of WordPress users across the globe, WordPress contributes 40% of total websites. So let's assume if there are 100 websites, 40 of them are built in WordPress. That is the the level of let's say, I would say the conversion that is there from the WordPress, in terms of how people feel confident creating website in WordPress, right? Because the other websites, the other CMS platform are equally good. I'm not questioning about AEM or Joomla or Drupal and all, but the only problem is there you need some level of technical assistance, or they are too heavily to manage independently. And third is it's very costly. It's very costly. You need a lot of commercials, lot of permissions, lot of other accessibilities there. WordPress is some website that I can let's suppose I am a traveler, I want to have my website, I do not need some developer to create. I can easily go and create that. There is. And thirdly, the integrations of WordPress with other let's say plugins or other tools is so easy. You want Google Analytics to be integrated, with hardly 5 minutes it will get done. You want let's say integrations of your let's say CRM tool, it can be done easily. You want integrations with some social media tool, it can be done easily. So this is why it makes WordPress one of the leader. And that's why most and most of the people, even though there are so many other CMS platforms, there are more than 20-25 CMS platforms, still WordPress contributes maximum. So the content management systems, it work in such a way that you can edit, create, you can publish, you can archive. Whenever required, you can archive the pages so that you can use it at a later stage rather than deleting it. Okay. WordPress development has maintenance and services, convert existing website into WordPress, implement setup, design custom theme integration, customize blog plugins. See, if you have a website in WordPress today, after 2 years, you want to migrate it to Joomla, Shopify, you can do it anyway, anytime. So with CMS to CMS migrations is possible. If you have a website in, let's say, Shopify, you want to migrate to WooCommerce WordPress, you can do that. Okay, so this migrations is completely fine. You can do it, and only thing is you need to purchase the hosting, right? Your domain is already there. You don't have to worry about the domain. The hosting has to change, and then the migrations will take place. Why CMS? Some of them we have already discussed. Easy to manage. You do not need the developer to come and help you. You can. There are a lot of documentations available today. You can manage the how to control, how to design, how to implement it. SEO friendly, because whenever you create a CMS, you are creating a particular website, so the content will be there. The content is there, then you can dominate the SEO with the help of what type of content and what type of queries has to be there. Zero dependency, which I already told you. So this is why it is very helpful. Get your distributions of digital content. This is how the distributions of content management system look. Web content management, wherein you can manage any level of content, any level of changes. Document management is there, right? You can manage any level of document. You can collaborate. There can be multiple people who you can collaborate internally. Digital asset management you can do, right? You can have a portal. You can have a portal, means a portal you can launch. You can have a next versions of website. So you launched a website today, you can have a web 2.0. right? Business process management, you can have like a lot of business processes set up and managed with the help of your digital content. WordPress, most popular, powering around 40% of the website. Is easy for use, flexibility, and a vast ecosystem. So WordPress is there, Joomla, Magento, Drupal, other CMS are also there. Okay, so these are the different type of CMS. CMS summary is there. Okay, so see, if this is the easiest thing to remember, easiest thing. So let's assume that you have a house. Okay, you have a house. So your house will have like a particular address, right? Your house will have a particular address, like let's say Dwarka, Delhi, right? Flat number, plot number, all those things are there. So that address is your domain name, right? Because tomorrow if swapna.com or shubham.com is there, this is domain name, and this indicates that okay, this is the domain for Swapna, this is the domain for Shubham, right? Okay, so your address is something like domain name, because address will be always unique, domain name is always unique. So if Shubham has already taken a domain name, I cannot take that, right? So that is always going to be unique. How to check the domain name? There is this website you can always refer to for quick. Like see, there are so many plenty of websites that can give you that data. But if you want to quickly check this, then you can go to this one, whois.com, and just write down the domain name. Okay, so you can see like let's say travelindia.com. Okay, so if I want to see whether travelindia.com is available or not, so now travelindia.com, it is showing unavailable because someone might have taken. Who has taken that? If you want to go through the details, just type travelindia.com here and who is. So who is will give you the domain, that when it is taken or who has taken, all those informations will come. Okay. Then it is giving you recommendations that okay, you can take like Travel India dot space top online live fun info. So it's giving you like the other options. Maybe travelindia.in is also taken. That's why like you don't have the option for that. See, travelindia.in is also unavailable. Okay, so this way you will be able to understand that okay, which domain I should select and all, because domain is always your unique identifier. It's similar to address. Address is always unique, right? So now in a house there are a lot of furniture, right? Lot of furniture's bed will be there, refrigerator is there, washing machine is there, then you have sofa and all the other plenty of utensils and all. So all those things that are there, these are data files. In your particular website, there will be data files, right? You will be images, there will be videos, there will be content, there will be blogs. These are a lot of data files will be there, right? Similarly, all those furnitures are there in the house, right? So your data files will reside in the hosting. So your house is the hosting. You need now you can have an address, but if in that address house is not there, it is of no purpose, right? So similarly, like you have a data files, but data files cannot be kept open. It has to be somewhere in the house. So this is how you will be able to understand it. Okay, my address would act as a domain name, furniture would be my data files, and house would be my hosting. Okay, so what we need a domain and a hosting. These two things we would need, and then we can keep the data files there. Okay, so now guys, let's do one thing. You need to download a couple of things here. Okay, so for WordPress, go to wordpress.org. Just go to wordpress.org. You will have this get WordPress section. Click here. Once you click here, there is this installations is there. Okay, download WordPress 6.8.1. So I'll install. See, there are two options given: download and install it yourself, or set up with a hosting provider. Now the hosting provider means you have to go and pay this payment. This is your local host. Local host means you will be creating a similar website only, but it will be there in your PC. Okay, so we will try to explore this. And if you think like that no, I need a hosting also, you can select on here as well, and you will be able to see that there are a lot of hosting providers there. I prefer to go with Hostinger. Okay, if you click here, they will take you to hostinger.com, and then you will have like this packages there. So 139 per month with 2 months free. So you can see like this is the most popular one, and 2 months free. See, with lot of packages you get the domain free. So never purchase a domain first. let your hosting get selected. With hosting, you'll get the domain free also. Okay. So 25 websites you can create. You can have 25,000 visits monthly. So this is means like, how many people can come to your website on a month-on-month basis. So you can have 25,000 visits monthly. You can have 25 GB storage, 400,000 files and directories, right? Free domain, you will get free domain which is costing 749, so you'll get free domain is no, I think free domain is not here. So if you go with 89 per month, it will not have a free domain. Then secondly, it is giving 2 months free. It is not giving any free. Okay. Then there is like, one mailbox, one email ID, two mailbox per website, free for 1 year. Okay. And AI SEO ready. So there is something they have started including AI SEO and free CDN. CDN is content delivery network. So you can understand from here, it help you in caching the content and all. Not much required here in this case, but yeah, these are some of the options. This is the best options by far what it looks. Okay, so if you select this, okay, choose plan, then like it will take you to the payment gateway and all those things happen. So it took you to the cart.hostinger.com. So it is giving you like this period of 48 months. So that means you have to go for 4 years. 12 4 48, yes, 4 years you have to pay 6,672. This is the total. If you and say you're getting 2 extra months. Okay, if I select let's say 24 months, then 2 months extra might not be there. 2 months extra is not there. So 4296 is there for 2 years. And if I select 4 years, it is just like 2,400 more. Okay, so 4 2 that means 4,200. So this is pretty cheap compared to the other one. So this is how we select, but we have to select this WordPress.org, and when you come to WordPress.org, get WordPress and just download this WordPress 6.8.1. Okay, so this is your first requirement that you have to do. In terms of downloading. Second one you have to do is to download the XAMPP folder. Okay, so XAMPP download, you have to do this one also. Click on XAMPP download, guys. So XAMPP download, you can download any version. Why we need to download all those things, I'll discuss again with you all, because see, you need a database, right? And to run the database and all, you need the XAMPP folder. So we'll discuss all those things. You can download any of them. It's not that like you have to download the top one or the second or the third. Anything you can download. Okay. In my XAMPP, I will select this one. You can download any of them. So I've selected this one, and this your download will start automatically. Okay. See, my XAMPP is completed. Okay. So now if XAMPP is already downloaded, click on that XAMPP. So it will open now. So now XAMPP will open. It is now opening. See, okay, I'm getting this message. I'll click on OK. Now you will get this pop-up box. Okay. So now let's click on next. Okay. Then next, and then it will ask me where do you want to save. Okay. So I will save it in the D drive, because I want to make it secure that tomorrow if any formatting happens, at least my folder is saved. Okay, I do not have to worry. But if you want, you can save in desktop, you can save in any other folder also. So I'm saving in D drive actually, guys. Okay, next. Okay, XAMPP new is the name I've given. You can save it anywhere. Setup is now ready to begin installations. Now this might take some time. Okay, so let's click on the next and get the installation done. Unpacking the files. Okay, please complete this one, guys. Then a pop-up, then a control panel will open. Do not close the control panel. Okay, do not close the control panel. At the last stage, you will let's say you will see a message wherein a checkbox will be there that with a tick. Okay, so do you want to start the control panel now? So that time we have to start the control panel. Actually, you have to open the control panel. We have to not close the control panel, because if you close the control panel, your database and all those things will not run. So every time you have to start working around the localhost environment. Every time you have to create a localhost environment, you have to start working around the control panel also. Okay, so that thing we will do. Okay, so I'll give hello. Okay, so it is almost near completion. It will come as a finish. In my this particular PC, there are more than 7-8 XAMPP folders created. For all the trainings that I do, I forgot to delete them. So now you have to select finish. So now you need to select Apache, this Apache and MySQL, okay? And click on start, okay? This two has to be started, guys. So allow this. This two has to be started and do not close this. Because please understand why I'm asking you not to close, because here this MySQL and Apache, once you select, because we need to run the PHP and create a database, right? So in my system, Apache and MySQL has to get the get started. So see, both of them are running for me. Both of them are open, MySQL and Apache. So you need to make sure like these two are always there, so that you are able to work around the project part. Okay. So now the next item we need to do, guys, is we need to go to the folders. Okay. So we need to go to the folder and we need to WordPress you have already downloaded, right? So in WordPress, we'll go to the WordPress, but before that, there is something called in the XAMPP folder, there is something called htdocs. Okay. You can see these htdocs there. Okay, so what I'm saying that in the XAMPP folder there is something called htdocs. Now what we need to do, we need to go to the WordPress, okay, and bring the WordPress under this htdocs. So first of all, we can go, like for me, I have to go to downloads because I have downloaded WordPress there. I'll copy this WordPress. I'm just using Control C, copy WordPress, and I'll go to this D drive. And in the D drive, I have this XAMPP new created. So I'll come to the XAMPP folder. I'll go to the htdocs, and in htdocs, I will paste this. Clear? This activity you need to do. You can take unzipped also. It's if you have copied unzipped, that's also fine. You can copy it. So anything you can do. It's not an issue. So what I'm saying, you have WordPress downloaded, right? WordPress downloaded, that you need to bring under htdocs in your XAMPP folder. Now see, like when you copied this zip folder, okay, so if you copied this zip folder, then you need to click here. If you have copied this file, then you do not have to. So what we need to do, I'm copying the WordPress folder and I am coming to this D drive where I have the XAMPP folder created. So in that, I will select the XAMPP, I'll select the XAMPP new, and I have to go to the htdocs, this one, htdocs, and I will paste it. Okay. So once you paste it, okay, if you have copied the zip, then you have to click on that, double click on that and go to the next folder. So I'm making it easy for me now. I'm copying just the WordPress folder here. Okay, try to copy the WordPress only rather than the zip folder, because then it will be there in the htdocs only. So I'm copying that. Okay. Yeah. So then if you have copied zip, then do this thing. Click here, double click and rename this file. So you can rename this file with the project name. So I'm updating as market rational. Okay. This is my project name I have updated. What I did, now I do not need this. Then in that case, I can delete also, not required. You just need to make sure that whichever folder you have copied, rename is compulsory, because the rename is whatever website you want to create. Like let's say I'm creating a website called Market Rational, so I'm updating as Market Rational as the folder name. If you update it let's say Meenakshi, then update it as Meenakshi also. Okay. Very simple. WordPress was there. Now I have updated WordPress as Market Rational. I do not have to do anything with the WordPress. My work is done with the WordPress folder. Okay. Now we need to after you are done with this installations, bringing the WordPress and all. So now we will do the setup. Okay. Setup of the WordPress and start with installation process, for which we need to create a database. We need to create a database, right? That's why I asked you to keep the control panel open. Okay. Because the main purpose is with WordPress, we are going to create a dynamic website. We are going to create a dynamic, not a static website. Dynamic website is wherein you are creating multiple pages. Like today, Ayushi might have created 10 pages. Tomorrow, Ayushi want another 10, another 20. You are able to do that. When you are creating a static page, it is only one time done. So we have to create a dynamic website, and to store the data of the dynamic website, we need to have that under your database. Okay. So now just see what I'm going to do. I go to this particular website and I will type type this one localhost/php myadmin. This will only open for the user who has opened their control panel. If control panel is not open, this page will not come. So if it is not showing in your case, that means your control panel is not open. Okay, so just go to the browser, guys, and just type localhost/php myadmin. Once you go to this URL, then there is this section called database. I will click here and I will create a database name. My database name would be same as what I have created. You have to make sure that this name should be there. So if this is my name, I'll copy this one and I'll come and I'll update this one, same name, and I'll create this. So database is now created. Look at this, my database is created. So my what I did then, I created a new database by clicked on the database. Okay, great, Ritesh. So my database is now created, right? And the database name I've also created. You see, you can create multiple databases. Always, remember, go to the database and keep on creating how many databases you need. That's not an issue. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics and social media marketing and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
The most exciting part I feel is a demo on WordPress. I will just do a quick understanding of how WordPress actually works. Is this important for you as someone who is going to do SEO? I would say it's not very important, but it is something that you should be aware of as well. So WordPress, before I get into WordPress, I want to first talk a little bit about how a website works. Because oftentimes what happens is there are a lot of things in SEO that we do wherein we just need some basic understanding of how a website works. And sometimes I feel like that is what is missing. So let's just talk about that really quickly, right? So oftentimes people are like, okay, I need to use WordPress. That's the only way. Some people are like, there should be like a custom website. There's something called a CMS, as Mahesh says. And then some people are like, no, I'll just create like a custom platform of my own. Maybe I'll use some of the languages like PHP, Laravel, and maybe I'll build something of my own, etc. Right? Like when it comes to a website, there are all sorts of different types or ways that you can get a website up and running. And as someone who would be looking at SEO, you will need to at least have that basic understanding of it, so that when the time comes that you need to implement something on the website, you will be aware of it, right? So that is something that I'm going to talk about really quickly. So how does a website work? Now, think of it as a parallel to real world. What does this mean? Now, let's look at real world, and maybe let's look at a website over here. Now, in the real world, what happens is if you want to visit a place, how do you go to that place? Do you go to it by identifying what is the latitude and longitude degrees of it, and then you visit that place? Or do you just go on Google Maps or something and type in an address and then you go to the place? So there are two things. You're doing when it comes to actually going to a place. You would be doing two things, not just one. One is you're actually identifying the place by using a name, And second is, by doing so, then you're visiting those coordinates. So on Google Map also, when you go on Google Map, it will actually tell you for any location what are the Google Maps coordinates. So if I, for example, say Amazon headquarters, right? It says some Seattle or something like that. This is where the headquarters is. Now, if I go to maps, what happens? It loads up the map of Seattle, and maybe I'll just click for this Space Needle on Seattle. Now, the minute I did this, so typically what happens is all of these locations are dependent or based upon the latitudes and longitudes. These degrees, etc., that you see are based on the latitudes and longitudes, right? But that is not what we use. So even when it comes to a website, there are two parts to it. One is going to be the name of the place, and second is going to be where the place is actually located. And that is essentially how a website also works. So in the real world, you would have the name of the place and the location of the place. Now, uh, can you shift the name of the place to a different location? Yes, you can. And the same thing happens with a website as well. Can you change the name while retaining the same location? Yes, you can. And that's also something that happens with the website. So similar to this, what website has is called as domain name, and it has something called as hosting or server hosting, right? So the name of the place in the real world is nothing but the domain name on the website world, or you can call it like webs world if you want. And in terms of the location of the place, that's nothing but where the files of the website are located. Because at the end of the day, every single thing that we see online or even on the laptops, desktops, mobile phones, etc., all of those are nothing but ones and zeros or bunch of different files that are that we access through the internet. And that's basically how a website works. So let's say when you go to a website like maybe amazon.com, what is happening is while I'm going to amazon.com, every single thing that I see here, all of these buttons, all of these characters, all of these different like clothing items or whatever these are images and files that are probably stored in some server somewhere across India, US, or wherever the server's location is. Now, I'm not typing in the address of that server. I'm not typing in the IP address of that server, like, okay, 136.1 dot something or whatever that IP address is. I'm typing amazon.com, the domain name. So typically what happens is in the web world or in the website, these two are usually sold separately, because domain name is something that you buy separately, and where you want to host your files is something that you buy separately, and then you join both of these or link both of these together by something called as DNS. You combine both domain name and server hosting by using something called as DNS, domain name server, right? And that's basically how a website function and how both of these are linked. Now, to keep it simple, obviously there are services where you don't need to worry about all of these things. And WordPress.com, etc., are some of those services. Events, Shopify, if you've heard of it, Squarespace, even GoDaddy offers some of these services, right? Like if you go to GoDaddy, Bluehost, etc., you don't need to buy these things separately. While they do offer you to buy these separately, you don't need to. You can definitely like buy like a package, a web hosting package, which includes the domain name as well. HostGator is another one. Absolutely. So all of these they offer it as a package because they understand if someone wants a domain name, they want a server hosting. If they want a server hosting, they probably need a domain name. And you don't really need to worry about all of these. But sometimes what happens is you need to have an understanding of why these are different. And that's what I wanted to explain. So when it comes to, right, so let's try and understand then how is a website actually created. There are three types of websites typically. So the first one is manual setup. Second is automated, and third is fully automated, right? Now, obviously, this is like a broad oversimplification, but we don't need to know more than this, right? So if even if you get an understanding of what this is, you're good to go as someone who is going to practice SEO. So let's try and understand a little bit about what these three things are. Now, in manual setup, typically you will need to buy domain and hosting yourself and manage everything. So when it comes to domain name, you buy it from wherever you feel like. When it comes to server hosting, you buy it from some other place, or maybe you use like a cloud server or something like that to get the ball rolling, etc. Right? And that's basically what you would end up doing. So a quick example of this would be, let's say, if you're using AWS, Google Cloud, etc. Then in the semi-automated, what you're doing is you're buying domain yourself. And hosting that will be managed for you. So essentially, hosting separately, and hosting is managed for you. So a good example of something like this is some of the services, right? And finally, fully automated, they do everything for you from domain to hosting, but costs are higher. And obviously, you will have lower control. A good example of this is Squarespace, Shopify, or even WordPress.com, right? So this is basically what the difference is. Now, as you can see, I'm talking about fully automated and WordPress.com, but there is also a semi-automated version of WordPress. And that is basically what I want to talk about. So where is WordPress in all of this? The answer to this question is there are two versions of WordPress. There's not one. So the semi-automated version is something that you get from WordPress.org, and the fully automated version is something that you get from WordPress.com. Now, why is this a difference? Why is it like this? Some of you may be wondering. This is so that WordPress can be a solution for both people who want to customize what they want for themselves. And at the same time, it can also be a solution for people who don't want to bother with it. I'm also going to talk about .org part only, but I'm still going to just show both of these. So WordPress.com is a fully like done for you, fully automated solution for you. And obviously you can get started with this for free. But they also have like if you want to get your own domain name or your business name, then you have to pay for it, etc. So there is this free plan. I think they have an explanation of what that free plan includes somewhere. Yeah, it's just like direct setup. Or what you can do is you can go with like a paid plan wherein this includes a free domain name for 1 year. Like all their paid plans includes the free domain for 1 year, which is pretty nice. And then obviously like there are other limitations on different things like DNS, SSL. There is ads. WordPress has ads as well. Word ads. Apparently, this is something that they launched recently. Oh, yeah. I wasn't aware of word ads actually. Interesting. Okay, so they have this word ads as well. They have like site logs, in-app and analytics, and all of these different things, right? In this entrepreneur, they also include WooCommerce if you want to do shopping, etc. Now, the thing is, this is pretty like good if you don't have any or if you don't want to bother with going into the .org one, and if you just want to directly start using a service, you can do it. Is Elementor available in .com? I am not sure of that. I think they do have plugins capacity, but I don't know if Elementor is a part of it. Frankly, it's been a while since I've used .com or Vidu. And then there's a .org. So .org, what happens is this is more open source, as it says. And you typically, if you click Get WordPress, it will ask you to download a zip file and set it up. Or you just, like they also provide some recommended hostings that you can go and sign up with as well. So what is better? Essentially, it depends on how deeper you want to get into it. For most of the simple use cases, .com is decent enough. But if you do want good control over the things that you want to do and you don't want limitations, typically this is also cheaper when you're using it with some of these services. In that case, .org is better. So what does this look like? This Carbon Lightning website that I was showing earlier is something that is built on .org. So this is the website. This is Carbon Lightning. This is a website that I have created using WordPress, right? And it's like a very simple website. Frankly speaking, it's not like high design or anything. It's like a very simple website. I think I'm using Elementor on this. But yeah, like that's what it is using. It has some posts from last year that I've made. And yeah, that's basically what it is. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to access its admin panel. So to do that, I'll just type in wp-admin. And it would ask for my login, but since I'm already logged in, it just loads the dashboard. There's a bunch of things over here, but I don't really need to worry about these. Apparently, they have meetups in Bangalore. Okay, good to know. Then over here in the left side, there's like all the different options that I have. But if I want to create content or post content like blogs and all, I should be going to posts. So this is where I would be creating my blog content, etc. If I want to create pages like about us page, contact us page, a landing page or something like that, I would be going to pages. So if I go to pages right now, yeah, you would notice that there's like a privacy policy page, the home page that I have, an about us page that I've set up, and a contact us page, right? So this is where you would be setting up your pages. And in the posts, this is where I have all my blogging posts, etc., like in-depth solar panel review, what do solar panels do, understanding their function, and all of these, some of these things that I had published. In addition to this, I also have some other plugins, etc., installed, and that is something that I can access from here. So what are plugins? Just like in our phone, we will have mobile apps, right? So what are the apps that you typically find on a phone? You would have things like your camera app, your SMS app, your phone call app. You would also have Gmail, Google Maps. You would have WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, some of these apps, right? So just like a phone has apps and you can install those apps from your Play Store or let's say App Store, etc. Even WordPress has apps and those apps are called as plugins. So using these plugins, you can add or remove functionalities within your website. And there are like a lot of different things that you can do with this, just like you can do with apps on your phone. Literally, you can from creating music to you can edit photos, you can edit videos, you can talk to people, do video calls, you can like play games. There are like so many different things that you can do from your phone because of these apps. The plugins also do the same thing. Using different plugins, obviously some plugins will be paid, some plugins will be free, some plugins will be freemium, wherein some part of it is free, other part of it is not, like software. Absolutely, Mahesh. So that is how plugins work. So Ganana, this is like .org. Setting up the website is free, but I did pay for the domain name as well as I paid for the web hosting that I'm using. So similar to that, I have a bunch of plugins installed here. Now I'm not going to go too deep into the plugins, but if any of you are interested, I can probably share the list of plugins that I am using over here. I'll probably do that during the break time. Yep. So I have like a bunch of plugins. I have Elementor that I'm using for website builder. These days I have transitioned into Generate Press. I prefer that more, but yeah, Elementor is also pretty good, pretty fluid. Then I'm using like a contact form. I'm using Lightspeed Cage to improve the speed. I'll talk about this later. I'm using Metapixel for tracking. I'm also using this as well. Authors plugin. There's like schema plugin. This I'll be talking about as a part of technical SEO. Um, and a bunch of other things based on my requirement, right? But that's typically what I have over here. So now, when it comes to these plugins, as you can see, I'm using Elementor. So let me just show you how using these things, I can make things happen. So one primary plugin that I want to talk about, and this is important for SEO, is Yoast SEO. So this is something that we will definitely be using as a part of both our on-page content optimization as well as with some of the technical SEO elements as well. So I'll be talking more about this. Now, there are other plugins as well for WordPress. There is all-in-one SEO, there is Rank Math, there's like a bunch of other SEO plugins. Personally, like all of these are fine. You can go with any plugin that you want. They all of those plugins will also have a premium version, but this is like a test setup. So even the free version is mostly fine for most of the requirements. So Yoast is good for multiple things. I'll be talking about it. But yeah, this is something that I'm going to show as well in the post. So what does Yoast do? Obviously, it has its own section wherein you can work with the different settings and all of these things. But I'm not going to go into that right now. Instead, first, I want to show you what it does for your content. So for example, in this, you can see there is this content, and over here, these are Yoast SEO scores, etc. So it says this content score SEO score is green, which means it is good. It shows the readability score of this content as green as well. So that means this is good as well. Then the key phrase. So this is the primary keyword that I'm using over here. And it also mentions the same to me. Now, what I can do is if I just click on edit, I can see more information about why it is green and what are the different checks that it has done. So let's just take a look at the content and try to understand what's actually happening here and how I'm using Yoast. So this is the content. At the very top over here, what we have is the main title or the H1 of the content, right? And yeah, so at the very top, we will have the title. This also acts as a H1 for the content. And as I mentioned earlier, there can only be one H1. And solar panel reviews is the primary keyword. Now, as I scroll down, you can see like, okay, this content, it talks basically about solar panels, solar energy, And this is an internal link that I have for solar energy category over here. As I scroll down, there's an image. Now in the image, I have done some optimization to the image too. In the alternative text, I have mentioned my like keyword, primary keyword as well. And as well as when it comes to the name of the image, I think I have said the name of the image is something. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah, image name is solar panel reviews, right? So in both the image name as well as the alternative text, solar panel reviews is there. And this is like a quick description of the image. As I scroll down, there's like the headline 2. This is the H2, as you can see over here. I can select or change the headings. This is the paragraph. And yeah, more content around factors to consider, some more images. Even this image has like an alternative text, right? And then as I scroll down, there's like another H2 with more text, another H2 with more text, and so on and so forth. And then over here, I have links to external websites like SunPower, LG's website. I have linked to Panasonic's website, etc. And finally, like a quick conclusion. Now, as I scroll down with this particular content, I have done all of those checklist parts. And as you can see, because of all of that, the SEO score is good. And along with that, it also tells me what this would look like in the search appearance in mobile as well as on desktop. So I can get an understanding of what this would look like if it shows up on Google. In addition to that, it also helps me change or edit the title for SEO. So this basically becomes your page title as well. And you remember, right? Like in the SEO plan, we were creating the page title. So this page title basically goes over here as a part of your SEO title. Then this URL slug will go over here in the URL slug part. So URL slug is different. URL slug is your URL itself, the link of your page or the post. And then meta description. So from here, you can just take your meta description, put it over here. And it will also tell you if they are exceeding the character limits, etc., and what it would look like in different results. Right? Now, another good thing about this is it also shows this SEO analysis. So if you expand on it, it will tell you what are the things that it looked at, what are the things it checked. So if any of these things you have not done, it will also tell you like these are some of the things that you should be looking into. So now, does it mean that everything applies everywhere? It completely depends, and it is a bit subjective, as I mentioned earlier, but this is a good checklist to have. And that is what this plugin is doing for you. And as you scroll down, you also have an option for cornerstone content. So if this content is like the primary content, which is quite long, which is then linking to other pieces of content, you can check this. If not, you can ignore this also. And in terms of advanced, this is something that I'll be talking about later. Don't worry. I'll be talking a little bit around this in terms of canonical URL, etc., in terms of technical SEO. But yeah, it also has options for that. So overall, that's basically how it works. In addition to that, it also has like a score for readability, etc. What type of voice you're using, if that's good or not. It sort of looks into those. I wouldn't really put a lot of mind into this one. SEO score is much more important. But does it mean if your SEO score is green, you are going to rank first? No. It is just a checklist. This is not a ranking method. SEO, Yoast SEO will not make you rank, but it will help ensure that you are taking care of all the things that you need to. And that's the main purpose of it. Don't just rely on Yoast SEO and be like, okay, it will take care of my ranking. That's not how it works. It will just help you go through the checklist. And then you are the one who has to make the decision on what are the things that you should be looking into. So that's like a quick, I would say, a demo on what this looks like or how this works. And if I click view post, you can also see this is what the actual post looks like with the URL and all of these details. It also has this author box that I was talking about. And yeah, that's basically how you can post content on WordPress. So exciting stuff. Technical SEO. What is technical SEO? Some of you may be wondering, of course. Now, when it comes to on-page SEO, like I mentioned in the earlier slide, it is divided into two parts. One is the content part, and second is the technical part. Yeah, over here, as I mentioned in this, that when it comes to the keywords and the content, that's mostly on the content SEO segment, wherein your primary goal is the content itself and how you're sharing that with the users as well as the search crawler, right? But the technical SEO is going to look at two aspects, two primary aspects. One is the search engine accessibility. So, how easy it is for the crawler to find your website, if it is finding the content on your website or not, if it is finding the right content on your website or not, if it is able to read the content properly or not, if it is able to show the right elements of the content on the search engine results page or not, right? In addition to that, you're also going to look at improving the experience of the users themselves. So that is what technical SEO is all about. And there is a big reason why it is called as technical SEO, because it is highly technical, right? So don't worry too much if you guys feel like, what am I even talking about? Because as you guys practice these things, as you guys look into learning more SEO and doing these things, you yourself will be able to figure out and work through these. But as long as you are able to understand some of the concepts that I'm talking about, that is good enough, right? So with that, okay, so this is also set up, all good. With that, let's get started on the technical SEO part. So the agenda for technical SEO is we are going to talk about Google Search Console, what exactly this is and how it can be set up. We're going to talk about crawling, which includes robots.txt and sitemaps. We are going to talk about indexing, which also includes canonicalization, redirects, and rich snippets or schema. Uh, we are also going to talk about page experience, which includes the speed, mobile friendliness, and security. Some of the top uh, uh, aspects that Google looks at when it comes to the experience overall. Right. So that's what we are going to focus on as a part of technical SEO. So Google Search Console, what is Google Search Console? Um, the top search engines of the world, Google is the top one. Then there is the Bing, there is Yandex in Russia, there is what is the China one called? Baidu, I think, right? So these top search engines of the world, I don't know about the rest, but these do offer a search console or a webmaster or like a dashboard for you to understand how your website is interacting with their search engines. That is the main purpose of this. So Bing has its webmaster. Yandex also has its webmaster. I don't know what Baidu has. I don't remember what it has, frankly speaking. It's been a while since I've even looked at Baidu. but Google has Search Console. Previously, Search Console used to be called as Google Webmaster. Then they renamed it as Google Search Console. So, what exactly do these tools or dashboards do? Let's go to the website to understand itself from there itself, right? So, Google Search Console. Okay. So this is basically the homepage of Search Console, and it tells you information to help improve your performance on Google search. That's the main purpose of it. So it has a bunch of information available for you on how your website or what your website looks like on the Search Console, and if there is anything you can do to fix or improve that. So you can optimize your content with search analytics. And this analytics is very different from what you will be able to see on Google Analytics. I'll be showing what that is as well. You can get an understanding of the content that is being shown on Google and how you can also get your content placed on Google as well. You can fix issues or get alerts on the issues that Google sees on your website and fix those, and also basically get a good understanding of how Google spider bot or whatever is crawling your website actually sees your web pages. So they have also some nice training videos if you want to go through those. It's pretty good. More like a summarized version, but still they are pretty good and comprehensive for anyone to get started with. And it also talks about core web vitals, rich results. Both of these are something that we are going to talk around as well. AMP you can pretty much ignore. This is no longer one of the an important aspect. Even Google is no longer supporting it. So unless and until, like, you can actually forget about this. This isn't as important anymore. So these are the two things that we are going to talk about, right? So yeah, with that, let's get started. So this is Search Console. The minute I'm already logged into Google, so it just uses those credentials. What I'm going to do is, it has a couple of websites here. So when it comes to Google Search Console, if you don't have a website added already, the first thing that it will tell you is to add a website. And this is something that will pop up. So it has two options. One is you can add a specific domain directly, or if you want to add only a specific part of the domain, you can also add that over here. So this one, as it shows, it requires DNS verification. And this one, it has multiple verification methods. So what is the difference between the two? This one is more around a specific domain itself. So google.com, entire google.com will get validated. But this is more of, let's say, search.google.com, or something like, let's say, business.facebook.com or something like that. So it's more like a subdomain, or something along the lines of a specific area or segment only. That's basically what would get validated here. So if you are using free WordPress, so for example, if you're using WordPress.com and you have set up a free account, probably you will have a free domain from the WordPress, right? Something like, let's say, maybe you have set it up as your name.wordpress.com or something like that. And if you want to track how that looks like on Google search, through Google Search Console, then you would be using the URL prefix option. But if you have full control over the domain or the website, you would be going with the domain option. Now, as you noticed, it says it requires DNS verification, which is quite true. So what this means is, if you're using this option and if you're entering your domain name, you will have to validate your domain, or if you are the owner of the website, through the DNS. Now, if you have WordPress, there is a much more easier way of doing this. You don't really need to do this. Instead, what you can do is, you can simply just use, let me just close this. Instead, in WordPress, there is a plugin called as Gkit. This is an official plugin from Google. So this is like G Site Kit, Site Kit by Google, right? So this is uh, a plugin through which you can install all the primary tools of Google uh, in a single click, literally. So through this, you can enable Search Console, Analytics. If you have AdSense, you can link that. You can get page speed insights. You can also link your tag manager. So all of these Google tools you can directly integrate from here. And the best part about this is if you're using WordPress, you don't even need to do all of this. You can directly from G Site Kit or Google Site Kit, you can directly just enable your search console and it will validate it very quickly. So this way, your website would easily get validated and you wouldn't even need to do the DNS verification. And I'll just show you what that looks like. SiteKit settings. So over here, you can see Search Console is connected, Analytics is connected. It also tells me the tags, etc. And then the page speed insights also. Like if I want to, I can take a look at that. And if I want, I can also connect other services as well. So it looks like now it has also added Google Ads tracking as well. Interesting, right? And if I go to the dashboard, over here, I will get all the details about um, what the traffic, etc. looks like. Oh, looks like I had 20 visitors. But yeah, anyways, so there's like some traffic, etc. that it talks about, impressions and all. This is pretty much a dead website, but I guess it still gets some search queries and all. Anyways, so that's that. And yeah, like it basically helps you get that validation done very quickly. So that's the main purpose of it. So let's say if I put in test.com over here, uh, it will tell you like what are the settings that you would need to do on your DNS record. And based on the name server provider, you can also like it will also provide you the tutorial on how you can do it as well. And looks like they also have, yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works, right? So that is how you set it up. And once you set it up, let me just show with this one. I'll remove this. I'll remove this also. So once it is properly set up, this is something that you would be able to see. So this is one of the websites called as petrebels.com, and their primary market is in the European region. Now, as you can see, this is like an overview, right? And in this overview, it gives you details around performance, like how many clicks you got from Google. You also get a detail on how many pages were indexed and how many pages were not indexed. So this website has like 2,700 pages indexed. So that means Google's crawler identified like these are the pages that are worth indexing. There is like video page indexing, these many no videos indexed. So okay, so apparently there's some videos that did not get indexed. It also tells you about core web vitals. We will be talking more about this. We'll be talking more about indexing as well. Don't worry. It also has shopping trend. If you're an e-commerce website and you have linked your merchant center, etc., it tells you if the product snippets are valid or not, if the merchant set listings are valid or not. Looks like there are some invalid listings that can be improved. And then overall enhancement. So review snippets, site links, profile page, FAQs, breadcrumbs, etc. So it gives you like a good overview about your website from the technical standpoint. What are the things that you should be doing as a part of technical SEO? So content, once you are done with content, once you have published a bunch of content, it's all about technical SEO as a next step to ensure that technically Google is able to actually see the content. And you do that by using this particular dashboard. And all of these slides are going to basically talk about the same things. So connect your website. I just talked about this. You go to Google Search Console, log in through your account, add a property, select the verification method, and set it up. You would have your performance looking something like this. Uh, let's actually go through the performance as well. In this, obviously, SiteKit is better if you have WordPress. If you don't have WordPress, then it is much better to add property and update the DNS, like I talked about earlier. The difference is that over here, you're just validating the ownership. The data is anyways being collected and processed by Google itself. You're not placing any pixel on your website for this. Okay, so this is what the performance overview overall looks like, right? In performance, you have impressions, you have clicks, you have CTR, click-through rate. That means like out of these many impressions, how many people actually clicked on your website? And then you have your average position. Now, if you notice something interesting over here, advertisements show impressions because they want to show how many people saw your ad. Tell me, what does impressions in search results or organic search results mean? Seen and left, but it has a different meaning in organic search. What it means is uh, not bounce. No, no. So an impression is, so let's say when I am searching for shoes online, I just gave one impression to all the 3 top websites that you see over here. I have seen Mintra's website, I have seen Neiman's website, I have seen AGO's website. So all 3 of these websites got one impression from me just now. That is an impression. If I scroll down, Flipkart got another one. Metro Shoes got another one. Skechers got another one. Tata Click got another one. I did not click on that. Exactly. I've just glanced at it. Now, the reason the performance of Search Console is important is because this impression is something that happens on Google's website. Google Analytics starts only once someone is visiting your website, not before that. Over here, I'm not visiting any of these websites, but this data is still being tracked and available in your Search Console. And that's the main thing, because this data is proprietary to Google search itself. And that's the reason they share it over here. Like they share it only after you have validated your ownership. So this impressions data that you're seeing is something that you will only get from Search Console. Same goes for the CTR and average position as well. These are the 3 numbers that you will never find in Google Analytics. So this performance that you're seeing is uniquely its own. Only after the clicks you will be able to track that in analytics, like from these clicks, how many actually ended up on the website and what they are doing. So now, as you can see, that is why the performance or the Search Console performance and the analytics that it provides is so valuable. You're getting data points from Google directly on how users are seeing your content on Google's website. And this tells you, like, for example, what were the queries that people were searching for, right? And from that queries, how many of them actually clicked on your website after seeing your particular results. And if I go to pages, it tells me like what are the pages that actually got the most clicks, what are the countries from which I got the most traffic, the devices. So device, obviously mobile is always at the top. How my website appeared. So looks like product snippets and merchant listing are the top ways that my website appeared. And at the end of the day, uh, by date also, if I want, I can get the information. So it tells me overall how the traffic from Google search came to me. And based on all of this information, I can also determine what are some of the things that I should be looking at or fixing. So that's basically what the performance aspect looks like, right? But let's try and understand a little bit more around some of the things. So that's Search Console. I just gave a quick glance about it, but we are going to come back to it because, as you notice, there are other aspects in this as well. There is indexing, there is experience, etc. So let's before I get into it, let's try and understand a little bit around different aspects and elements that you should be looking at and what technical SEO actually means, right? So let's start with this. So what is technical SEO? Technical SEO is the process of optimizing your website to help search engines like Google find, crawl, understand, and index your pages. The goal is to be found and improve your rankings. And frankly speaking, in today's day and age, with so much content being created, technical SEO is one of the most essential elements of SEO, at least when it comes to bigger scale. A good example of that is websites which have, uh, let's say, lakhs of pages. And there are websites which have lakhs of pages, right? Uh, for all of them, just making sure that their pages are being indexed properly is good enough for them to get a lot of traffic from search engines. So what essentially happens is, let's say if you have 10 lakh pages, and if you have 10 lakh pages, that means obviously you have content that is spread across all of those pages. And that also means you're probably talking about many different things. So the chances of your website showing up in search result increases a lot more, as long as the content is also very different in each of those pages. And a lot of websites do have technical SEO becomes one of the most important aspects, because even if you have all of those lakhs and lakhs of pages, if Google is not able to find them, how are you even going to rank? And if Google does find them, then there's a high chance that you may end up ranking for some of the long tail keywords that you couldn't have even imagined about. And obviously, with that, you will start to see a good increase in traffic. So, a very good example I can in fact take is of the company that I currently work for. We have, if I'm not wrong, we have around 25 million pages. In fact, the number of pages keep increasing every day, and that's not a small number. So we really don't work a lot on the backlinks, etc. The primary focus of the SEO team is technical SEO. That's it. And all they do is they try to make sure that the pages are crawlable, the pages are indexed properly, and it has a good score on the core web vitals. That's all. By doing so, in the last few years, and using all of those pages, SEO for the website has become so big and so massive that it actually is a significant percentage in the overall revenue for the company. And obviously, 25 million is not a small number, right? Yes, Vipin, in a single website. So that's the thing. Now, obviously, this is a company at a big scale. I'm not going to say that every single one of you is going to manage websites at that scale, but that's just like a small example of how these things work at scale as well, and why technical SEO is a separate entity of its own, even though it comes under the part of your on-page SEO, because of the emphasis and how important this entire segment is. So I'm going to just talk about some of the basic elements around this. These are not basic in the sense like something that you should care of, but basic in the sense some of the fundamental aspects of what technical SEO actually means, and what are the things that you should be doing to improve the same. Now, when it comes to technical SEO, it's all about what are the different fundamental aspects of search engine and how you can sort of influence that. There were three things that I mentioned about how a search engine works, right? Crawling, indexing, and algorithm. Algorithm is something that we can never control. Even Google uh, says that it's a black box. I don't know how true that is, but they for them also majority of it is a black box, in the sense like they have no control over how it actually functions. They can just they cannot influence the outcome, but they can definitely influence the inputs and how they are fed to the algorithm. So the two things that we can definitely control, or at least slightly try to control, are crawling and indexation. So once you have content from your on-page SEO, what you are essentially trying to do is you're trying to work with identifying what are the things that you can get crawled. And second is, once the website is crawled, how you can influence the indexation part of it as well. So that is what we are going to discuss. So when it comes to crawling, there are two uh, I would say fundamental ways of how you can sort of influence or control what gets crawled. So normally, if you're not providing any control or anything, it will crawl anything or everything, or sometimes even nothing. But at the end of the day, by using these two things, one is a robots.txt file, and second is a sitemap.xml file. By using these two things, a robots.txt and a sitemap, you can at least try to influence the way that a search engine would crawl your website. So let's try and understand what these two are. So crawling is where search engines grab content from pages and use the links on them to find even more pages, right? So that's why we have internal and external links. And there are many ways to control what gets crawled on your website. Some of those are robots.txt and sitemap. So robots.txt is a file that tells search engine where they can go and can't go on your website. So robots.txt is a public file. What that means is anyone can access it for any website. So even if you want to see the robots.txt for amazon.com or mintra.com or any website that you want, you can do that as well, because it's a public file, because they want all the bots to see that file. And I will give you a quick demo on this as well, don't worry. But that's what robots.txt file is. And it has information on the pages or areas of the website where robots are allowed to go and not allowed to go. By default, before visiting your website, the first thing that they do is they read robots.txt file. And from there, they understand what areas of the website they are allowed to visit. It's a text file. It's not in HTML. It's plain, normal Notepad text file. And the second is a sitemap, right? So sitemap, what is a sitemap? A sitemap is an XML file. XML is a file format, just like .txt is a file format. XML is also a file format. And this file essentially contains all your important content of the website. So a sitemap would have all of the important links or the pages of your website, and this is something that you would want to share with the crawlers or robots or the bots, etc., so that they only focus on those areas of your website as well. So we will dig deeper into this to understand more about it. Don't worry, but that's like the quick overview about it. So as I said, it's like a simple text file that tells Google not to crawl a page or part of your site. So that's basically what it says. Like if you have areas on your website that you don't want Google to crawl, you can mention that in the robots.txt file. And it always has the same URL. So the URL slug of it will always be robots.txt. And so, for example, if your website is example.com, then the URL of that will be example.com/robots.txt. So blocking the crawler on certain pages does not mean, so this is important to note, when you're saying that robots should not visit a specific page or the URL, that does not mean the URL might not show up in the search result. Sometimes it may happen that it may find its way through the search results because maybe someone has added that link somewhere, but uh, it will include it, but it will just not know what is inside that page. Right. So that is basically what it does. It does not know what is inside that URL. So the chances of you ever finding it on the search engine will be almost nil, but in some cases it might happen. So a quick example of what the file contains is this. Uh, the first thing a robots.txt file will have is user agent. So user agent, what is this? Over here, now every search engine has its own robot, and Google has its own bot, Bing has its own bot, and at the same time Yandex, etc., also has its own bot. In addition to that, OpenAI, because they also crawl websites, right? So OpenAI also has its own bot. Your SEMRush, Ahrefs, etc., also has its own bots. Similar to that, there are literally thousands of bots on the internet. If I'm not wrong, it's probably more than that, going to multiple different websites for their own purpose. So what you can do over here is in the user agent, you can define which bots you want to block or allow for certain things. And if you want to do it for all the bots by default, you can just use star. Star means every bot. So you're saying user agent star, then you're saying disallow this page. So what you're saying is the user agent should not be visiting this page, but you're allowing it to visit admin Ajax for whatever reason maybe. And then if you want, you can also tell it like your sitemap is available over here. So that's basically what the robots.txt file contains. So we'll take a look at some of the examples for this as well. Amazon.in/robots.txt, Myntra.com/robots.txt. Okay. So user agent this, and then Amazon has so many pages, right? So what it is doing is it is saying it is disallowing all of these. So cart page, product availability, rate the item, some other internal things that they have, customer reviews, customer review, media upload, images, etc. It is allowing wishlist universal. So wishlist is disallowed by default, but if it is a public wishlist, it is allowing those. The same goes over here. Then registry, it is disallowing all of these. It allows HI, I don't know what that is. And yeah, then see over here, it is for all the user agents, but over here, they are specifying a specific user agent. They don't want eTau spider to look at anything at all. So for that reason, it says disallow /. That's it. Disallow means it is hiding that from the bot, from this bot, or from from every bot. So this is how you're speaking to the Google crawlers and all the other crawlers or all the other robots, right? So when it says disallow, that means the bots will not go to these pages. For this also, it says disallow. For Twitter bot, they have another set of disallows, right? Amazon ad bot, GPT bot. So this is Chat GPT or OpenAI. So they are disallowed everything for the OpenAI. And then CC bot, I don't know what this is, but yeah, disallowed everything as well. So if there is disallow slash, this means they don't want them to visit any part of the website. The entire website is disallowed. This is not the default in website. I will show what the default looks like. Disallowed is done by you. So basically, if a page is disallowed, it will not be indexed. So you will obviously not see any metrics for those. So that means that it will not show up on Google search. It will not show up on a search console, of course, because of that. Let's take a look at Myntra's, right? So in Myntra, if you notice, they are allowing the main website for all the agents. And then they are disallowing a bunch of other e-commerce related things like size chart, filters, captcha, cart, checkout address, login, etc. Apparently, they are also disallowing Zara. Maybe the brand said like, I don't want you to index any of our products on Google, right? And a bunch of other things are allowed, disallowed, proxy. And then they have also provided the link to the sitemap. So Google or any other bots can also take a look at the sitemaps as well. You don't really need to add an allow specifically. Usually, if you have not updated robots.txt, by default, everything is allowed. But robots.txt is primarily used to disallow areas or segments. So I'll show you a very simple one, Carbon Lightning, right? This is my website, the test website that I had set up. Let's take a look at what the robots.txt of this looks. That's it. Nothing else. It just says user agent, disallow WP admin. This is the sitemap. That's it. Because I literally don't have anything, right? So I'm like, okay, I just don't want it to index the WP admin URL of my website. But apart from that, it can index everything else. So in Yoast SEO, you go to tools, right? If you want to set it up using Yoast SEO, you go to tools. And then within this, you will see file editor. So just click on that file editor. And over here, you can just make changes that you want. So if I want to remove this Yoast SEO block or something, and then maybe I also want it to disallow, let's say, maybe I wanted to disallow orders. I don't have any orders page, but yeah, I'll just click save changes, and that's it. So my Carbon Lightning's robot.txt is now updated. Okay, why is it not updated? Maybe I'll need to clear the cache. Yep, let's refresh. Let me just open it in incognito. Okay, so for some reason, Yoast SEO is not updating it, but I can anyways do it from my file hosting, right? So I can always go to my file hosting and update this text file, and that's it. So it's nothing but a text file at the end of the day. You're just telling it from this text file what to do and what not to do. Okay, so yeah, so that is one way to control what you can show, or what if there are pages that you want to block, how you can block those. So why block a crawler? This is something that you guys have been asking. So some of the sites or the pages on the site serve a purpose, but that purpose isn't ranking in search engine. So like the cart, admin, login pages, thank you page, newsletter subscription, etc. Your main purpose for those are not ranking. And second thing that you want to make sure is if your site is small, you don't really need to care about it. But if your site is big as the ones that I was mentioning about earlier, you definitely want to make sure that the crawler is only looking at the important pages on your website and not everything, because there is a concept of crawl budget. So at the end of the day, every time Google or any of these bots crawl your website, they uh, their servers are also taking a load because of it, because every time the bot is crawling your website, it is taking a note of that website and the details around it, and every time that happens, a part of it is saved on their servers. So to reduce that load and optimize it, what Google will do is it will try to optimize the crawling as much as possible and as much value it adds. So as a part of that, what it would end up doing is it would um, assign a specific budget to every website on how much time a crawler should be spending on every website. Now, we don't know what that budget is. No one knows that. That's a theoretical budget that even Google does not know for every website, because there are millions of websites. So, but this is only something that you would come across once your overall website has, let's say, lakhs and lakhs of pages. And in such a scenario, you would want to make sure that you're only prioritizing the pages that are most important. Okay. So yeah, that's the main thing about robots.txt, right? Now, moving on, I think I talked about this. So if you want to create, just go to Yoast SEO, go to tools, create the robots.txt file, and it will do that for you. So what is sitemap.xml? So generally found under /sitemap.xml or sitemap underscore index.xml or whatever that is. Usually if the URL is different, robots.txt would mention it. So for example, for Carbon Lightning, this is the sitemap.xml that I have, right? For a lot of Shopify websites, probably it would be a bit different, and so on and so forth. So what is this sitemap.xml? So sitemap.xml, as I mentioned, it is the collection of all the important pages that you have that you want Google to index, right? So in robots.txt, you are just working with the crawlers here. But in sitemap, in addition to the crawler, you're also working or identifying what are the pages or important pages that you definitely want indexed. So yes, sitemap.xml is for the crawler, and in robots.txt, you're blocking pages. In sitemap, you're telling it these are the important pages, focus on only these pages. And the best part about the sitemap file is you can also submit it in the search console. And by submitting it, you can track if the crawler has indexed all the important pages or not, and what is the status of it. So let's try and understand that a little bit. So this is the sitemap.xml that is generated by Yoast SEO. Now, typically the sitemap, the XML file has things in a different fashion, but this is like a clean way for you to see like, okay, what are the different pages, etc., right? So over here, for example, it says that Carbon Lightning has 7 sitemaps. For me, the most important sitemap is actually the post sitemap, because in the post is where all my blog content is, and then page sitemap, because that is where all my like pages are listed, privacy policy, contact us, etc. In addition to that, author sitemap is also something that is kind of important for me, because it has the list of all the authors. For Google Eat purposes, this is something that I should probably look into. So within the post sitemap, what I have is I have details of all the links that my that I have published. So I have these 5 blogs that I've published: introduction, battery demand, power comparison, panel reviews, what do solar panels do, etc. It also tells the within the sitemap, it also says like how many images, etc., are there, and so on and so forth. So it makes it super easy for Google or their crawlers to know exactly what are the details available. Exactly. So for Google bot, this is used to navigate the website, right? So I'm going to go to this page that Vibin had shared earlier, I think it also has a sitemap that I can probably use as another example of how it works on Shopify. So over here, this is the actual format of what do you call it, the sitemap. And as you can see over here also, it lists like, okay, this is the sitemap pages. These are the collection pages and these are the blog pages. So if I want to find all the blogs, I can just visit this page. And then it has the first URL. What is the frequency of change? I have the second URL. So this basically it has this one. For some reason, this has its own URL. I don't think this is supposed to happen, but yeah, interesting. Then there is this one as well. How to choose the right perfume for you, which is also added, but looks like this is also part of the same URL. Anyway, so these are the URLs that are available here. Then when it comes to page also, it has like the page pages or the contact pages sitemap listed over here, right? So this is what the sitemap typically looks like. Now, once you have the sitemap URL, what you can basically do is in the Google Search Console, you can just go to the sitemap section, and over here you can just enter the URL of that sitemap. So for pet travels, for example, sitemaps are already entered, and this is like the German, French, English, and the Dutch sitemaps. And with all of these sitemaps, it also tells you, as you can see, how many pages were discovered. So if I click on this, for example, it tells me what are all the different sitemaps that it detected within this single one. And if I look at, let's say, a product sitemap, for example, it tells me how many it discovered. So if I want to see if all of these were indexed or not, I can just click see page indexing. Okay, for some reason it's not working from here, but you get the point, right? Like I can also see the page indexing from here, maybe, to understand how many were indexed and how many were not indexed, right? So this is the main thing about the sitemap. From here, I can clearly track and understand if the sitemaps, the URL in the sitemap are indexed or not. So if we get ranking based on these, so sitemap is used for the crawler to properly navigate the important pages on your website. That's the main thing, Pratibha. So we have to exclude disallow links from sitemaps. Typically, those are already done if you're using some of these content management systems like WordPress, WooCommerce, Shopify, etc. But it is always good to take a look at those and see like what are the things that you may want to change, if any. But in WordPress, for example, it is better if you use something like Yoast SEO to create this and also control it. So in Shopify also, there are apps to help you control what you want to display in the sitemap. So in Yoast, for example, if I go to settings, and within the site features, all I need to do is I need to scroll down, and there would be XML sitemaps. So it says enable feature, that's done. So if I want to make more changes to it, I don't think it has that available. Probably I can exclude some of the content types, but yeah, like if I just enable this, by default, it will automatically create the sitemaps for me. Sitemap, on the other hand, is used to share the important pages from your website. Right, so that's basically what I've mentioned over here as well. And yes, of course, you can submit the sitemap on Google Search Console as I just showed you. So yeah, that's essentially what this is. the sitemap is all about, what the robots or text is all about, and how you can work with the same.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Right. So now one thing that Google Search Console provides us is called as URL inspection. So basically, you input any URL in the search on the top, and it would provide you insights around it. So let's just take a look, right? Let's go with this one maybe. Or does it actually have pages indexed? Wow, it does. Interesting. Hmm. So this is like a very basic website. I was not expecting that it would index any pages. But anyways, let's just look at this URL, for example. So what is this URL? So this is a simple website which talks about a service now, right? So in this, like there's like a beginner's guide on how to get started, etc. And I want to understand what like this is what we see, right? We see an image over here, we see some text and all. This is what a user would normally see on the website. But what does a crawler actually see? So what I will do is in the inspect URL, I will just paste this URL, I will enter, and then it will retrieve data from Google Index. And from here, you can try and understand what is actually happening. So let's say the first thing it tells you is if the URL is indexed or not. So if a URL is indexed, that means it will also show up in the search results. So it clearly says that the URL is on Google. Good. This is what we want. So this means that it can appear in Google search results, if not subject to a manual action or removal request with all relevant enhancements. Relevant enhancement is something that we will be discussing later, but yeah, so that's perfect, right? Now, if you notice, it has two options here. One is view crawled page, and second is request indexing. We'll come back to this. Let's just take a quick look at this, right? So page indexing, it says page is indexed. It tells me what is the sitemap that it used. So this was the sitemap that it used to index the page. Okay, so the sitemap that is installed is definitely leveraged here. It leveraged the post sitemap, which makes sense because this is a post or a blog post. It also talks about something called as canonical. We'll discuss what this is, don't worry. But yeah, so overall looks good to me. Page fetch is successful. Crawl allowed, yes, perfect. Indexing allowed, yes, perfect. Crawled as Google bot smartphone. So one thing to know is Google, whenever it visits your website, it will visit, typically it will visit as a smartphone bot. Previously, it used to visit or see it from a desktop perspective, but now it will see it from a mobile perspective because Google focuses on your website being mobile first, right? At the end of the day, they do have like 99% of the mobile traffic. So it obviously makes sense. Um, so it also tells you when Google last visited this URL. So it was on 6th August. Okay, fairly recently, not bad at all. And it also talks about HTTPS. The page is served over HTTPS. So this is like a security. I'll talk more about this as well. But yeah, so this looks good as well. So overall, all checks looks good. Now let's try and understand what these two things are. So it says view crawled page. So what this means is we can check what Google actually saw from this. So if I click on this, you'll notice something that just popped up on the right side. So what you will notice is it is very different from what we see of the website, because what Google captures is the code of the website. It does not capture the what the screenshot of the website looks like on the phone or something like that, right? What it tries to do is it captures the code of what actually was available on the website. So this includes what it had in, let's say, the head section, what was, let's say, meta robots, meta, some of the meta codes like canonical meta, meta property, and then let's see, meta description, meta title or the page title, right? So all of these things is what it will capture. So if you want to know what Google will typically capture, the most simplest thing to do is just right click on this view page source. If you're using a different browser, probably you'll see something else, but you just click on this, and this is basically what Google will typically capture, right? So this is the code. This is the front end code, or basically what is gets downloaded every time you visit a website. And this is basically what the crawler will see every time. So as you can see, it's a bunch of different code, the same thing that I just showed you guys, and you can just review it, right? In addition to that, you also have a screenshot option, but this is available only when you test a live URL. So I can just click on that. It'll take like a couple of minutes to get that. And yeah, like that's basically how it works. Now let's say once you have noticed the scroll page and all, and you saw this HTML that was fetched, you notice that based on the time that it was actually pulled, there has been some changes. So, for example, in the index, what we noticed is, uh, so this basically loaded with the screenshot and all. So this is what Google actually sees as a part of the screenshot, right? So this basically tells you what you can expect the bot to see. And this looks like a pretty decent website, to be honest, on the screenshot. So yeah, not too bad. In the more info, we have more details around what the content type is. If it is, let's say, an image or a PDF, it will say that over here. HTTP response code. Okay, this is also something we'll be talking about shortly. But yeah, it also says that what was the HTTP response or the server response, if everything was loaded or not, and if there were any messages. So yeah, so that's the best part about it, right? Like it tells you every single thing, and you can essentially test to see if your page is properly being seen by the crawler or not. You don't have to do guesswork, and that's the main benefit of this. And let's say, so that's what view crawled page tells us, right? And as we look into this, as you saw that this was last crawled on 6th August. Now, sometimes it happens that it takes even 30 days for a page to get crawled. And in such a scenario, let's say if you have made some changes to the page, maybe some information that you had on it was incorrect, and you want to make sure that the correct information is indexed. Maybe the title that you had earlier was wrong and now you have fixed it. So in such a scenario, what you can do is you can request indexing as well. So basically, if you have made some changes or updates, you can re-request it to crawl it once again, and it will do that for you as well. So now, does it mean the minute you click on it, it will do it? No. It takes some time, but it will definitely try to prioritize it whenever possible, right? So that is what the index or what the view of Google actually looks like, right? And this is basically what the search engine also sees. And when you look deeper into it, you also get to find out what this looks like, what indexing overall looks like on Google Search Console. So what I just showed was just one page, right? But what if there are multiple pages? And this is a pretty good example for that. The website that I'm showing right now, as you can see, in the last 3 months, it had around 1 lakh clicks from SEO or Google search, right? So the reason is because it has decent number of pages indexed already. So what you can do is, to understand what those are, you can just go to pages and you can see all of the details of it. We understand what is URL inspection, we understand what is performance, and let's try and understand a little bit about indexing, right? So we looked at sitemaps as well. Let's try and understand what is pages. When it comes to indexation, what does it actually look like? Let's take a look. So when I go to this pages section in indexing, what I notice is it will tell me how many pages it detected, and out of those, how many it indexed. So now if you notice, it says that overall it has detected a bunch of pages. So if I just look at the most recent data, it says that it has overall detected close to what is that? Not index is around 29,000, index is 2,700 something. So that means around 31,000 or so pages were detected by it, but out of that only 2,700 pages were indexed. Yeah, 31. So now what can I do with this data? How can I actually look into this? So the first thing is, I can check what are the pages that actually got indexed. So I've just deselected this. So now I have only selected the indexed pages. And within this, I can see like, okay, these are the pages that got indexed. So if I want, I can also click on view data about indexed pages. And I will know like what are the pages that got indexed. Now, if you notice something interesting over here, it tells me that around 2,771 pages were indexed. And then over here, it says like from 30 July to 31st July, it says 2,737. So that means around 30 plus pages are no longer indexed, right? Maybe there is some drop in it, maybe there is something that the Google bot detected, but this kind of a drop is very normal. But if, let's say, instead of something like this, what we saw is from 2,700 or something like that, maybe all of a sudden there is a big drop. It just became 2,000, or maybe it became 1,500. That's like a massive drop. And even if it happens over a period of time, that's a cause for concern, right? So over here, like in that's not the case, so that's good. But I'll also talk about what you should be doing if something like that happens. So yeah, over here, if I scroll down, I can see what are the pages that got indexed and when it was last crawled. I can also filter uh, like based on specific things like URL. So let's say if I want to see URL that's related to NL, I get all of those URLs that is related to D. I can also get those, and I can like quickly validate if all the pages that I want are indexed or not, right? Once I'm done with this, as you just noticed, there were quite a few pages that were not indexed, and it says 12 reasons. So let's try and understand what they are. Okay, so it says alternate page with proper canonical tag. So that's 16,623. What is this? So this is nothing but essentially it detected a bunch of duplicate URLs or content where the same content with multiple URLs. And that's the reason it says like there are already other pages that exist, and hence these pages, these duplicate pages did not get indexed. And this is a very common thing. So this is a normal reason. You don't really need to worry about it. You can safely ignore this, right? And the reason it did not index it is due to something that got added to it, right? Some parameters, etc. I'll talk more about that later. So don't worry, more's coming. There's a lot more coming, right? Then out of 29,000, that is 29,000, right? Out of 29,000, 16,000 or so have this, which is perfectly fine. Then 4,000 plus have a redirect, which basically means that it is going from the URL to a different page. 3,000 plus are not found. Okay, so maybe something that I should be looking at, and so on and so forth. So what are these exactly? These are the reasons why some pages were not indexed. And this is also something that I can use to understand and fix. Over here, there are a bunch of reasons. We'll be exploring that, but that is basically what Google Search Console can help you with. It helps you in not only tracking and understanding how your pages are currently indexed, but it will also help you in making sure that if something is not indexed, you can work on fixing the same. And that's what brings us to some of the common issues. So once we have gone through some of these things over here, we will try to debug whatever we saw over there as a part of issues. So let's try and understand some of the things around indexing, right? What are the common issues? So we looked at what indexation actually looks like. Yes, things are indexed, great. But what about the things that did not get indexed? So if a URL isn't indexed, if you have a specific URL that you found is not indexed, the best method is to just use your URL inspection tool on Google Search Console to identify why. And typically it will tell you why it is not indexed, etc. But if, let's say, you're dealing with hundreds or thousands of pages, you can essentially use the indexation pages section of Google Search Console, which we were on just now, to get the details of why and how many pages are indexed, how many are not indexed, what are the issues behind it, etc. And commonly, the things that you will notice are as follows. So monitoring indexation obviously is very important, right? Now, overall, if you look at it, some of the things that issues that you will notice is the first one is that there is a drop in indexed pages, but there are no error. You guys just saw a small example of it. That's not a big example, but that's a very small example of it. But let's say right now, maybe there are 10,000 pages of your website that is currently indexed. Okay, great. But over a period of time, what you have noticed is from 10,000, it starts to go down to 7,500, 5,000, 2,000. Now, if pages are going down or not being indexed, that's bad, because if pages are no longer indexed, or if the index pages are dropping, that means your page will not show up in the Google search. So as a part of that, what you will do is you will try to understand what is actually happening. Again, using URL inspection, you can actually find what could be the potential reason. But typically, the reason it happens is maybe accidentally the page was blocked due to the robots.txt, right? So in the robots.txt, maybe you mentioned that, okay, this page should be blocked or something like that. Maybe it's a login page, maybe it's a duplicate page, maybe it's a page that is something that Google essentially does not want to index for whatever reason, right? And you can get to understand that from the URL inspector. But if you see all of these drops, most probably it happens because maybe it is restricted by the for the crawler to visit because of any number of reasons. Sometimes those reasons could be technical, sometimes those reasons could be an accident as well. So usually that is what you should be looking at. Second is, as we just saw, there's a high number of non-indexed pages than indexed. So we just saw that overall there were like what 31,000 URLs, but out of that only 2,700 something were indexed, and rest of them were not indexed, which is like only 10% of it was indexed, and 90% or more was not indexed. Now, in such a scenario, there are two possibilities. The first is that a large number of duplicate pages, probably because it uses some or the other parameters like type equals to dress, color equals to green, or sort equals to price. Or in the example that we just saw, uh, it was add to cart option. And for each add to cart, it was detecting a new URL, the crawler. So when these parameters are added, what happens is the content is not changing. The content stays the same, only the URL changes a bit. And that is probably the reason for such high duplicate pages. How do we deal with this? The answer for that is canonical URL, which we'll be covering shortly, right? And the second issue is probably because these pages like won't even be indexed. Maybe because they have the same content, which is like maybe it's like a page or a category page where you're just sorting or filtering through different products and things, right? A very, I would say, a very good example of this is the Amazon search page. So when you're searching for something on Amazon, you get this URL, search URL, and in that you have all of these different filters. So as you're using that, the URL will also change according to that. And in such cases also, the pages probably won't be indexed. Then there's server errors. So essentially this means the Google bot essentially can't access your URL or the website because it tried to access it, it waited a while and your site did not load. Your site was busy, the server was down, could be anything, right? So this is the third common issue that you find. The fourth is a 404 error. So 404 error basically means a website which has like now, usually what happens is a website server, as I told you guys last time, has multiple error codes or HTTP status codes. 404 basically means that there was no content that was found, right? And finally, the fifth common error is missing pages or sites. So this means Google couldn't find your page. It could be due to that this page was newly created and is not crawled yet, or that it's like essentially the page is dropped for indexation. So that means it was indexed earlier, but it is no longer indexed. So the best option again is to use the URL inspection to understand the potential reason. So these are some of the common issues, right? Now, something else that I added over here, and this is something that is also important to understand, is what are the common HTTP status codes? So what is a status code? Basically, what happens is when a website loads, it serves or it provides the files of those websites through a HTTP server, or in a simple term, a server. Now, these servers will show different status codes. Now, there's like a bunch of different status codes, right? If you are like a nerd who wants to like go through all of those, I've attached a link for that as well, but it is not necessarily. As someone who's into SEO, you will probably only need to look at some of these. From this also, you will only need to understand a few of these. So let me just go through really quickly what these status codes are and what it means. Typically, if the status code says 200, so where did we see 200? In URL inspection, let's say if I add this one, I'll just search for this. Yeah, so I can ignore this because I've already checked on that. But view crawled page, more info. Yeah. So over here, you can see the HTTP response or HTTP status was 200. So if it is 200, that means it is good and it is okay. So 200 is normal. Now, there is another one that you should be aware of, which is 301 and 302. What are these? So sometimes what happens is maybe you are having a website issue, or maybe you're doing some maintenance on the website, and that maintenance is for maybe 2 hours or 4 hours or something like that. In such a scenario, what you will do is every time someone visits the website, they will, instead of visiting, let's say, google.com, they will be visiting google.com/maintenance. The reason is because you are temporarily redirecting every user who visits google.com to google.com/maintenance. So that is a temporary redirect. You're doing it only for 4 hours. Now, within that 4 hours, let's say if Google crawler shows up on your website, Google crawler will be confused. Why is maintenance loading up? So to make sure that Google crawler knows that it is just a temporary redirect and there is no action that it needs to do in terms of updating its pages, etc., you will need to use 302. However, maybe you have made a change in the URL altogether. Previously, the URL that was indexed was okay. So let's just say if you had a page which had 2020 in the URL as a year, and now that it is 2024, you want to change that part in the URL as well. So in such a scenario, you would be using a permanent redirect, which is a 301 redirect, right? Because you want to make sure if any of those old URLs are also indexed, those are also permanently redirected to the new one. Then 400 is bad request. So this basically means that the URL is incorrect. 401 is unauthorized. So this means that you do not have access to it. 403 is also forbidden, like it is not even allowing you to visit the website. 404 is not found. So this means there is no content or the URL itself does not exist as a page. And 404, as we just saw, is a very common error because oftentimes what happens is some URLs gets created, but there is no content in them at all. This is a very common thing that happens, and that's the reason it is called as 404. And finally, the next most popular is 500. So this is an internal server error. I don't know how many of you noticed, but there were a bunch of those issues over here as well. 500, right? So for these pages, there were some server issues, and that's the reason it did not get indexed. But yeah, I think I can understand and I can live with it not being indexed because anyways, like these are not the pages that I want indexed. So that's fine, right? So that's basically some of the common HTTP status codes that you should be aware of. So let's try and understand a little bit better about both canonical URL and redirect, right? I've talked about this a little bit over here, but let me just show you what it actually means with some examples as well. So canonical URL, let's first look into that. So search engines, what you need to understand is why is canonical URL even a concept? Search engines rely on unique URL and index all the pages they find on the internet. So as you just saw, multiple type of URL could be created because of n number of reasons. And as such, now if Google search were to index all of those URLs, what will happen is it would have so much data which is like worth nothing. And that's the reason search engines rely only on the unique URL. That means it will rely on pages or URLs which has unique content. Now, while there should be a unique URL or a single page, often web pages can introduce slightly different URLs for the same piece of content. We just saw an example of that, add to cart. So a common reason for this is the use of URL parameters, the extra bits of data appended at the end of the URL. And the problem is that search engines can't decide what are important URL parameters for content and which ones aren't. So what we do is, as a solution, we ourselves tell to Google what is the canonical URL by using the canonical meta tag. This is a tag that is added to your page in the header section. And this line of code tells search engine that no matter what the URL might show up, the URL that they should be using should be the canonical URL when they are indexing the page, right? So this is a quick example over here on what the code actually looks like. And this is an example of Amazon. So the meta tag, this meta tag that I've highlighted here, is added to the head section of a page that tells search engines which is the preferred page. So I actually got this entire content from Amazon's website directly, right? I just clicked on a random product on it, and when I looked at its code, uh, within that particular code, the meta text and all, the canonical URL was this, right? So, but if any of you have noticed, Amazon's URL are never that small. It is never this small. Always, whenever you are sharing the URL or something like that, it will have a bunch of different things after it, right? Like something like this. Whenever you're clicking on any product page on Amazon, it will have a bunch of different things attached to it. So the canonical URL is this, right? And this is both the pages will basically have the same content. So let's just take a look at that. So let me just load this. And let me load this as well. Both of those URLs have loaded. And as I can see, this one is pretty much the same as this one. Now, in such a scenario, obviously Amazon would want only the most unique URL to be indexed or the most sleek URL to be indexed, not this long URL with a bunch of different parameters and data, etc. Right? And that's the reason canonical URLs are used. So no matter what page you're creating, it is always important to at least have a self-canonicalization. What that means is, if let's say you're creating a page which is website.com/SEO, you can just put a canonical URL for that itself, so that it is very clear that no matter what other parameters get added, Google will still have the right URL. That's basically what it is. It's the unique URL that you want indexed. Now, what does that actually mean? So in the inspect URL, if you notice, now if you don't declare a canonical URL, Google will select a canonical URL by itself. And when Google selects it, you don't know which one it is going to select. Sometimes it will select something which is absurd, which is not what you want. So in such a scenario, it is always best that you you declare the canonical URL by yourself, and then it will take it, or most probably use the same one. So that's the main purpose of it, right? So that's basically what canonical URL is. How to declare canonical URL? So you declare it by using this link rel equals to canonical, and then you mention it. So that's how it works in code. I can actually show it how it looks in WordPress also. Let's just go to Carbon Lightning, the website that I was using earlier. So typically, if you use SEO plugin like Yoast SEO or All-in-One SEO, etc., it will take care of it automatically for you. So over here, I'll just quickly edit this. Let's scroll down. Now in this, as I scroll down, there is something called as advanced in Yoast SEO. I'll just click on this. And over here, it will say canonical URL. Now, if I wanted to use the same canonical URL, and if I don't want to make any changes, it will use the self-canonicalization. And I will show you what that is. But if I want to make sure that this is not the URL that I wanted to canonicalize, I can enter that manually over here. So I just need to enter the URL, that's it. So let me just show you what the page actually looks like. So this is the page. And over here, link rel canonical this. So this is the same URL that I currently have available, right? Exactly the same. If I copy paste on it, it's the same. The reason is because this is this is the one that Yoast automatically adds. So now, even if this page gets loaded like this, maybe something like, let's say, source equals to SEO or something like that, and someone visits it, even then, it will still use the proper canonicalized version for indexation. So that's basically why this is important. Now, Yoast obviously takes care of it by default, so I don't need to really worry about it on WordPress. Similarly, if you're using a different content management system, there should be like a SEO tool which should probably take care of it automatically for you. If it doesn't, you should be able to at least mention this in the customized fields of your page headers. And what that basically means is it will look something like this. This is the example of it. And finally, redirect. But basically, another reason that duplicate content might exist is because a web page may have moved from one location to another on your site. The old location and the new location could potentially be in the search engine's index at the same time. And to avoid this situation, whenever you move content around, it's important to implement proper redirect rules. Okay, so what does this mean? I just showed you a quick example of it, but let me just show something over here as well. Carbon lightning. So you guys just saw that I had this review page, right? Okay. Yeah, there it is. So I had the solar panel review in depth. Now, what will happen is maybe because this is 2023, I want it to be for 2024, which is current year. So in such a scenario, I will change the URL. So what happens is when I change the URL, the old URL, which is 2023, will cease to exist and it will show a 404 error. And since this is the URL that is indexed on Google, Google will think that this page does not exist anymore. So my ranking for this page will start to drop. So for such a reason, it is very important that I also redirect this old URL to the new URL, which is 2024. So similarly, a lot of times you will be making changes to the URL of the page. And whenever you do that, make sure that the old URL is also redirected or has the right content so that Google does not confuse or create like duplicate indexations of it. And that's the reason redirects are important, right? So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about as a part of indexing. Okay, so let's look at the next part of it, which is rich snippets, right? So this is a rich snippet about rich snippets, right? What does it say? So rich snippets are also known as rich results, are normal Google search results with additional data displayed. This extra data is usually pulled from structured data found in a page's HTML. Common rich snippets types include reviews, recipes, and events. Let's try that, right? So I'm just going to do a quick Google. What are rich snippets? We have the same one over here, right? Now, if I actually, as you can see, basically, right, like this is very different from the results we see over here or over here. This is a normal search result, right? This is what we expect, that first there will be the name of the company or the website, then there will be the URL, then there will be this blue link, which like Google expects you to click. And okay, I'm just going to go back. And then you have the meta description, right? So the blue link is the page title and this is the meta description. So this is what we expect the normal search result to be. But sometimes you would have these featured snippets, right? Like this one. So it does say about Like I don't need to click on it, but yeah, you can find out more about this, which we are anyways discussing over here. But feature snippet, as you can see, is a very prominent thing, because the minute I search for it, it shows up over here, right? And as I scroll down, you can also see even these videos are a part of some of the rich result. Let me see. Yeah, this is another example of rich snippets. So this rating, the review, the price, the stock, free delivery, 14-day result, 14-day return. What are these? These are additional information in addition to what is already available. And how do you actually get this? You get it by using something called as schema. So what are the examples of rich snippets? Let's take a quick look. This is an example of rich snippet. So obviously, as I said, right, a search result can contain more information than just a regular title, slug, and meta description. For example, when you search for a funny cat video, the snippet may contain the thumbnail of the video, the duration of the video, the upload date, and the person who uploaded it. Just like this. It has a thumbnail, the duration of the video, the person who uploaded it, and when it was uploaded, right? Then this is another, I would say, like around stock market that Google has. And then we have a bunch of different types, right? So for example, this is related to reviews and rating. This is for songs, which would include genre, release date, when it was recorded, when it was produced, and some of the other site links around it. This is rating with a bunch of different reviews, amount of time it would take, the amount of calories it contains. This is for a movie which has a streaming date, runtime, rating, genre, and release date. And finally, this is for a product. It says in stock, the price, the reviews, free delivery or not, 14-day return or not, etc. Right? So, what are these? How do you actually get those to show up in a search result? The answer is you do it by using schema. So knowledge graph is different, yes. So knowledge graph is typically it also uses some of your rich snippet data, but knowledge graph is quite different. Google usually partners with providers for knowledge graph. Okay, so let's try and understand how to get rich snippets. So there is something called as structured data. Structured data is a piece of code that you put on your website. So what is structured data? It's a piece of code that you put on your website. It's a code in a specific format written in such a way that the search engine can understand it. Now, obviously, for a search engine to directly pick up this data, it's going to be so difficult, right? So that's the reason you have to format it in specific order and a specific way. And that is by using structured data. So when I say structured data, what does it mean? It means by leveraging the schema or the structured data codes from schema.org. So big search engines have developed a project called schema.org where you can find all the structured data markups supported. So by the search engine, you can use this to find markups. For instance, if you sell shoes, you could show what color shoes you sell and what sizes you offer in the snippet via product schema. This is available over here. So this is a products related schema. And in this, as you can see, when you're using these different tags, for those tags, what it expects and some details around the same, right? Now, obviously, as I scroll down, you will notice there are so many different tags for it, right? So many different things. And then it also provides you like some examples around what it looks like without any markup, what it looks like with by using like, let's say, microdata, and maybe if you're using JSON or maybe you're using structure, etc. So this is something typically a developer would be helping you with. But then how can you do it yourself? And that is what we are going to talk about. So luckily, um, you don't solely need to depend on a developer for actually working with structured data. I'm going to show you two methods. The first is on using a WordPress plugin, how you can do it using WordPress. And second is how you can do it manually if you don't have WordPress at all. So let's try and understand. Now, these are some of the tools that you would be using for working with it manually. So there are three steps to it. The first is you need to identify the type of snippets that you want to use, and you can look at the previews of that over here. So this is a direct guide from Google itself, right? So developers.google.com, search docs appearance structured data article. So this is the article structured data, but let's open it. So what is this? Article structured data helps with article, news article, blog posting, etc. Typically, this structured data would look something like this with a thumbnail or with a specific image that you have as a part of your page and some quick snippet about the content of it. And they have provided an example over here. As you can see, um, uh, now let's say this is your HTML page. Within this, this is where your structured data script is provided. So it has the type of content it is. It's a news article. The headline of it, the basically the headline of that particular news article. What are the images that you're using? What is the date it was published? What was the date it was modified? And who is the author? Person. So if the author is a person or an organization, that's what it is. The name of that person or organization and the URL profile of that author, right? So if there are multiple authors, you would have multiple authors listed similar to this. And if I click try it out in rich result test code, it will say if it is valid or not, right? So we'll go through it step by step. Don't worry, but that was just like quick example. So as you scroll down for this article, you can see proper guidelines around it. Like what are the different properties that are available or objects that are available, and how you can work with it, along with some examples as well. And if you look in the left hand side, you will see these are the different structured data snippets that Google search is like okay with and basically supports heavily. So book actions, breadcrumbs, carousel, course info, course list, discussion forum, Q&A, salary estimation, employer rating, events, FAQ, jobs, math solver, movie carousel, right? Then you have within product, you have product snippets, merchant listing, variants, product variants, that is, your profile page, recipes, review snippets, right? Videos. So you have all of these different snippets. And as you go through it, it will also give you examples of what those snippets could look like. So over here, as you can see, when I selected video, it shows like a quick example of what it could look like. So over here, it's like, this is how it could load the video. In the image also, it could show the video sometimes. In the video section, it could show it. And of course, in the discovery page of Android phones also, it could show it. So yeah, that's how you can identify different structured snippets data that is available. So this is like all the list of it. You can also see like different type of things. So for example, let's say if there's an event or maybe you're conducting an offline event, etc., you can use this to actually get extra traffic from it, because Google also supports searching for offline events, etc., right? um, and yeah, so that's the main thing. At the end of the day, why would you want to use this? The reason is so that you can show more information on Google search, and when you do that, there's a high chance that you can also get not only better ranking, but better clicks or traffic to your website, which is much more informed. So this is where you can find. So once you have identified the type of snippet and like that you want to use, you can now, if you're using WordPress, it's a much more straightforward way. So I will show that in the next slide. But if let's say you want to generate it manually, the way that you would do that is you would be using the schema generator tools over here. So over here, for example, schema generator tool, I have listed three. You can use any of these. It's not like you have to use all three of these. You just need to use one. I'm going to select the Google one, right? Now, what this does is it helps you create the schema that you want. So I'm just going to, let's say I'm going to open the Carbon Lightning page only, the solar panel one, this one. I'm going to copy this URL and paste it over here. Now, once I've selected or identified the structured data that I want to create, I will just identify that over here. So this is an article. So I'm just selecting articles over here, right? And then I will select start tagging. So what it does is it loads that web page for me. And over here, using this tool, I can directly like select the text that I want to use for tagging purposes. And if I don't want to select from here, I can directly enter the details also. So let's just do that. So I want this to be the title. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, right? And then it says article body. I'm going to select maybe some of these. Maybe I'll just keep it till here to keep it simple. Article URL. Now URL, I don't really have one. Image. I want to use this as the image. Date published. I don't think I have date published on this. Oh, that's something that I should definitely add. Author name. I have the author available here. So this is the author. And if I want to understand what are some of the things that I don't know, I can also like hover on it. I think this is supposed to be article name if I'm not wrong. No, it's the name of the author. Okay. Or is it? Yeah, it's the name of the author. Okay. So in that case, this is going to be author type, I guess. But anyways, I'm just going to select this as the name of the author. URL, I can add that manually. Publisher, aggregated rating, etc. Okay, so I've selected whatever I could find. I'm just going to add missing tags. So let's say if maybe I want to add the URL. So URL is going to be this one. What is that? Carbon Lightning, this one. Save. And the URL is also added. Now, once this is done, as you can see, I'm not writing any code here. I'm just selecting the right things. And if I want to add something manually, I can just do that by using this add missing tags. And once I'm done with all of this, I can just select create HTML. And it will automatically create microdata or the JSON format for this. The next step for me is I just need to copy this data, right? I just need to copy and paste it within my header of the website. That's it. So that's basically what I would be doing. And if I want to test it, I can go to this URL. I can copy this. I can go to the code section, paste the code, and I can select test code. It will test the code and it will tell me if everything is valid or not. and it says there are non-critical issues. So I can also understand like, okay, unnamed item. So looks like headline and author is missing, which basically I can add. So this is essentially how you work with it. If you don't have access to some of the schema generators, etc., right? If you want to, or if you have to generate these manually or understand how to work with it without having knowledge of proper code, this is how you can work with it. But if let's say you have something like WordPress, etc., there are plugins for this as well. Okay, so on WordPress, let me see the plugin that I have installed. Yeah, schema and structured data for WP. So this is the one that I have installed. And over here, if I go to my post, I'll just click edit. Now, all I need to do is I'll just scroll down. There's Yoast SEO. After Yoast SEO, you will see as you keep scrolling down, there will be something called as schema and structured data on this post. So it automatically fetched the right schema for me here. But if I want to make changes to it, I can do that. I'll just click modify article schema output, and it loads what it has already identified, right? The headline, the description, the article section, the article body, right? It has automatically created all of this for me, including the author type, person, and even my photo. Nice. um, all of these things it has automatically identified, and if I want to make changes to it, I can do that. So that's the best part about these tools. They know like what are the things and what are the different parts or aspects that they need to select. And based on that, it becomes super easy for me to directly not worry much about it. So if let's say you're using WordPress or any of those other tools, you can use these plugins as well. There is a plugin called as Google Sitekit. So just install that plugin, and from that you'll be able to validate your Google Search Console access. So the process for structured data, I'll just do a quick overview on it, right? So there are 3 steps. The first is to identify the structured data type that you want to use. You can go to the developer for URL over here. So just go to that and you'll be able to find all the different type of articles and other different type of structured data types that are available. Select the one that is more relevant to like basically know like which one that you should be using. Once you have done that, the next step is to use one of these tools to generate the structured data. And once you have done that, you can test that in this particular website. So how do you actually use these tools? What you would do is you would basically just go to, let me just open this tool once again. You would go to the tool, you would select your already published page over there, or you can just copy paste that URL over here. And once you have done that, you just click start tagging. You tag the data or select the data over here. So for example, if I want to tag this, I can just select it and I can tag it accordingly, right? Based on the one that makes sense. Once I'm done with that, I can just like create HTML and get started with it, like by and implement it. So this is the manual method. If you want all of this to happen automatically, you can use the WordPress plugin that I shared over here. So yeah, if you want it to happen automatically, you can just use this plugin. You can also use WordPress.com, free version of WordPress.com. I don't know what, actually it's been a while since I've used the free version, so I don't know if you can install plugins in this. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. But yeah, at least you'll be able to practice a bunch of things if you at least create the free website, this free plan of WordPress. You'll be able to practice connection with Google Search Console, working with that, posting content, etc. You'll be able to work with all of those things if you at least work with the free account of WordPress.com, right? So yeah, that's what rich snippets or schema is all about. Okay, so let's talk about the next part, which is experience. So now what is experience exactly? Let's try and understand this. So experience is so far what we have been doing and what we have been talking is all about how the Google bot sees our website and how we can make it easier for Google bot to work with our website as well. So in such a scenario, what does experience actually mean and why is it a part of technical SEO? The reason is the next part to make sure that your website is good in a good standing and people can actually visit and work through it is the experience that you're delivering to your users. Let's try and understand what this is. Technical SEO experience. Essentially, what is this? This is the experience that a user will have when they visit your website. So essentially, there are a few things that you should be taking care of. The first is that there is something called as core web vitals. I will be showing how you can measure this, right? And this is a very important aspect for your website to know and understand what are or what type of performance users are seeing when they visit your website. Second is that it should be mobile friendly. I don't think I need to say this or explicitly talk about it anymore, but it is very important because we often forget it as like we work on it, right? What happens is most of the time when we are creating a website or working with a website, we would be doing that on a desktop. And as we are building it, as we are working with it, etc., we tend to forget what the website would look like on the mobile phone. And in doing so, we oftentimes would see that even if we are offering an amazing experience on the uh, like let's say horizontal screen orientation, something like the laptops, desktops, etc. The vertical screen orientation of your mobile phone is probably having a lot more difficulties. So it is very important that your website is mobile friendly because in today's day and age, almost 80 to 85% of your of your traffic is going to be from mobile phones. Being mobile friendly is an important aspect. Third is to not have a lot of intrusive interstitials. What is interstitial? Interstitial is nothing but pop-ups. Let's just go to any of the Indian news website. I'm just going to type it. Money control, yes. Oh, wow. This is an interstitial right when I try to visit money control. This is an advertisement even before I was able to visit the website, right? This is an example. Literally in the URL, if you notice, it says interstitial. Let's continue to money control. Okay. It has something over here related to push notifications, right? Oftentimes, website would also have some kind of a video popping up from over here, right? And then, like if I say no thanks, maybe something else will load, and there would be a bunch of different ads, etc. Right? But you get the point. Overall, it becomes very difficult for me to go through anything, and that's what an interstitial is all about. Okay, so that's basically what I wanted to show, right? That these obviously are not good experiences, and especially if I visit the maybe the mobile page, you will notice that it's even much worse. Like for example, if I, let's say, load something over here, it will show a bunch of different ads. It will show like a bunch of different things on the page, which are blocking me from reading anything at all. Like maybe it has this thing, get app. Sometimes they have like live chat and a bunch of other things. So the more you have those, what happens? The user will have a lot more worse experience by doing so. So it is always good to avoid as many pop-ups as possible. And finally, making sure that your website is secure by using SSL. Right. So these are the four main things. We are going to dig deeper into all four of these. Some of those are very straightforward. I think mobile intrusive and all, I've already explained those. But I think let's dig into the site performance a bit, because that's going to be a lot more interesting. So let's try and understand first from the site performance, including the core web vital. So what about the site performance or the speed of the website? Site speed. Site speed is simple. How fast is your site? Now, I don't know how many of you know this or are aware of this, but the first big billion day sale of Flipkart, server crashed. So, what happened when server crashes? People could not access the website, could not buy anything probably. So basically, what happened is the site crashed. It was so, I think it was almost 10 years back or so that they had this big billion day sale. And that was massive. Literally, the prices that they had was crazy, because they were like spending a bunch of money on investor money, that is, on all of those things. And what ended up happening is because they all of a sudden got so much traffic, the website was not at all loading. It loaded for the first few minutes, but then it completely stopped working at all. And it was down for almost 1 to 2 hours, if I'm not wrong. So, and that's the thing, right? Like, now what happens is when the website is not loading, people will not be able to visit it. And if people will not visit it, unless and until they actually want something from it, they will abandon it. They'll be like, okay, if it is not working, I don't want to go on it anymore. So Big Billion Day was an exception, because people knew that, okay, they are going to get a good deal. So they kept trying to go to it. But they are not going to do that with your website, right? Like, especially with SEO, where they have so many options. Like literally, if let's say if you're searching for maybe how to type on a keyboard, maybe that's a search query, and you find a bunch of articles around it. Yours is one article out of 10. If they went to your website, it does not load. What will they do? They're like, I don't care. I have a bunch of other websites. I'll visit one of those, right? And that's what happens. So site speed matters a lot. Uh, like unless and until you are offering something as tempting, people are not going to be just waiting until the website loads, right? And that's the main thing. Like, obviously, now does that mean it's simple? Not really. Like, even today a lot of websites go down, and that's quite common. A lot of websites become slow. That's also normal. So it's not simple, but at the same time, there are a few things that you can do to make it easier. So the site speed, however, can be determined in various ways and at different times while loading a page. This includes the time until you see something on the page to happen or on the screen to happen, the time until the entire page is loaded, the time until the site is ready to be interacted with, and the time to first byte, the time it takes for your server to send back the very first tiny bit of information. What does that mean? So if I go to moneycontrol.com, I'm doing the cardinal sin once again. What happens? It loads something. It loaded the text on the top, and after a bit of time, then it loaded this advertisement. Now, if I go to this, The first thing it loaded are the ads on the top. Apparently, ads are faster. Then it loaded a bunch of other ads at the bottom as well. Finally, it loaded the menu, and then it loaded some more content over here. And finally, at the end, it loaded the ads on the right-hand corner. So as you can see, there is a sequence. First, it would load something, second, third, fourth, fifth. So, and all of those we could clearly see. Now, how do I visualize this? There's a tool for that as well. Let me just do that. Let me just put this at the bottom. I'll remove the responsiveness. Network. Okay. Now, disable cage. Let's throttle it to 3G. You guys don't need to worry about what I'm showing right now. Right? So let's just reload this. Okay. Now, what just happened is, as you can see, this is like a good visualization of how long it is taking for each of the elements to load. And as you can also see, there are so many different elements that are getting loaded. 229 requests so far, and the entire page has not even loaded. 231. 2 MB has been transferred. The resources are 3.6 MB in size, right? And I think it is still loading if I'm not wrong. Or is it stuck? I think it is stuck. Oh, wow. But you get the point, right? Like, as you can see, this is how long it took for the entire content of the website to load. So if, let's say, the content that you want people to interact with is somewhere over here, there's a high chance that some of the people will drop off in this time frame itself. Okay, finally everything loaded. Yeah, it went to this size. See, I don't think I would have waited this long, right? If I had other options. And this is why there are different stages to a website and different stages to how fast a website is. This is still going on. And that's what I mean. So it should be a fast website. This is something that is available in any of the browser like Chrome. So what I did is I just pressed F12 and then I went to network. Again, you don't need to worry about this. I'm going to show a much more simpler tool for you to do this. Right. So that's what site speed is. So let's try and understand a little bit more about this. The importance of site speed. If your website is slow, people will bounce off, bounce rate increases. And the bounce rate, if let's say the load time is up to 5 seconds, it increases by 90%. If the site takes 10 seconds to load, the chances that the bounce, but that's true, right? Like no one is going to wait like 10 seconds for a website to load. There are like so many other options. Why should they wait? So, and that's the reason Google has officially announced that page speed will be a ranking factor, and it is, including the mobile first index part. So there are a lot of ways that you can look at improving your site speed. I know a lot of you maybe not understand this properly, but a quick win is to make the images file size smaller and improve the load time, compress the files, use better servers, etc. So how do you actually identify all of these issues, right? So I'm not going to go through these because this is something, again, if you're technically savvy, you can quickly understand these, but I'm going to show you ways of how you can actually work with this. So let's start with page speed insights. So there is this website called as pagespeed.web.dev. So what is pagespeed.web.dev? Over here, you can enter any website that you own, which you want to analyze and work with it, right? Now, in addition to owning the website, even if you don't own it, you can still analyze it. There is no issue with that. So let me do one thing, and I'm going to work with carbonlightning.com. I'm going to open, let's say, Myntra.com, right? And I'm going to open Geeta's website. Perfect. So now, if you notice, there are two sections of this. One is discover what your real users are experiencing. So this is something that shows up only when you have a lot of people visiting your website from a Google search, etc. Now, typically big websites are where you will see this. Even if the website is not too big, you will still see some data as long as there are at least, like, let's say, traffic in thousands per month for your website. And second thing that it shows is performance issues that it has identified through a simulation. So this is not a simulation. Real users one is not a simulation. It is based on what actual users are experiencing. And this one is a simulated thing that Google has built based on its bot. And if you notice, it has mobile and desktop sections. So you can check what the performance looks like in both of these segments. So in mobile, it has 4 different sections. The one that I'm going to primarily focus on is performance. So as we scroll down in performance, you can see it has some metrics over here. It has first contentful paint, largest contentful paint, and cumulative layout shift, right? These are what you call as the core web vitals. These 3 metrics help identify how users are experiencing your website overall. Total blocking time is basically, so I'll explain all 3, don't worry. And then total blocking time in the sense like how long it takes for the website to load without blocking anything. And what is the speed index overall, how long it took for the entire website to load. So speed index is quite bad of this website, 7.4 seconds. And first contentful paint. So what is first contentful paint? This means how long it took before it was able to load anything at all on the website. So it took about 1.8 seconds. Second is, after that, whatever is the biggest element. So let's say if your biggest element is an image or a video or something like that, how long it took for that to load. So that was 2.3 seconds, which is fair. The third is cumulative layout shift. So what this means is, once the website is loaded, did the layout change? And I will show you a very good example that Google has for this as well. So as we scroll down, we also get this tree map of how Google saw this website load. If I click on view tree map, but yeah, as you can see in this snapshot, maybe I can zoom in to show a little better. Each of these are screenshots that it took to show like how each element of the page was loading. Correct. So that's basically what it shows over here. So it looks like in the first 3 slots, it did not even load anything. And then from the 4th slot, it started to load something. And that's the reason the first contentful paint is so poor. It is 1.8 second. So each slot is 0.5 second. So in the first 1.5 second, nothing loaded. In the between 1.5 to 2 seconds, something loaded. So that is the first contentful paint. Then slowly between 2 to 2.5, 2.5 to 3, 3 to 3.5, and 3.5 to 4. So I know how long it took for the content to load. So this gives me a good glimpse of how fast my website is. Now, as I scroll down, it also provides me diagnostics in the sense it tells me what are the potential areas for me to improve. So it says reduce unused CSS. So this means like essentially if I have some code or some files that I can probably reduce or look at minimizing. initial server response. So it says like how long it took for just the server to show up or server to respond. So probably I'll need to work on the server a bit, eliminate render blocking resources and all. But as you can see, it's already at 90%, so I don't really need to work on it, except for maybe SCP, FCP a bit, and also the speed index a little bit. But mostly based on all of these checklists, and as you can see, the audits, the number of audits it did, it seems pretty decent, right? Similarly, I have all the other different areas as well, like serve images with low resolutions and all as a part of best practice that I can look at as well. But overall, this gives me a good idea of what are the things that I should be looking at. So let's just take a quick look at some of the other pages that I have loaded over here before I talk about a simple way of improving the score. So this was page of, so it looks like there are already real users who are visiting the website, and its core web vitals assessment has failed. So it says the largest contentful paint happens at 3.3 seconds. So there's a possibility of improving that. Cumulative layout shift is 0. That's good. Interaction to next paint. So this is an interesting one as well. I'll talk about this. First contentful paint is at 2.9 seconds, and time to first byte is 2 seconds. So that means for first byte to show up, it takes about 2 seconds, right? However, the overall performance is rated at 83. And some of the things that Geeta can probably do to help with this are also mentioned here. Like, for example, this background image can be much more smaller, right? But this is not that big of a website. So let's try and understand what a big website looks like Myntra. Even Myntra has failed its core web vitals. What does that mean? It means that sometimes it all depends upon, see how bad this is. It all depends upon how you're optimizing and what you're working with and the type of users you're working with. Just yesterday, I think I was analyzing one of the websites which had a pretty decent site speed. Let me just load it 1 second. So as you can see, this is another website, Storebox. I was just analyzing this yesterday, and you can see its core web vital actually passed. FCP in green, LCP in green, INP, FID, everything is in green, right? And now the thing is, how can you make this happen, or how can you make something like this happen? Now, obviously, there's a bunch of different things, right? It's very complicated. As you just saw, there's like a bunch of different areas that you should be working with. So as a part of Quick Win, the main thing is that you should optimize your website with by having smaller websites, smaller file sizes, etc. Make sure that you're using the latest technologies so that it is much faster. You're combining files so that it is again much faster. You're using compressing the files. You're using the latest servers, etc. Now, all of this can be a bit technical. So the most easiest way is essentially use a plugin, right? What does a plugin look like? You can use WordPress plugins like Lightspeed Cache, W3 Total, or even like premium version of WP Rocket. All of these are pretty good plugins that you can use to optimize your website. I personally, for Carbon Lightning, I'm using Lightspeed Cache, right? All you have to do is in in this, once you have installed the plugin, there will be something called as Lightspeed Cache. The one thing that I like about it is the presets. You just go to this. You can select the advanced preset by default. You don't even need to worry about it. Just click apply preset. And once you have done that, so let's say, for example, I do this, like apply preset. And after that, I can just click on this button and clear or purge all the cache. That's it. What this will do is it will take care of all of these things for you by default. It will even like do some basic optimizations, etc., that are needed. and that should ideally help you improve some of the performance. But at the same time, as you notice, the core web vitals and your performance score can be a bit different. So what are core web vitals? So that is how you improve the performance, this performance score. But let's try and understand what are core web vitals, right? So if you install the plugin, obviously there's a bunch of things that you can do with it in terms of optimizing and working with some of the different cache, compression, and all of those things automatically taken care of for you. Every other content management system will have that. But for core web vitals, let's first try and understand what these things exactly are. So I'm going to first talk about the uh, uh, the largest contentful paint. Actually, these are the three that have been promoted to core web vitals now. So let's talk about largest contentful paint. I've just clicked on this. And as you can see over here, it clearly says what is largest contentful paint. So it basically, if it is under 2.5 seconds, that means it is good, right? So this means whatever is the largest content on your website, how long it takes to load. So some examples over here for largest contentful paint, as you can see, in this, in the first few seconds, it was this part was the largest contentful paint. Next, this was the one. After that, this was the one. So it basically shows an example of this being the largest contentful paint of the entire page once it loaded, and how long it took to load this. Same with this one. Over here, the LCP is this one. This is the largest contentful paint. In Instagram, it's its logo when you're trying to log in. In Google, when you're trying to do a search, the largest contentful paint is probably this one because it takes the most amount of time. Sorry, over here, like because it takes the maximum space, right? So that is basically how you identify LCP. Similarly, luckily, we also have good examples for all these others as well. I'm going to just talk about these two right now. You guys can explore the others as well. And you can find more details around it on web.dev. But let's look into this. NIP is basically how responsive your website is for interactions. So poor responsiveness, take a look at this. When you click on something, it takes a lot of time to load. So let me zoom into this a bit and hide this. As you can see, it is taking so long to load, but over here, a good responsive website loads quickly. So this is a very strong part of the experience that your users will have once they load the website. And that is what INP is. Interaction to next paint. So how long it takes to interact with the next part of the content. So what is this? This is nothing but a sudden shift in layout. So let's say a website loaded and it's like order confirmation and you want to go back, but all of a sudden something loaded on the top, because of which it completed the order. What happened? Why did it happen? It happened because the layout shifted because something loaded later on. Something on the top, it loaded later. And if there is a shift in the layout as your website is loading, that means your cumulative layout shift score is high. And if it is high, that is bad. It should be 0. So what that means is there should be no shift in the layout as the website is loading, right? So these are some things that are not directly related to the performance aspect that you see here, but instead it is more related to how you're designing your website or how you're creating your website and ensuring that the type of images or the type of things that you use are that much more optimized, right? So that's basically what the site speed and core web vitals talk about. Screaming Frog SEO tool. So I'm going to provide like a quick demo of how it works and how you can work with it or use it. This is pretty good to identify a bunch of technical issues as well as some of the content related issues. But don't worry, we'll have like a pretty good walkthrough with this one. Okay, so let's get started with this. I'm going to start with this Carbon Lightning website only on this because this is fairly smaller website and I don't think it'll have a problem in crawling the entire website because it's not that big. So let's see. Let's see. It has okay. It does have a bunch of category pages, so maybe it is a bit big. Let me try this one. I've not created anything in this. Yeah, so I think this is a fairly decent site. There's an about me page, there's a home page, there are a couple of blog articles, and that's about it. So I think this is a pretty good one to start with. And I'll show you why I'm choosing a smaller one and then not like a bigger one. Right. So before I start, let's just try and understand what is Screaming Frog SEO or the Screaming Frog, this tool that is there. So this is the tool. So what it does is it is something that you install on your desktop, be it Windows, Mac, or Linux, and you can use this as a website crawler. So what it will do is it will crawl your website and help on improving your on-page SEO issues. So this includes both the content as well as the technical part, but primarily it is on the content. Primarily it is on the technical aspect, right? So what it will do is it will for the free version it will download and crawl 500 URLs, and if you buy a license it will become unlimited. Basically there will be no limit. That's the main thing, right? So it does do all of these things. You can like go through it. If you download the app also you'll be able to check it out, and these are the things that is included as a part of free version. In addition to that, in the paid version you also have like, let's say, crawl configuration, JavaScript rendering, near duplicate content, mobile usability, crawling validation, structure validation, grammar and spelling checks, custom extraction. So there's like, okay, apparently crawl with OpenAI and Gemini is also there. But yeah, as you can see, there's like a bunch of different additional features that they have available with the license. So now, obviously, I'm not expecting that if you're just learning that you go ahead and make a purchase of the license, because that wouldn't really make sense. Even me myself, unless and until I'm doing it for a purpose of actual work, I wouldn't use a licensed version, right? So that's why even for me, as you can see, it's an unlicensed software. So once you download and install the software, this is what it would look like, right? It's fairly easy to download. There's nothing like a registration or anything. You just click download and it will download the particular software for you. You select the operating system and done. Once you do that, it would have a bunch of different things on the screen, as you can see. There is the file where you can like look at different recent things that you have crawled probably, right? You can look at different modes like list, SERP, or spider. So SERP is like search engine's result page that it has. Configuration, if you want to configure something, if you want to export some of the reports, get the sitemap, visualize some of the things, etc. Right? Like it has a bunch of different features, and these features are actually built over a period of time. Screaming Frog SEO, if I'm not wrong, it was created almost a couple of decades back. Probably 15 years is when it was. I'm not really sure when it was created, but yeah, it's been quite some time, and that's the reason right now we are at version 20 of this, right? And overall, this has been one of the easier way or simpler way to understand how a bot would look at your website. So to get started, you would just paste your website link over here. I'm just doing that. I'm pasting the website link. And after that, you can select the option. You by default just go with subdomain because that's like the normal one. But in this, what it does is it will go through all the different aspects, or you can also just have it extract URL. But don't really worry if you're just starting out, right? Just start with subdomain. You don't really need to worry about anything else. Enter your main domain name, select this and click start. That's what I'm going to do. So now what happens is once you do that, it will start to crawl the website. So this is the website that I asked it to crawl. So now it is crawling it. It is going on the landing page and it is identifying what are the links that are available. And it will click on every single link that is available. This is basically what the crawler will also do. Now, if you look at the website, as you can see, there aren't many links. There is this homepage, there's about me, there is this uh, content link, there's like a read more link, but both of them are same, right? There aren't really a lot of links over here. But if I check this out, as you can see, it identified total 16 URL. And I can also see what those URLs are. So as you can see, it identified the home page. This is the About Me page. Then it also identified the CSS file that loads the content. This is the first link. I don't know what this is exactly. Okay. Then this is the second link. This is the author's page. And then there's like a bunch of other files that are related to working of the website. And finally, an uncategorized category page, right? So these are the pages that it identified. Pretty simple, pretty normal. And as you saw, there aren't really a lot of pages that are indexed or a lot of pages on the website itself. So that's the reason it just identified these. Now, in addition to that, I can also check the external pages that it identified, and we can also see like what those are. So LinkedIn it identified, Chrome extension it identified, and a bunch of other articles and URLs as well, right? If I go to security, I will be able to understand if like there are any issues or errors over there. So 200 means everything is okay. 404 means not found. So obviously this particular page is not found, and that's the reason we have that, right? And so on and so forth, right? Like you have all of these different things like response codes, URL. If you just want to validate every single thing, you can just check this nice little sidebar that they have created over here, which includes everything. Over here, it tells you like what are the different types of pages that are there, what are the HTML pages. You would probably be looking at the HTML pages only. Then in terms of security, are there basically any content which has HTTP or HTTPS? So if there is even one piece of content which is HTTP, probably good idea to move it to HTTPS because you should be using SSL, right? It says that there are some content or some content policies missing. So this is something that can be improved. Okay. And as I scroll down, right, I also get to know like some of the other things, like how many were properly loaded based on the response codes. As I can see, like out of 16, 11 properly loaded, two had a 404 error probably, and the three were redirects. Okay, so these are the redirects, and I can see like what they are. These are 404. Okay, interesting. So that's what it is, right? And then internal also, I can take a look at what the internal data tells me. If something was not found, yes, of course, this page is not available. In terms of URL, if there is something. So as you can see, it has analyzed so many different things. It also analyzed the page titles for me. How many page titles are over 60 characters? If you remember, being over 60 characters will not have or show your page properly on the search engine. How many of them are over 561 pixels? So those on-page checklist is something that it is also helping validate as well over here. If there are any, let's say, meta descriptions that is missing, so apparently all three of them are missing meta descriptions. Meta keywords doesn't matter, it's not relevant. You can ignore this one. H1, if H1 is missing somewhere, if H2 is duplicate somewhere, so I can see over here there's a duplicate H2. right? And so on and so forth, right? Like there's so many different things it checks. Low content pages, soft 404s, readability difficulty, and then canonicalization. So let's say if there is a canonicalized page or not. If the pages are canonicalized, then that is good. And yeah, everything is self-referencing, so that's perfectly fine. Um, pagination, directives like index, no index, follow, no follow. I'll explain some of these things in the backlinking phase. Don't worry. Hreflang. So if you're running or working with different languages than English, using these tags become very important. In this, you would basically be saying like what is the type of language your website contains. So Google will also get to know about this. Um, and yeah, like that's essentially what it has, right? Like all of these different things. Now from this, for you to identify issues, it becomes a bit tough. So the best part is it also has something called as issues over here. So I can just click issues, and from issues it will tell me what are the major issues that I should be looking to fix. So H1 is missing. This is a very like this is an actual issue. The priority, it also prioritizes the issues for me so that it becomes super easy for me. So this is like, okay, something that I should fix. This is an opportunity. Page title is over 561 pixels. There is another opportunity. This page contains low content. It has only 141 words. And then as I scroll down, it also lists all the low uh, priority issues as well for me. And on the top over here, it also tells me if there are any high priority issues, like if there is like a no follow, no index, if there are any pages without internal links, if there are any internal client errors. Right now, obviously, I will have to validate these myself. This is basically what it identified, but I will have to validate if what it is saying is correct or not. But this becomes fairly easy for me, right? I don't need to remember like what these issues could be. I can just run this, and I can just like over here I can just export this, and maybe I want to export it in an Excel workbook, right? So I'll click save and open. Let's see, it's taking a bit of time. And yeah, so once I do that, as you can see, I have list of all the different things. They generously and graciously also shared how I can probably fix some of these issues, which is pretty good, right? Maybe I'll reduce this size a bit. Yeah. So basically, I will get to know from here, like, okay, if there are anything that I can do to fix it. I can sort it by maybe priority. Maybe I want to first check out the ones that are of high priority, and I'll just filter for that. And then for each of these, it also tells me like how I can probably fix the same, right? So this is the main reason this is a very good tool, because not only does it make your life easier and quickly just validating a bunch of different things if you are working with like hundreds or thousands of pages, but it also helps you quickly know like, okay, what are the potential issues and how you can probably go understand it, and also how you can potentially fix the same. So that's the main thing about it. So what I'm going to do is, this was a fairly small website, right? So it obviously does not have a lot of things, but let's try and do it with a bit bigger websites, right? So I'm going to select Dragon Flora. Okay, interesting. Let's open the website also. Let's do that with one of these websites. Sweet. Let's see what it does. So I have, oh, I thought I already started it. I have started this. Okay. And yeah, so as you can see at the bottom right corner, it is currently detecting different pages or different URLs and then crawling them. So far, it has detected 300 plus. Let's see, 315, 318, 321, right? It keeps going and going. Looks like there's a bunch of PDFs that this website has. Looks like it's almost done detecting, but it keeps detecting more and more URLs, right? So, okay, so while it keeps working, we can still access or go through some of the data. But anyways, it's almost reached. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's 479 URLs in this. Perfect. So it is done, right? So it has done this analysis. And now, as you can see, basically, this is the main URL. This is the like www is actually redirected to this. Perfect. Looks good. And these are all the internal pages or URLs that it has detected. As you can see, it clicked on every single button that it found. So page number 0 or something. So these are, I believe, paginations. So it went through all of them, every single button, and then looked at identifying like what it does and what should be done. It found the external links as well. And for some reason, it found a bunch of PDFs as well. Not PDF, oh, images, a bunch of images and CSS. Okay. So it has a bunch of images apparently. Yeah. And then it also has a bunch of CSS files as well. Right. So that's basically what it saw. So as I'm not going to go through all of this once again, but let's just try to go through the issues, right? And we can see overall it has identified 32 issues in total. It says out of that, there are 3 issues, 16 are warning, and 13 are opportunities. So let's go through these bit by bit. So I'm going to first go through issues. What are the issues that it identified? So let's see, 3 issues, right? So let's try and understand what these issues are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this a bit. And now it says there are 3 issues. The first one is this one. It says this URL is giving us 500 internal server error. Okay, let's just identify what this is. This is the URL. The status code says 520. And this URL looks like it's like a pagination itself, nothing else. So let me just open this in the browser once. Okay, so yeah, it says that there is a issue over here with indexing this. But I think that is probably because of this. So as you can see, there's like a bunch of different images as a part of the slider, and it essentially could not index one of these, is what I'm assuming, right? So, okay, anyways, this is completely fine. I don't really need to worry about this right now. It does load the URL for me, so I'm perfectly fine with that for now. Now over here, it says these are medium issues. H1 is missing. So it says in contact and the blog, H1 is missing. So let's just take a look. So when I open this, yeah, basically there isn't like a proper H1 or a page title. But yeah, that could be something that can be added over here because I think these are H2s, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, this is an H2, right? So it is missing H1 is what it says. So there should be only one H1 per page. And if you add that, then that becomes easier. So for blogs and contact and all, this is something that happens quite often. So it is good if you add those two. Yeah, that's pretty much it with H1 missing. So there are 2 URLs which does not have an H1. And then there are all of these images where there is no alternate text. Now, what is an alternate text? Alternate text is something that is very beneficial for accessibility as well as for crawlers, etc., to read or understand what your image is all about. So that's the main point of it. So if I open this image, for example, this is the image, and looks like I can also see where it got that image from. So if I scroll, maybe not. Okay. Image details. Okay, so when I go to image details, it tells me where it got this image from. It was from the home page. So on the home page, this image could use an alt text. So that's basically what it says. So same for this one, right? In product and services, this image does not have an alt text. This one, this one, this one. And essentially, if I add that, it becomes easier for me to make sure that all of these are also properly accessible by the crawler. So that's basically what it says. Similarly, I can go through the warnings as well. So it says like there are some no follow links, which is fine. This is fine. So I just need to check the warnings if those warnings are fine or not. And that is how I can proceed. So similar to that, I can take a look at this one, like no index, uh, email protection. Yeah, completely okay. Canonicalization. So it says pages that have a canonical to a different URL. Okay, so it just says like these are canonicalized pages. So when I go to gallery, what does that mean? URL details, let's see. It says it is canonicalized, and the canonicalization link is gallery itself, which makes sense, right? So essentially, all of these are additional parameters that are getting added. And for that, this is the canonicalized URL, which is perfectly fine. So I'm completely okay with this. And then canonicals missing. So in this particular, for this particular URL, there is no canonical, which is again fine because this is like a file. This is like a PDF file. So we cannot really do much for that, right? So that is basically how you would be validating each of these. And as you click on each of these warnings and issues, etc., you will be able to read the description and how to fix it as well. All you need to do is you just need to validate if those are actual valid issues or actual valid things that you need to fix, and then work through the same. Same goes for opportunities as well. Page titles below 30 characters. So maybe we can increase or improve the page titles for these individual pages. Below 200 pixels, low content pages. Maybe we can add some better content for these. Images over 100 KB. So that means maybe we can optimize these images a bit, and so on and so forth. Now, there is one question that is added, how to add alternative text for images. Let me just show that. You can basically, in the alternative text, you can mention what the image is about. You don't need to just talk about the same category. You can also just mention what the image is about. That's it. So alternative text, the main purpose of it is so that if the image is not loading, that text will load instead, and people will be able to understand what actually is in the image. That's the main thing about it. The reason for that is to improve accessibility. So imagine, let's say if you cannot read, maybe you have vision issues, but you can listen. You go on a website and you ask your accessibility software to read out whatever is there on the particular website. It will read everything, and wherever there is an image, if there is no alternative text, it will not be able to read it. But if there is an alternative text, it will be able to read it and then explain what that is. So that is the main purpose of alternative text. Now, in addition to that, it is also used by the crawlers as well to understand what is there in the image. So, which is the reason why not only is it important for accessibility, but it is also important for your SEO. So, how do you add alternative text? So, let's say this is an image. Okay, so let's add an image, media library. Maybe I'll just upload something. Okay, so I've just uploaded or uploading an image. I don't know what is happening, but anyways, now as you can see over here, there is an option called as alt text. So what I would be doing is I would, once the image is uploaded, I can enter the alternative text over here and I can then click select. And that way it would add that alt text to the image for me. So that's basically how it works. So yeah, the image is uploaded and now it decides to load everything, right? Once that is done, I can be like, what is this image? I think this was Golden Temple. So Golden Temple travel image. That's it, right? And once I'm done with that, I'll just click select and it would load that particular image along with the alternative text for me. So that is basically how alternative text works, right? Now, obviously, this is not something that I want to add to this particular content. So I'm removing it, but that's basically how you add the alternative text. Right? Now, that is how you add it in WordPress. But how does it actually work normally? Let's look into that as well. Alt text W3 schools. They have a pretty good tutorial on this as well. I personally love W3 schools. Anyways, try it myself. Okay, so as you can see, this is the image tag in HTML, right? So this is image, img, src, and then the name of the image or the link of the image you can add here. Then there is another tag called as alt equal to, and your alt text is basically this. So whatever you update over here, it becomes your alternative text. It is not visible on the image, but instead this is visible in the back end of the image. So essentially your crawlers, etc., would be able to read it. So this is how alt text works. And when you want to implement it, this is how you would implement it as well to your images. So yeah, that's basically how you work through it, right? Like that's basically how you use Screaming Frog SEO. And trust me, this Screaming Frog SEO has made the lives of a lot of people quite easy because of how simple and easy it is to use and also go through a bunch of different websites. Now, keep in mind, if your website is a bit bigger, like Dragon Flora, for example, had less than 500 URLs, so I could look at all of those. But a normal mid-sized website would have somewhere around thousands and thousands of pages and URLs. So even if you get the paid version of Screaming Frog, you need to make sure that your IP address or your laptop itself from where you're searching does not get blocked. So that sometimes happens, but I have seen that happen primarily with websites which have like 20,000 or 30,000 URLs. But yeah, that still happens. So if that happens, don't worry about it. Just reach out to your server hosting provider or the person who manages your website's technical side and ask them to whitelist your PC. So that's basically it. But yeah, that's where we finished technical SEO just now. Let's get into off-page SEO. So far, we have been looking and working on relevance. We have been trying to understand what is the best way to identify keywords for which our business is relevant. And then making sure that that relevance is something that we can talk about as well by the means of the content and making that content accessible through technical SEO, right? So that is basically what on-page SEO is all about, ensuring that you're able to identify relevant content and are able to talk about the same. So it's at the end of the day all about relevance that you can control. But off-page SEO is not at all about relevance. It's about authority, as you guys rightly remember. And when I say authority, This is something where you try to influence others into giving you the authority. This is very similar to how politics works. So that's why every time I talk about off-page SEO, I bring in politics a little bit. I'm not a political guy or anything. I'm very bad at it, frankly speaking. But the basics of politics, right? It's essentially when we say that someone has political power, that what it means is that person has political authority in making or doing something that they want. In terms of SEO, that authority translates into getting the keyword ranking that you want. In terms of politics, it's getting that power that you want. In terms of SEO, it's getting that ranking that you want. That's basically how it works. So in politics, what happens is you would gain authority by having other people vouch for you, saying that this is the person to go for any of those problems, right? Any of those specific problems or whatever problems that you have. Uh, and the same goes for SEO, right? You're basically ensuring that you have the right authority to talk about the specific topic that you want to talk about. So let's say if you're talking about how to buy an AC, you're through off-page SEO, you're ensuring that you have enough authority or you have gained enough authority to be able to talk about it as well. And now, here's the fun fact. Just like in politics, um, like at the end of the day, if you want to win, you have to understand how to play politics. You cannot just be like, as long as I have the right policies, I'm going to win. That's not how politics works. Same goes for SEO, right? It's not just having the right content and winning through that. That's never going to happen. You have to get your hands a little dirty, and at the end of the day, that is what we call as the gray area. You're not completely doing illegal things, although there are people who do it, but you should not do it, right? And uh, because if you do get caught, all of a sudden, all the authority that you have built up will go down the drain. And that's exactly what happens with SEO. And that's the best part about how you can parallelly relate to both of these things. So in SEO, some of you might have heard of this thing called as white hat, black hat, right? Black hat is where you're trying to illegally or you're essentially trying to game the system or game the algorithm into thinking you have the right authority. That's essentially what black hat SEO is mostly about. So you will try to identify ways of getting a bunch of backlinks. For example, maybe you want to get like 5,000 backlinks from that one good website or something, whatever that is. That's black hat SEO. And just like the legal system, etc., have evolved over a period of time. Like today, for example, everyone have a cell phone and they can record people, and that has made the politicians much more conscious about what they are doing. The same thing goes with SEO as well. You cannot execute those black hat techniques because in doing so, Google or any other search engine is going to easily catch you because they know what to expect. So now, does that mean you should only do what they actually want you to do? Kind of. At the end of the day, in an ideal situation, in an ideal world, how does democracy work? Democracy works wherein, I know I'm going a little bit on the civics side, but that's not something that I'm very good at, anyways. Well, I'll try. Okay, I'll try. So, in democracy, the way that it works in an idealistic scenario is that every person who is trying to vote is aware of every person who is standing in the politics or in the particular field, right? And fighting to maybe get that PM post or president post or whatever that is. They are aware of the policies, And by being aware of every single thing, after analyzing every single thing, they are making a sound and wise decision. That is how ideally democracy is supposed to work, right? But that is not how it actually works. People vote based on the brand image, based on the brand authority, based on just that, okay, this other person is also doing it, so that's the reason I'm also going to vote. And similar kind of things happen in the SEO side as well. At the end of the day, it's all about how you influence other websites to provide the vote of confidence so that you can increase your authority. And that's basically what is off-page SEO. It's not completely white hat because Google says like you should not be building backlinks by reaching out to people, but and at the same time it is not black hat because you're not doing it in a way wherein you're like, okay, I just want to go crazy and get some bunch of backlinks, but it's somewhere in between. It's the gray area. So Google uh, is aware of this gray area as well. Every single SEO expert is also aware of this gray area, but every single other person still does it because they also understand that this is how it works. But that's basically what it is, right? So let's try and understand a little bit more around that. So off-page SEO, what are we going to look at? We are going to try and understand what is link building, what are the different types of backlinks, traits of a good backlink, and backlink or link building strategies. So off-page SEO, let's go through this. Off-page SEO refers to actions performed beyond your website for the purpose of improving the position of the website in the search engine results page. So as I just said, if you want to rank number one, you are trying to perform certain actions which are outside the scope of your website, outside the scope of on-page SEO. And that includes through various different means and methods, right? But the primary driver of that is links or backlinks. So how does Google know if a website has higher authority or not? It knows that by checking what are the websites that are providing the backlinks to your website. So let's say if you own Myntra. Now, Myntra is a massive brand. If you think of it, it has done so many different things to build up its authority. It has worked on a lot of brand advertisement, brand marketing. It has worked on a lot of different type of campaigns. It runs a lot of advertisements. But at the same time, in addition to that, a lot of websites also have URL to Myntra. Today, if you go on Google and if you type in top shopping websites in India, there's a high chance there's going to be a bunch of articles. Now, I don't know if this is true. I'm just making it up. But there's a high chance that there are going to be a bunch of articles which will list out Myntra as well. Why will they do that? Because it has that kind of authority that by default, you will be saying like, okay, Myntra is the website and this is the link for it. This, if you click on it, you can go to myntra.com. And what happens with that? That link is basically a backlink for Myntra. So when it comes to a website, typically backlinks are the ones that are linking to you or inbound links for you. That's basically what it is. And the more inbound links that you have, the higher the authority that you have. But it's not that simple. It's not just about getting a bunch of backlinks. There are a lot of other factors involved, and that is what we are going to learn today. Right. So as I said, it's the most important a component of SEO, and any SEO campaigns that ignores quality link building will fail. So your website with backlinks equals to high ranking and traffic. At the end of the day, that's how politics works. Okay, I'm probably going to stop talking about politics for a minute here. But yeah, that's basically how it works, right? So if your website does not have good links pointing to your website, links that convince the search engines your site is valuable, it may not be possible to rank on search engines. So the way that a crawler works is, now think of it this way, just like the crawler comes to our website, it will also go to other websites. And on every website that is goes, it will check what are the links that are available on all of them. And by checking those, it will identify uh, how many times when it comes to the external links is your website being mentioned. And those external links becomes backlinks for you. So what is link building anyways? Let's try about learn about this. So when it comes to link building, it does not mean that you are literally going to a website and placing your link. That is not what it means. A lot of people get confused. This is not something that you can do. You have to literally influence someone else to do it. And that is what link building is all about. Now, there are process of it, but basically link building is the process of getting links from third party websites or basically other websites and having them point to your website. These links are called as backlinks. So there's a pretty good example in this image here. So let's say this is your website and this is some other website. And on their website, they have provided a link back to you that is a backlink, right? Now, it does say strong backlink and all. We'll talk about this a bit more, but that's basically how it works. A good backlink is the one that is also contextually relevant. Like if you are talking about how to run a marathon and the website is about Fitness Weekly and they have provided a backlink to you, that's good. That's a good vote over there. So that is what backlink is all about. And you need backlinks to rank. Like I said, backlinks are like votes to your site. Each of these votes essentially tells the search engine this content is relevant, credible, and useful. More votes you get, the higher your site will rank in Google and other search engines as well. So if this is your website, all of these backlinks are like votes to your website. Now, why is link building important? Links from other sites help your site in ranking in 4 ways. These two are some of the things that you may have noticed in some of the tools, like for example, SEMRush, Ahref, if any of you have used it, right? But there is something called as page authority and domain authority. So getting links from other websites will help in adding value to the page and improving the authority of the page, and at the same time by adding value to your entire domain as well. So let's say if you have 10 different pages and you get one link for each of those pages, not only will it add value to those pages, it will also add value to your entire domain as well. So those are the two things. Then the third is it also helps the search engine understand the topic of your website. So imagine this. Let's say every backlink that you have is coming from, let's say if you are an electronics store, and every backlink that you have is coming from tech websites or electronic related websites, etc. That tells the search engine that, okay, your website is also tech or electronics related, which is good. But if those links are coming from maybe a pet related website, health related websites, or wellness related websites, etc., then search engine will also be confused. So having other websites provide relevant links for you will actually help increase and help the search engine understand the topic of your website as well. And finally, those links can also help you get traffic from those websites. So let's say if I'm on any of these websites, I can just click and go to that website and become a visitor of it as well, right? So essentially, you would also get some traffic from it as well. And that is why backlinks are important. Okay, so that's the reason why we should be building backlinks. I think all of you understand why backlinks are important, but what kind of backlinks to build? So there are backlinks that make very small difference, by the way. These are backlinks coming from low authority and websites that are kind of relevant, not exactly relevant. Then there are backlinks that can make a lot of difference. These are from websites which have a lot of high authority and they are also highly relevant. These are the ones that you want. And then there are backlinks that can also hurt your rankings. So keep that in mind. It's not just about going out there and getting a bunch of backlinks, but there are also links that can hurt your ranking, and you should always avoid those. So those are spammy or link milling websites, or let's say bad PR, backlink, etc. So overall, there are different types of backlinks. We will talk more about what those different types of backlinks are. But essentially, what we want are the ones which have high authority and high relevance, right? So types of backlinks, let's go through this. The type of backlink that you want is a do follow link. So what is this? What is do follow? Essentially, if a link does not have this attribute, rel equals to no follow. Even before we get into this, what is a link? A link looks something like this. Let's open one of the websites that I have, for example, Carbon Lightning. I'll go back to this once again. It's loading. Let's open this. Now I have some links here. These are external links. So these are backlinks for these websites. So this link is for sunpower.com. This link is for lg.com, etc. Now, if I right click on it, even before I do that, as you can see, this says link over here, right? But if I click on it, it will not open something like link. If I click on this, it will open sunpower.com and basically the website of SunPower. Looks like it's a 404 website right now, but yeah, 404 page, but sunpower.com and something, right? So it will basically open that sunpower.com/products/solar panels/X series. And similarly, Neon 2, Panasonic, etc. So all of these are different links. And as you might have noticed, what we see here is not what opens. What we see here is called as the anchor text. What does that mean? So this is a text that anchors the link. Essentially, that shows or has the link. And this text is the one that I would click. And if I click on it, the link would open. So in this scenario, link over here is the anchor text. And the URL of the anchor text is sunpower.com/products/solar panels/X series. Now, what does this look like in HTML? Let's look into that. I'm going to click inspect. Okay. So this is what the link looks like over here. I'm just going to open this a bit. So this is the highlighted part. A is basically anchor, and then href means you're adding the URL. So this is the URL. Target equals to blank. This means that the link should open in a new tab. This is again not relevant. This is something that you typically add if you want to make sure that it opens in a separate tab. Then rel equals to. So when it comes to a backlink, a lot of attributes related to backlinks are added in rel equals to. So rel equals to, it says no referrer, no opener. This is a very common attribute. You can pretty much ignore these attributes. If you see these attributes, that means there's nothing for you to worry about. This is a normal link. And then it just says link. This is the anchor text and this is the URL, right? So basically, this is what a do follow link looks like. And this is a do follow link for sunpower.com. Now, in this scenario, there aren't any attributes that you should worry about. It just shows no referrer and no opener. So both of these are very common attributes. These are typically used as a part of security attributes. So you can ignore this. So since we can ignore both of these things in the link, what we are left with is the URL and the anchor text. So whenever you're looking for a do follow link, it means a link which has just the anchor text along with the URL. And when you see any links like these, that is a good link. So now this link is a backlink for sunpower.com. This link is not a backlink for Carbon Lightning, right? This is a backlink for sunpower.com. So it will benefit SunPower. It will not benefit my website, which is Carbon Lightning. So this is what a do follow link is. And this is exactly what you want uh, for others to do. Basically, if you want a backlink, you want others to provide a similar link like this. So even over here, for example, that is what I have provided as a quick example here. So what I did is I just selected a link. I did a right click on it. I did inspect. And within that, I saw that this is the link A href. So this A is still here /A, right? So this is the entire link. And in this is the anchor text and AMA hosted today. I can also see this anchor text over here. And this is the URL. So this is a backlink to reddit.com. Basically, a do follow link is the one that does not have rel equals to no follow. So in rel, we just saw it had no opener, no referrer. If it does not have no follow, that is good. But there are no follow links as well. A good example of these are comments on the blogs or forum posts, etc. And in fact, even when you go to any Wikipedia article, at the end of that article, there are citations. These are external links, right? So, and essentially, if you do an inspect HTML for them, you will notice that these are generally marked as no follow. So this is what it looks like. Rel equals to no follow. That's basically it. So if a URL, in addition to the anchor text and the URL itself, if it has rel equals to no follow, then that means that that is a link that is of no value for SEO. Now, why is something like no follow attribute even exist? Why does it exist? The reason for that is because sometimes you don't want the crawler or the bot who comes to your website to follow an external link. And that is very common because you are providing that link for the reference of the users who visit your website, the actual people who visit your website, not for the bots. And Wikipedia is a very good example of that. Now imagine, given Wikipedia has like hundreds of link sometimes for the most popular posts or most popular articles on it, what happens is if it would do a do follow for every link, then the crawler will become crazy. It will not be able to go through every single Wikipedia article. Instead, it will just keep going through all the external links instead. And Wikipedia will start losing its ranking as well. So to avoid that, it has provided a no follow. And in addition to that, because it is also not validating all of these links, because at the end of the day, Wikipedia is what? Wikipedia is a collaboration of all the people who are making it happen, right? Or who are providing these citations, etc., and validating it, vetting it, etc. Even you can edit Wikipedia content, by the way. Will it add value to your website? Not really. But that's what Wikipedia is all about. So that's the thing, right? And that's the reason it has to use no follow. And by using no follow, the crawler will know that this is a link that it should not go to. But if you noticed, in my website in Carbon Lightning, I did not add the no follow link. The reason for that is because that's a different strategy. My website is very new. So all I'm doing is I'm using an external link to help validate some of the claims that I have mentioned on my website. So that is something that you should keep in mind when you're using these links, right? So a good example of that is this one. So in this, if you notice at the end over here, I have mentioned sources. Each of these sources are linked to specific websites, and these are government or high authority websites. Now, the reason I've added backlinks or provided backlinks to them is because in a way, I'm telling Google that even though currently I don't have authority, the content that I am sharing comes from other high authority websites. And for Google to validate that, I want to make sure that it is a do follow link. So that's the reason these are do follow links. So that is how normal backlinks or natural backlinks are generated. These links are backlinks to other websites. These big links are not backlinks to my website. These are outbound links. So what that means is it is going outside of my website. Inbound backlinks, links that are coming into my website, are the ones that will help my authority, but it will help my authority only if they are do follow links. If it is a do follow link, it will not help. So essentially, when it comes to a backlink for you is the one that is a inbound link, a link that comes to your website. So in addition to no follow, there are two other attributes that are like Google has started to recognize as well, which are sponsored and UGC links. So what are these? So these are also similar to no follow link. Basically, if the link has sponsored or if it has UGC, the crawler or the Google bot will not follow it at all. So sponsored are basically paid links. So if let's say you have paid for a backlink and it shows the sponsored attribute, that is not a backlink, that is still a no follow. Keep this in mind. And if you have, like, let's say added links on Medium, Reddit, etc., and if it has rel equals to UGC, that is also a no follow link, or as equal to as no follow, because that is a user generated content. So keep that in mind, that as long as if the thing that you want is a do follow link, that is what you should be looking for. And if it has no follow, if it has sponsored, or if it has UGC, that means that is basically worthless for you for SEO authority. Now, the thing is, I have told you what are some of the things that you should avoid in a backlink, but what are traits of a high quality backlink? So we'll go through those 5 traits and then we'll talk about some of the strategies. So the first trait is that these backlinks come from trusted high authority sites. So as I mentioned, SEO backlinks in SEO is like a vote. And if someone in high power is voting for your website, that's good. So that's basically what it is. So think of it this way. Would you rather get a backlink from New York Times or some random website which has zero authority? Obviously, the answer is New York Times, right? So when it comes to building high quality backlink, you would want to make sure that they come from high authority websites. So there is a concept called as domain authority. Essentially, the more authority a site has, the more authority it can pass on to your website as well. Can authority be transferred? It cannot be transferred per se, but you can at least pass on a little bit of authority when you get a backlink, and that builds up over a period of time. So that's basically what happens, and that's what Google thinks of as well. So what is authority of a website? A very simple way to understand this is how important Google thinks your website is. Now, the thing is that Google does not have any number or any official metric around authority. So because of this reason, the only way for us to understand or know the authority of a website is by using third-party tools. So that is the reason that every third-party tool like SEMRush, Ahref, Moz, any of these, they also have an authority score. But the authority score will be different because the way that they measure the authority score is going to be different. So what does it mean for you? Two things. One is that the authority score that you see on these tools are supposed to be used with a grain of salt. What that means is those are directional. It does not mean an actual metric or number that you should focus on heavily. But instead, those are directional numbers that will help you understand where you stand overall in terms of authority. And the second thing is that since these numbers are generated or created by an algorithm of these third party tools, there are also ways to game or mimic it. There are websites which do it as well. So don't fall into the trap that if a website's domain authority on Moz is 50, that means it is a good website to get a backlink from. You should check for two things. One is it should have a high domain authority, and at the same time, it should also have good organic traffic, because both of them are always together, right? So that is how you would be checking the authority of a website if you are pursuing it to get a backlink from them. So authority of any web page is combination of number of external backlinks and their quality, relevance with the content, the traffic, etc. Right? Authority of all web pages contribute to overall authority of the website. You can check the authority using tools like Moz. So let's just do that. I'm going to load up Ahrefs. So one thing that Ahrefs has is obviously it has like paid plans and all. Oh, it started the starter one, but it really has like nothing of value. I really like these free tools that it has. So what I'm going to do is it should have an website authority checker. So I'm going to load this up. Okay, so let's check the authority of Amazon.com. Obviously, it will have a very high authority. Let's just check that anyways. Yep, it has a authority or domain rating of 96. It has these many backlinks. Of course, it does. It has these many linking websites, right? And 91% of them are do follow, 74% of them are do follow. Makes sense, right? Now, let's check Carbon Lightning, my prized possession of a website that is literally nothing. Obviously, I'm expecting it to show me a zero authority or zero like the domain rating, but let's see. Yep, it is zero. Apparently, I have a backlink. Wow. Okay. I don't even know who that is. I'm actually going to check. Okay, interesting. I don't even know what this website is, but yeah, apparently they have provided a backlink to me. Whatever that is, right? So this is the domain rating. Now let's check a mid-level website. What can be a mid-level website? I think that Storebox one that I showed last time. Yeah, this is the one. Let's just check with this one. Yeah. So this is 25. It has 6,000 backlinks. 95% of them are do follow. And it has 191 linking website. 75% of them are do follow. You guys notice something interesting here. Basically, what is happening is there are 191 websites which are providing a backlink to it. But overall, there are multiple pages within these websites that also provide backlinks to it, because of which overall the number of backlinks it has is 6,000. However, when it comes to your authority, this numbers matter more than this. So this should be higher, or at least like this is the one that you should focus on, not this. Linking websites. So the total number of unique domains that are linking to your target, right? 75% of them are do follow, and yeah, the domain rating is 25, which makes sense, right? So this is basically how you can understand or identify what is the authority. Now, the higher the authority, the better it is. The second question was, how can you know the traffic of a website? Typically, you cannot know that, but one thing that you can definitely do is there are again tools for that. I think even Moz, if I'm not wrong. Okay, Moz does not show that. But yeah, typically what you would be doing is you will be checking the type of keywords that those websites rank for, and if those are like high search volume keywords or not. And that's a very simple way of getting to know it. Another way is basically just, let's say, use some of these extensions like the keyword surfer extension. So I don't think I have that installed right now. Let me just install it. Or I think keyword surfer should have that by default. Anyways, I'll just add it to the Chrome, not a problem. Anyways, like I'll just add this and show you like what there are a bunch of different tools that can provide you an estimate of it, and that's basically what you want to check. So in this scenario, I've just installed this tool, and this gives me an estimate for this website, right? Like how many visits it has. Look like it is not able to estimate for this one, but for LinkedIn, it is able to estimate the monthly traffic. For domain in India, okay, India. I think if I change the location, it will probably tell me. But you get the idea, right? There's a bunch of different website. Let me check UK. I think it should show. Oh yeah, now it shows, right? So United Kingdom, because that's where it is. It has some traffic. So 25 domain rating for that makes sense because this is B2B as well. So it should not have a lot of traffic anyways. So this is what you would be doing as a part of the check of authority, right? You would be checking the authority as well as the traffic that it has. Yep. So that's the first rate, right? It should be of high quality. Second is that the anchor text, you guys saw what is anchor text. So the anchor text should ideally have your target keyword. So if your target keyword is, let's say, buy shoes online, and you want people to buy shoes online on your shoes website or shoes link, then that should be the URL and the anchor text should be your keyword. However, something to keep in mind is that you should avoid anchor text spamming as well. So what this means is if every backlink to your website has the same words in it, it doesn't appear natural. So for example, if you have 100 backlinks and all of them are pointing to your website and 95 of them have the same exact anchor text or the same exact keyword that is your primary keyword, it is a very strong signal to search engine that this anchor text is spammy in nature, right? So and the only exception to above is when you're using branded anchor text. So if let's say I want to get backlinks and I have gotten 100 backlinks and all of them are solar panel reviews, solar panel reviews, solar panel reviews, right? The anchor text says that. So in such a scenario, it doesn't appear natural. So I should be avoiding that. And instead, I should be getting maybe 95 of them I can get for carbonlightning.com as anchor text. And the rest I can get maybe something like solar panel reviews or something like that. So the first thing that I talked about was it should be, what was that? It should be of high authority. It should have relevant anchor text. And the third is that it should be topically related. This is something that I talked about earlier already. But yeah, as you can see in this image, basically, if you are getting a backlink, ideally it should come from someone or a website or a topic that is actually related to the link as well. If it is not related, then there's a high chance that it is a spammy link or probably it is not of high value. There's a high chance that it is of not high value, but that's the main thing. If it is topically related, that increases the quality of the backlink. The fourth is it should be a do follow link. So avoid no follow link. I talked about this already. And the fifth is also a very important one. So the backlink should always come from a new domain every time. So let's say if a website X links to you multiple times. So the first time it links, great. Second time it does, okay. Third, fine. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and so on and so forth. It's not going to matter at all. You guys know the concept of diminishing returns. That applies to backlinks as well. So if the same domain is providing you a backlink multiple times, it will have diminishing returns. What is a good example of diminishing returns? So imagine it as this. If you are hungry and if you eat a meal, maybe you like biryani and you have biryani, right? If you're hungry, you have biryani, great, you're no longer hungry. Then I'm like, okay, fine, have more biryani. Maybe you'll eat second time as well. Maybe you'll go for third as well if you're very hungry. But what about the fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, 7 plates, 8 plates, 9 plates, 10 plates? By the 10th plate, you will start to feel sick. You don't want to eat it anymore. You will be like, this is not what I want. And you will start to see negative, like basically negative effects of it. The same applies to SEO as well. If the same website is providing you the links multiple times, the first link will have value, but the rest of them will have diminishing returns. So whenever you're trying to build backlinks, it is always a good idea to get backlinks from new website every time instead of going for the same website again and again, because that will not add much value. So when I showed the linking website, that means those are the unique websites that are linking to that particular website. And maybe some of those websites have provided multiple links to it. But the main thing that you should focus on is what are the unique websites that are providing you the links. Okay, so those are the 5 traits of a good backlink, right? And yeah, high authority, and making sure that it is basically a to follow link. It is also having backlinks from new domains. It is also at the same time, what do you call it? It is topically related, and it is not doing anchor text spamming, right? So these are the five traits of a good backlink. So whenever you're doing link building, keep that in mind. Now, as we go through it, I know some of you are like, when am I going to learn how to build these links then? How can you find the right people to give you the links? And that is where it becomes a little tricky, right? And that is where we have some link building strategies as well. Because building links is almost equal to trying to do sales pitch in a way. The only difference is that since both the parties are going to benefit in this transaction, and there is no exclusivity, you will get better responses. So let's look at some of the link building strategies, right? I have, I think, 2 or 3 strategies in this. If I'm not wrong, maybe there's 4. But the ones that you should be primarily focusing on are like only a couple of them, right? Rest of them are more opportunity based. So let's just go through it. The first thing is, before you even start building links, there are some things that you need to keep in mind. Make sure you have key pages for popular products and services on your website. What this means is making sure that your website is actually ready to get backlinks. If your website is not ready, all the efforts towards getting backlinks is going to be nothing, worth nothing, in fact. So make sure that you have key pages for popular products or service on your website. So let's say if you are into flower business, make sure that you have pages related to flowers, or pages that sell flowers, so that you can create backlinks for those. Second is focus on creating inbound links to these key pages. Oftentimes we create links just to homepage, but it is much better if you create links to the key pages instead of homepage, because you would want to increase the authority of the pages which make the sale than the homepage. Homepage will anyways get high authority because of the transference of it. So make sure that the backlinks are geared towards those key pages. Third is link velocity. So this is the rate at which a piece of content or a page earns link over time. It should appear natural. So what this means is, let's say if you just created a page today and tomorrow you went on Fiverr, you found this nice Fiverr gig where the person says, I will give you 1000 backlinks per day. You were like, $5, 1000 links, let me just do that. And maybe all of those are like very high quality and all of those things that I talked about. But a new page all of a sudden gets 1000 backlinks for the next 10 days. There's like 10,000 backlinks overall. That is unnatural. Unless and until your website is like Times of India or something like that, wherein you have published some good news and people are sharing that news all over the website, it is not natural. So basically, the velocity or the rate at which you are getting backlinks for your pages should also be natural. Typically, you can build a few links per month is also fine. Sometimes getting even one or two is fine. Sometimes getting 5 per week is also fine as long as you have good authority or good traffic from SEO already. But don't just go crazy and build like hundreds or thousands of link per day. That's not what you should be doing. It should appear natural. It should be something which is the within the realm of reality. Uh, Fourth is that whenever you're approaching a website for guest posting or link building or anything at all, it should be on relevant, trustworthy, and high authority sites. And finally, uh, one of the basic thing is analyze your competitors' backlink and identify link opportunities to understand what could be the potential areas or potential websites that could provide you the link. So this is typically how you get started with it or how you prepare. This is you just preparing yourself. Sorry, I've just shaken the desktop. But yeah, this is just preparing, right? This is where you're just like, okay, I am ready to get started. Once you have all of this, then you can start applying different strategies. So these are the 4 strategies that I'm going to talk about. One is link insertion. Second is guest posting. These two are a lot more active. Third is creating linkable assets. This is a passive strategy wherein you're creating assets or creating things which would help get you backlink automatically or naturally. And fourth is more of an opportunistic strategy, wherein if you find an opportunity, you go ahead and grab it. That's basically what it is. So let's try and understand this. Let's start with the active ones first, which is link insertions, and then we'll go to guest posting. So what is link insertion? A link insertion is also known as niche edit. It is a process of getting a website owner to include a backlink to your website in one of their existing posts. So what this means is you find a good website where you saw that, okay, there is a content that is relevant to your website as well. You would reach out to that website owner and ask them to include your website's URL into that existing content. So that's basically what you're doing here. So since the content is already there, there is less friction and they are more eager to actually add your link. Once they do add that link, it's pretty much that, right? So there are some things that you should keep in mind as a part of this. The first is that the website is topically relevant. The post that where you want your link to be inserted should also be topically relevant. The website should have organic traffic. I mentioned this earlier as well, but it should have some organic traffic from the target location that you have. The backlink should be do follow backlink, already mentioned in the good traits. And of course, it should not be marked as sponsored because link insertion are typically something that you may have to pay for quite often as well. So what does it actually looks like? What is the process for this? In simple, the process involves wherein you are first prospecting for backlinks. So you're focusing on identifying websites which are likely to provide backlinks by analyzing your competitor's backlink profile. So what you're doing is you're basically looking at your existing competition through SEMRush, for example, and trying to see what are the other what are the websites that are actually providing backlinks to them. Since they are your competitor, there's a high chance that those backlinks are coming from relevant websites. So from that, you can build a list of maybe 100 to 300 prospects wherein you have maybe identified other pages where they don't have link and those are topically relevant as well. Once you have created that list, you would be doing an outreach. So you can use tools like Snovio, or just you can directly just write an email to them. And you need to send like personalized emails. Maybe if you want to make this more scalable, send around 20 to 30 personalized emails per day. And obviously make sure that you're avoiding spam filters and all. Don't go like email blasting and all, and ensure that the email content is compelling with personalized subject lines and creative, value driven messaging. Finally, once you have negotiated with them, now obviously you would expect a response from them, right? Once they have responded, negotiate with them on how you can add the link. Maybe you are providing some value, etc. And once all of that is done, you would finally have them place your link. So upon positive responses from prospects, proceed with link insertion, but be prepared to negotiate if they ask for compensation or have specific requirements for backlinks as well. So this could mean they may ask for money to get that backlink or add that backlink, or they may also ask for something else, like maybe they want some piece of content, or maybe they want a backlink of their own on your website as well. It could be anything. They may have multiple different requirements. So be prepared for negotiations accordingly. So this is an example of link insertion wherein this is an existing content where the link was inserted to the target website. But let me just show you what the outreach email typically looks like as well. I think that would provide you some context on how these outreach emails are created. See, that's the main thing about link insertion. And even with guest posting, you would be pretty much doing something similar. Only thing is, I find, or the reason I'm talking about link insertion first is because link insertions are mostly much more scalable. In the sense, over here, it becomes much more easier for you to get your links inserted into existing content than creating content and then trying to have those posted on the website, etc., which takes a lot more time per link. So this is an example of an outreach. So someone else did an outreach to me, and where they're like, "Hi, I'm Kai from Softlist.io. We blog about business productivity tools and solutions. And this is a subject, right? So they're like, okay, I'm reaching out to you because I noticed that your website is potential asset for work efficiency and project management content. By including Softlist.io on your resource page, you can attract new visitors who are interested in learning about the latest tools for productivity and efficiency. Here is our website. In exchange, we would be happy to include a link to your website on our own page, which I believe would be mutually beneficial arrangement. Let me know if you have any questions, right? So over here, this person is directly saying like, this is what they can offer. Then there could also be something like this, right? Friends from this, I hope you are having a wonderful day. I handle public relations for this. I came across your website doing some research and noticed you have some great resources. I would like to suggest another resource that I believe will be beneficial to your readers. This, please review it at your earliest convenience and let me know if you think this is a good fit. I'm looking forward to hearing you soon. So in this, there is no mention of a compensation or something in return. Now, in this, I can definitely just respond to this person and be like, okay, yes, I want this from you, or this is something that I'm going to charge for the link or something like that. What will happen is, based on that, negotiations will go through. And finally, based on my agreement, I will agree and then I may add a link to this particular URL that they are sharing. So that is how the outreach emails typically look like. But yeah, that's basically how link insertions work. Then there's guest posting. Guest posting is again very similar to this, but only thing is you would be reaching out to websites that allow you to post content on their website. So this is basically okay. Let's just go through this slide, right? So by writing guest blogs, sharing ebooks or visual assets with other websites, you can build links by asking them to use your asset and link back to your website. You guys saw an example of that outreach email as well. As an example, let's check out guest blogging. So guest blogging is relevant, industry specific, and gives you opportunity to brand yourself as an industry expert and thought leader. Posting on guest sites that already have millions of fans is an easy way to draw traffic to your website. A very simple way is to identify guest posting website is search for the niche plus write for us. If you do a Google search for this, you'll be able to find all the other websites that allow guest posting. So let's say if I want to storage solutions plus write for us. See, write for us, right? So this is one website that allows guest posting. Cloud storage solution, okay, maybe not that relevant. Write for us, okay, these are related to hosting and all, but you get the point, right? Whatever solution that you're offering or whatever it is that you work on, just select that product or service, search for write for us, and you'll be able to find a bunch of different guest posting websites for that. So this is basically how you can find a bunch of different websites. And typically on the pages like these, they would have instructions, specific instructions on how you can write for them. So looking for guest blogging opportunities, these are the guidelines and how to submit. So you need to reach out to this particular email. Now, what happens is as long as you're following those guidelines, you can like go ahead and create some content for them and work with them. You can also sometimes just directly reach out and then cross check like, okay, this is what you're planning to do, or if you have any questions, etc. as well. So this is like a very straightforward and easy way of doing guest posting as well. So link insertion is more direct, wherein you're scaling based on existing content, and guest posting is where you're essentially reaching out to existing websites which allow you to write for them. And whatever content you write, you can also provide or include your own website's link in that. So that's how you get a backlink for guest posting. So that is the second method. As I told you, both of these are more active methods, right? So guest posting and link insertion are active ways for you to reach out and have them include your link so that you can get a backlink. The third one is creating linkable assets. So this means creating assets or creating content that people would want to link to. So these are the ones that normally earn backlinks naturally. These often include resources like infographics, original research, in-depth guides, etc. But before you create any asset, you must understand that what people in your niche are linking to. So a very simple way is to check out your competitor's backlink profile, and you'll see or understand what are the different type of content that people generally link to or provide backlinks to, and you just need to create similar ones, right? So that's basically what it is. So a good example of linkable asset would be anything that you may want to link back to or provide a link back to. So let's say, for example, if I had provided an in-depth analysis of how solar panels function, people may want to provide a backlink to this website. But instead of that, what is happening is I found this how do solar panels works from US Department of Energy. Yeah, so I found this thing, right? Like from National Renewable Energy Lab, talking about cell research efficiency and all. And this is like a very good research. This is an original research that they have published over here with a bunch of different PDFs, charts, etc. So this is something that takes a lot of time and effort. And I can definitely provide a backlink to it because this is of such high value. So if you are able to create similar assets, that will naturally attract people to provide backlinks to it. And finally, by examining your competitors' backlinks. So, in addition to doing active and the passive methods or strategies of link building, you can also look at examining your competitors to see and reverse engineer what they are doing. What type of content tends to earn more backlink for them? Who is linking to leaders in your niche? And look for different patterns, right? Like what are the different top pages, topics, style, length, and format. So, for example, does your competitor write about how to style or controversial subjects? And it is basically able to get backlinks through those. Uh, what is the format? Is it long content? Is it short content? Are they using a lot of images, videos? Do they use a lot of pictures, graphics, GIFs? And what is the style of writing? All of these things will help you understand more about what are the different areas and what are the different ways that you can build backlinks, what are the different websites that may be interested in getting your backlinks, or even what are the directories where you can get yourself listed, just like we saw with Storebox. So that's basically like how you like some of the strategies of how you can build backlinks overall. Next up, I'm going to give a quick demo on SEMrush. I already did this a little bit, but I want to show a few other things. Let me just open it up. So SEMrush, we looked at how you can do a little bit of competitive research. But let's do it once again. I'll just run some website over here. Um, let's see, which website should we run? Um, 3PL companies in Bangalore. Okay, let's go with this one. Okay, what does this look like? So this is a website that has major traffic share from India, but it also has a lot of traffic from US, etc. But basically, what this does is when you run it, similarly in SEMrush or Ahrefs, etc., for any website, it will provide you a lot of information about their rankings, their authority score. DA equals to authority score. Yes, it's the same. They will also tell you about how much organic traffic they are getting, how many backlinks they have, right? It also tells you about pages per visit. Like these are some of the additional metrics that they sort of show. As you scroll down, you can also see a trend. It looks like their organic traffic decreased in 2023, and it has recovered a little bit ever since, right? As I go down, I can see these are the top keywords that they are currently ranking for: software companies in Hyderabad, good firms, cloud computing companies in India, cloud companies in India, medical billing companies, right? These are the keywords that they are ranking number one for. Branded traffic, they have around 5%. So that means most of the keywords are non-branded keywords. We also have a split by intent. Looks like majority of it comes from navigation, informational, and then navigational is the major. And then these are other similar websites which also have similar set of keywords or similar set of keywords that they're ranking for. So clutch.co, manifest.com, DesignRush, these are some of the other websites that are also ranking for similar keywords. Looks like DesignRush has a higher density of overall keywords and traffic, etc. Clutch.co also has a better one. So these are the two that are like proper competitors, right? So this is basically how you can quickly understand each of the different things. Yeah, 33% commercial. That's pretty interesting, actually, in fact. Yeah, absolutely, right? So this tells you basically in a very nice overview of how things are running for them. So now what we can do from this is, let's say if I want to understand the keywords that they are ranking for, and if this is a good competitor for me, I would go to the details of this, and I will get all the not all, but at least a significant list of keywords that they are ranking for. And if these are the keywords that I want to rank for as well, I can basically get those and do that. It's still loading. Yeah, there it is, right? It also tells me the intent, if it is commercial, navigational, informational, and what is the URL that is ranking, what is the keyword difficulty, the volume overall, what is the percentage of traffic, how much traffic they are actually getting, right? Let me see, there should be something over here for paid one. If I go to domain overview, so this is the organic segment, and this is the advertising research. In advertising, they don't have anything right now. So major traffic is coming from organic. And next thing that I can basically do is I can also do a backlink audit of this. So there is like a backlink analytics audit, etc. So I will just click on backlinks over here. And what this will do is this will help me understand uh, how their backlinks overall look like. So as you can see, they have total 32,000 websites that are referring to it. But they have like 5.1 million backlinks. But what matters is this: referring domains are these. Monthly visits that they get are almost like 500,000, and organic traffic that they get is 133 or 137,000. Now, out of that, we can also see the overall distribution of the authority score. So very good and niche relevant is what it says. So what this means is the backlink profiles look natural, right? The link power is very good. So basically measures how many backlinks this domain has, as well as their overall quality. Organic traffic, an estimated of how much organic search traffic this domain gets. You can also take a quick look at the network graph if you want to do something fancy over here to understand like how the backlinks are overall there. And we also have like a nice authority score trend in the last 12 months over here. We get to know the referring domains. Looks like they have done some backlink building in the last few months. Number of backlinks have definitely declined, however. So maybe the referring domain have gone up, but the number of backlinks declined. But as you can see, okay, these are the anchor text. Good firm's badge, good firm's logo, digitans, empty anchor, good firm, clutch badge, Upwork badge. Okay, so it looks like what they're doing is, since they are a aggregator, a lot of them are adding their badges or certification that they are listed over there as well. So this gives you a pretty good idea of what they are doing and how they are getting all of these backlinks. So what I would do is, as a next step, I can look into a few things. Now, if I go to backlinks, what I can do is I can basically filter these based on follow. It is still loading. Yeah. Based on, I want to make sure that these are do follow links. So do follow means follow. Okay. Now I will have the data of what are the overall links that are follow links, right? So what I can do is, as a part of this, I can also look at the backlinks that this company has lost. And let's say if this company, I'm a competitor of goodforms.co, what I can basically do is I can identify if any of these lost pages have content that is relevant to me or relevant to my site. And based on that, I can identify if maybe I want to reach out to them and get some links. That is a very simple way of doing a research of your competitor and trying to get some backlinks for wherever they lost it. So if any of these make sense for me, I can reach out to them, right? Second thing that I can do is I can go to index pages. And in index pages, looks like overall, they have 1.3 million pages indexed. So probably they have a lot more pages, but these many pages are what indexed. Basically, what this means is these are the number of pages that Google has indexed of their website. Now, out of this, what I can do is I can select this. What are the broken pages? And from this, I can see if there are any pages that currently have significant number of backlinks. And if those pages are relevant for me, I can basically go to the backlinks of theirs or the domains that are providing these backlinks. And then I can also reach out to them by creating a similar page or asking them like, okay, why don't you link to my page, which is much better. Okay. So basically that is what I can do from this. So for example, this page, it is currently not found. What I can do is I can just click on all the domains. And then in this, I can essentially go to these websites if they make sense to me. Let me just sort by this first. Authority score. Looks like these are very small domains, so it doesn't really matter much. But yeah, as you can see, like this is another opportunity that I can find, wherein if there are any websites that have good authority score and they are pointing to links that are broken, I can essentially ask them to replace that with my link. So these are some of the small things that you can do to quickly get some backlinks as well. So let's try and understand something. Let's just go to overall. Let's just go back to this. Okay, so referring domain, let me just go to this. Okay, now if you notice, this one domain has provided 1.3 million backlinks. So let's just take a look at this. Okay, so looks like what is happening is probably they have provided a backlink in the footer or a header section. They have around 1.3 pages, 1.3 million pages. And since they have provided it in the footer or header, it is that backlink is replicated across all of the pages. So let's just validate that. See, they have put it in the footer. So that's why the number of backlink are shown for every single page. So if they have 2 million pages, it will show that this one domain has provided 2 million backlinks just because it is in the footer. So that is basically what is happening here. Does that mean it's good? Doesn't really matter. As long as there is one backlink, that is also good enough. Okay. So this is typically how you do your competitive analysis. Now, obviously, SEMrush has a bunch of different tools and methods of doing it. And you can like use all of those. In fact, you can also use something like site audit to do like a quick SEO audit as well. Yeah, so that's basically how you kind of look into your competitor, right? And try to identify what you can do with them. Now, SEMrush, personally, I think it is a pretty good tool, but also it is quite pricey. So like it has a free version as well, but it is quite limited. But you can still use it to explore what the tool looks like overall. So what about the free tool? These are two which are available. The first one is small SEO tools. These are like small things that it has like a combination of all of them, and you can basically try to quickly like use some of these to get what you want. These tools are ad supported, and even these have some limitation, but it is still a bit better, like text analysis, which plagiarism checker and all. They also have like a design tool, image editor, keyword tool. This is related to SEO, backlink tool, right? But yeah, these are still some decent tools that you can use, and they are available for free because they are supported by advertisements. And then there is SEO Optimer. Okay, so SEO Optimer. So what does SEO Optimer does? It is a pretty good tool to do a quick audit of your website's SEO. It is pretty comprehensive in the sense of the checklist, but it is still limited because at the end of the day, this is a free tool. So let's try and understand what it looks like. So what it does is it checks 5 to 6 different areas of your website, and from that it tries to identify the different things that needs to be improved. And yeah, 5 different things. It's almost finished. Yeah. So this is where it is. So it checks your on-page SEO, it checks the links, usability, performance, and social media. So it's like a full-fledged audit, but at the same time, this is like a quick audit. What that means is it just checks your homepage. It is not checking other websites. Sorry, not other website, other pages of the website. It is not checking things around, let's say, how overall it is impacting, what are the different type of ways that you can improve it, etc. It is not going as deep as Screaming Frog SEO does. That's basically what I want to say. But at the same time, it still provides pretty good results. So let's just take a look at both of these, right, and try and understand what it is. So Kanti Veda looks like this is, what is this website? kantiveda.com. Home organic. Okay, interesting. So basically organic products. Perfect. Sounds good. Now, what it says is on page SEO, there are things that can be improved. Links, it's F. Social can be improved apparently. Performance can be improved and usability can be improved. This is how it is scoring you across the entire diagram. If your like if this chart has more blue area covered, that means the better your website is. Now, does that mean every single thing that they say is right? Not necessarily. You will have to use your own understanding and context of the website to see like if that is a high priority or not. So over here, it also prioritizes things for you. Like it provides like recommendations, execute a link building strategy, include meta description tag. Looks like you don't have meta description tag on this page. Uh, Reduce your total page size, increase length of title tag, add H1 header tag, improve side load speed. As you can see, there's a bunch of different things, right? And if I want, I can take a look at those independently or individually as well. So for title tag, it says it should be between 50 to 60 characters in length. Meta description is not there. It shows like a quick snippet. Obviously, this doesn't look that great because the meta description, as well as there can be improvement with the title. Okay, language, it has detected English US. H1 header tag is not being used. So as you can see, it like provides like a pretty good overview, right? It also talks about keyword consistency in the page and the frequency of those, different phrases that are added, amount of content there is, image alternative text is not there. So all of the things that I sort of talked about or mentioned is something that it will do a quick audit of. Why is it providing this for free? Some of you may ask. The reason is because this is doing it just for one page. In a comprehensive audit, you would be looking at multiple pages, and that is where SEO Optimer makes money, right? So usability, it can be better. It shows this pop-up right as it renders, and on tablets looks like it is not rendering properly. Bunch of different optimization for speed, email privacy, performance results. It like shows like how it is working overall, a bunch of other things. So this is basically a pretty decent report. And if you want, you can also run it. It is free version, right? Like it is a free thing that you can run. So that is basically what an audit typically looks like. I know I just cut it pretty quickly, but that's basically what it is. Now, how does an audit transform from auditing the website to, let's say, doing an SEO? Um, so the next thing is to understand and identify what an SEO actually does. So most of the things that we talked about were about SEO in general, but how would you actually approach an existing website? Uh, so let's just talk about that a little bit. So the first thing is obviously when you're approaching an existing website, what you will do is you will try to understand uh, what they are currently doing and how they are. You can probably run something like SE Optimer to understand how they are currently doing. You can also run the Screaming Frog SEO tool to understand what are the different links, what are the different issues. It also provides like a list of things that you should be improving, right? According to along with priorities and what it is, etc. You can look at those. From both of these, you can identify what you can do to improve it. But overall, in addition to this, what you should also be looking at is you should be looking at the website itself. Visit the website, try and understand what is the structure. How are they linking each of the pages together? Are they utilizing all the right things or not in terms of is their content built based on a keyword strategy or it is just built for some reason? Is it properly categorized or not? If it is easily accessible or not? Their robots.txt, their sitemap, how they are indexed. Are all the pages are indexed or not? Check their Google Search Console. Check how the users are navigating the website once they visit. If they already have some traffic, see if they are visiting the website. Uh, what is the user doing? You can do this from Google Analytics, right? You can check like once they visit the first page, are they going to other pages or not? What are they doing? Are they achieving the goal that they want or not? And once you get to this point, right, you yourself will get a lot of ideas of what you can do, what you can improve, and how you can fix things. And only after that, you just need to create a list of things that you would want to do to fix the existing setup. Once you have done that, the next step then starts from the basic keyword research. So once you have done all of this, you will do another set of keyword research. You will try to see if the current set of keywords that they are focusing on or their website is focused on, is it good? Can we improve the content? If you identify new set of keywords, see if you can create some good content for that. After that, follow the entire set of things that I talked about throughout all of the 7 sessions previously, right? From keyword research, go to on-page SEO, go to technical SEO, check everything, check if their entire setup for technical SEO is proper or not. Are they using the schema properly or not? If for the new content created also, if they are doing it or not. Are they applying the Google Eat methodologies or not? And so on and so forth. You would also be then looking into backlinks. What type of backlink they currently have? What are the different opportunities around that? Can you get some links for them? And that is how you start to build an entire data around not just what is the challenges right now, but you will also be able to identify what you would want to do. And this audit that I'm talking about is not a simple audit. This sometimes it takes about 2 to 3 weeks of time for you to just work on it. And after you have comprehensively built it, that becomes like a plan that you can follow for the next 1 year. So that is essentially how you should be thinking or approaching any existing website as well, right? So yeah, that's basically how you do SEO. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to talk about a success measurement a little bit about what are the key metrics that you should be looking at. So success measurement, as it says, SEO not only involves the analysis of basic metrics like traffic from organic search, but it also requires a holistic approach to measure success or measure business outcomes and making adjustment based on the data. Sales is one of the important business outcome that they're looking for as a part of SEO, which makes sense. At the end of the day, why invest money and resources and time on SEO if it is not going to achieve a business outcome, right? And that is the entire reason businesses invest in SEO altogether. So what are the challenges when it comes to measuring SEO value? The first thing is that you don't own the data, right? What this means is every SEO data that you see is provided from Google. Basically, Google Search Console will tell you if your website is good or not, if your website is indexed or not, what kind of impressions you're seeing, etc. And then obviously, uh, sometimes you may not have proper analytics setup or proper ways of measuring setup. That's also a big issue. Tracking is properly not set up. There are not proper people to help out with this. And at the end of the day, you don't trust the measurements that are currently set up, right? So this is based on a survey that was conducted, but this tells you that what the major challenges are. So when it comes to measuring, the simplest and easiest way is essentially to use an analytics tool like Google Analytics. Now, does that mean you will see 100% measurement? Not really. It will, but still be around 90 to 95% of the measurement. So for a small website, it doesn't really matter much. But when you're working with, let's say, millions of traffic and millions of websites, millions of pages, that is when you will start to see the major issue or challenge with this. So the first thing is, anyways, that you should install an analytics solution like Google Analytics. Second is define your business objectives and KPIs. Similar to sales, for some of you, it may be traffic. For some of you, it may be leads. For some of you, it may be just getting newsletter signups, right? So what are those? You need to define them and then configure those within the analytics. So in analytics today, you can also set up events to make sure that you're measuring those business objectives in terms of the traffic, in addition to the traffic that you're getting as well. So overall, what are the metrics that you should be tracking? The metrics that you should be looking at least from SEO perspective, are the first one is keyword ranking. How can you look at keyword ranking? You can use tools like SEMRush again. Or you can also, like, for free, you can use Ahrefs. There's like a free tool in Ahref for checking your ranking. Let me just open that. So this is a free tool, keyword rank checker. So what it will do is, we looked at good firms, right? So let's say I want to check good firms ranking for 3PL companies, right? So let's just take a look at that. So this is the keyword 3PL companies. The domain is this, United States, check ranking. And it tells me that, okay, where my website or good firms ranks, which is at 47 right now. And it also tells me like what are the current websites that are ranking 1, 2, or 3, right? So this is basically how you can check your rankings. Now there are tools that just help you with rank checking as well. So you can use some of those too. What's my rank, for example? What's my SERP, I think. But there is rank tracker, multiple different rank trackers, right? Like you can track your rank. So for your website, for example, it will give you a list of for what keyword, what is your position, how much traffic you're getting, etc. And so on and so forth. So the first thing is, as I mentioned, keyword rankings, tracking these are important. Uh, Backlinks. What are the quality of backlinks and what are the quantity of backlinks? Measure that, monitor that. What is your domain authority? You can get the authority score from multiple different third-party websites. What type of organic traffic you're getting? Organic traffic is going to be separate from paid traffic, social media traffic, or direct traffic. How much time someone is spending on a page? What is the bounce rate? So, and then how much mobile traffic you're getting? Typically, it is going to be around 75 to 80% these days. And finally, what is the click-through rate for your SEO? So, for example, when someone sees your listing, are they clicking enough or not? And if they are not clicking enough, that's something that you should be fixing as well. So yeah, that's basically the ways that you sort of measure and work through SEO. What you need to remember is everything that I taught you guys so far is more of the foundational concepts. Once you learn this and understand this, and as you dig deeper into it, you will notice that there are a lot other things that will show up. And that is quite common. At the end of the day, it's up to you, your grit, and how you go through them, which matters, and how you like tackle those things. Because at the end of the day, SEO is ever changing. And this is something that you guys will also know and understand because of how everyone is also fearing AI, and at the same time, how everyone is like looking at different search. Google keeps releasing different algorithm updates, and so on and so forth. So it is very important to keep yourself updated.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.